Chapter 1. Dudley Demented. Chapter text. I've decided to post the chapters as I make them, one a week completed on Monday, rather than waiting until they're all done. So here you go, guys. I made it. I made it to my favorite book. I'm so happy I'm still screaming, and this chapter of all chapters has to be one of my top 10 favorites. Okay, I'm calm. Okay, no, I'm not, but I'll shut up now so you can get on with this. HP. The graveyard appeared in a haze around him, and the tombstones were the good features. The memory resurfacing in his mind's eye as he relived the moment again and again, Voldemort's ghastly white face, the threats and promises of his death, and always lingering in the background, Cedric, Harry, love, wake up. A gentle hand was brushing the bangs away from his face, only twitching slightly over the scar, but continuing the methodic pattern. Squinting past the grey haze of sleep, he caught a glimpse of red, and for a moment was sure it was Ginny, but that faded absently from his mind without even fully registering why she'd be there. Then he kept blinking, and instead of the wide brown eyes of Mrs. Weasley promising a hug whenever he did, or didn't, need one, his own green was staring down at him. Mum. For a moment, Harry wasn't entirely sure if he was even awake. But his eyes were already closing again, her soft voice whispering reassurances. It's all right, dear, you're safe here. Real or not, Harry felt himself relaxing under that touch, and soon faded back into a restless REM of a long, dark corridor. Lily was cooking breakfast with an absent-minded look on her face. This would be their 9th day of learning Harry's life, and they were only at the halfway point, knowing full well they wouldn't even get through his 4th year in one day. She wasn't churning on the book they'd most recently finished, though. If she lingered on that too long, she was likely to start crying into the pot below her. No, she was instead worrying over the fact that they had an order meeting tonight, and the 4 of them would be unable to attend. Once she'd served breakfast and brought this to the attention of the others, Sirius brushed her off at once. Quit fretting, Lils. So we miss one meeting, they won't go flying off the handle for that. Besides, I think it's for the best, Remus grumbled towards his bowl without looking at anyone. Doubt some of us could walk in there without executing a murder we couldn't fully explain. He took an extra hard bite at his spoon at the end, nearly ripping the metal off. James' hand twitched on the way to his mouth, spilling porridge over his nose instead, and only after he'd carefully wiped it up did he say, "It's not like we can do anything about it. If someone comes around here asking questions, we'll do the same as we did before and pretend like nothing's wrong. It's none of their business if we're being extra cautious of late and didn't attend this one meeting." Lily was stirring her food absently in the bowl. She hadn't touched a bite. She was too busy straining over the fact that they could honestly use the Order's help with this. They should know that there was a traitor among them before any more secrets were spilled, and she couldn't help the deep longing she had just to see them all. So many were going to die in the coming year. Harry watched them all with a deep ache. Again, feeling personally responsible, he was putting them in such a hard spot, all because of his presence. No one was eating much anymore, and when Harry went to put his finished bowl away and began collecting the others, no one protested. Despite the fact that they all knew full well this stupid book was as likely as the last one's going to start with the Dursleys, Remus kept the baby almost hopefully in his lap. He felt safer with his little cub in his arms while hearing about them than having to picture this very infant around those people. Harry in particular couldn't help but smile when he saw this. Aside from his own parents, there was just something adorable about Remus holding a baby he couldn't put into words. It was a somber group that flopped down into their spots in the living room, and Sirius who started without much enthusiasm. Sirius had never believed he could say a street name with as much hatred as he curled that out with. "Who?" James asked in confusion. He'd admit he was also trying to delay a bit until he had to hear about the inside of one particular house. "Hosepipes are used to pump water out," Lily grumbled more than explained. At this point, she'd pay Sirius just to skip these parts until Harry could escape to the burrow. But she also knew that wouldn't do any good. In some perverse way, she wanted to know every terrible thing Petunia and Vernon had done to her son. That way she could kill them with a much more clear conscience knowing everything. Sometimes, in very hot summers, the city puts restrictions up so the residents have limited use. James couldn't even imagine the idea, but then again, he'd never thought to question where the water came when he used a spell. Please tell me they don't have you out there pruning in that weather, Remus forced out between gritted teeth. Nope, Harry murmured. His memories of the summer were still murky. The last clear thing he remembered was getting off the train into Vernon's car, but he already had a bad feeling about how this summer had gone. Not that any of his summers at that place were ever really considered pleasant, so maybe he was just getting this one confused with a previous one. He hoped so, because the bad feelings bubbling up in him now weren't proving a good omen. That comes from too little nourishment, Lily sneered, thinking back to the new levels of starving they'd been putting her boy through that past summer. Well, I think how you treat him is punishable by law, James snapped, and I can't bleeding wait to act on it. Harry got the sense he wasn't going to be reporting the Dursleys to anyone, but his father would be facing his own law somewhere in there, causing Harry to inch away from him just a bit in fear. He really wasn't looking forward to what would happen to his Muggle relatives when they got out of here. Why were you hiding yourself? Sirius asked, infusing some mischief into his voice. Harry quickly shot away with an exasperated look. He had no more clue than them yet. Besides that, Harry had always strived to keep himself out of trouble at the Dursleys, though hardly ever exceeding that wasn't the point. Well, congratulations then, James nodded somberly. He really couldn't find any of his normal enthusiasm while having to hear about Harry there. He was half waiting any moment for Voldemort to pop up all over again and start trying to curse his son where he lay, though hopefully he'd at least hit Vernon first. Now Harry could feel the soft melding beginning on the edges of his mind as a memory was being returned, and he was more confident than ever his first impulse had been right. He'd found a new level of hate for his summer holidays. He was utterly confident it had something to do with watching the news, or perhaps a lack of news. I know you're not going to answer, Remus sighed as he watched baby Harry begin gumming on the sleeve of his robes. But I really am curious why you're trying to spend time with them like that. Enjoying their company is not my reason for being in there, Harry at once said with conviction. But I'm getting a bad feeling of why I am there. I get a bad feeling any time you're there, Lily sniffed, though everyone felt themselves tensing up even more at Harry's proclamation. What a way for this book to start, in such an already tense and uneasy atmosphere. Harry could feel the soft pressure it caused for his memories to be returned. His listening in on this conversation had finally given him a timeline of where in the summer he was, and the heavy sigh he released relieved no one of their worries. It managed to increase the look of agitation on Harry's face, as he realized he'd been left to stew in nothing for a solid month with no useful contact from anyone. He threw Sirius in particular a disgruntled look for his letters he remembered from his godfather. Then he sat there and really looked at him for a moment with some monster of a feeling telling him he should be valuing any letter Sirius sent him. The others had noticed Harry, but they figured if he wasn't sharing it was best not to ask, as that had only caused him pain in the past. He says that like it's a good thing. Remus cocked his head to the side in, well, more disbelief than usual for Vernon's mental health. It does explain a bit about them, though. Sirius curled his lip in disgust. They enjoy their son being as daft as a stick like they are. They hate Harry for not conforming to that. Sirius rolled his eyes in disbelief at such a statement. He'd been on there only 2 years ago, and now Vernon even knew who he was. It wasn't actually possible for someone to be that dense, was it? As if he doesn't know better, James snorted in disgust, thinking back to that first book, which seemed like a kindness now, and all of their odd mentionings he tried to make a comment to Petunia about. He supposed Vernon had simply blocked that from his mind, though, puny as it was, he needed the space for all his insults. These people have far too much concern with being spied on, Lily scoffed in disgust, but she already knew how self-important they found themselves. Petunia does enough of it. Remus forced something resembling a smile. I'm sure she's just expecting retribution. Harry's eyes narrowed in on this. He'd been far too shy when this had first been brought up, and far too out of it when Dumbledore had mentioned it in the last book. But now taking any excuse to not speak of the Dursleys for a moment, Harry confirmed. You said there was a Figg in the Order. Yes, Remus confirmed. But I'm still not convinced it's not the same one we know. Surely if she's been looking after you all these years, she'd have told Dumbledore about your living arrangements in your younger years. His face was murderous by the end at having to phrase a child living in a cupboard in that light, but if he'd actually said the words, they'd come out more as a growl. I never told her that, though, Harry shrugged. Never told anyone. Lily narrowed her eyes on her son for that, but she blamed the Dursleys more than Harry for that. More than likely he'd been warned with a harsher punishment than no meals. She shuddered slightly at even the thought of that man putting his hands on her son, and quickly cut off her train of thought while answering, "Yes, well, there's still the other things. Those ratty clothes, and your very clear malnourishment, plus never taking you anywhere while they spoiled Dudley rotten." Surely she'd at least mention that to Dumbledore, who would have investigated further. Harry wasn't as sure. The Dursleys had often spread around he was a sickly kid to excuse his looks, and how they couldn't find any clothes to fit him properly, and there really was something nagging at his mind of Mrs. Figg and Dumbledore. But he let the matter go nonetheless. Lily gave a soft little sigh of pity for the poor old thing. She probably got lonely, especially since Harry hadn't stayed around any more. Remus spluttered in shock as he looked at Sirius like he'd spoken Norwegian. Sirius looked just as disbelieving as he rolled his eyes at what he'd said. "I'll believe Dudley's out having tea with friends when Harry dates Malfoy." Harry retched at the idea theatrically while laughing along with the others, privately thinking to himself all that he'd already caught Dudley doing that summer when he was supposedly out. His parents really were blind. James scoffed in disgust. He had more reasons than he'd ever dream of hating these stupid in-laws of his, but their continued ignorance still chafed him for just how purposefully stupid they were being. "Yet I'm not even surprised." Remus rolled his eyes. They were all muttering in frustration at this little delinquent, but honestly, it was just a nice change of pace to hear he wasn't tormenting Harry as much as he'd seemed to, before they weren't putting too much effort into it. Sirius finished that a bit sadly, his mind flickering back to his having done the same in Hogsmeade and not appreciating the similarities to him and his godson in these lights. Harry was probably getting just as much food as a few rats at that place as well. "Why were you scavenging for newspapers?" James asked with a wince, trying to deny he'd been picturing the same thing as Sirius. Harry chewed on that for a moment, debating whether to tell them and get it over with, or let the book tell as it most likely would. But it didn't take much to decide on the first, as he explained the lackluster mail he'd been getting from his friends. There was a moment of shocked silence before Remus shook his head sadly at Harry and said, "I think you're putting a little too much stock into your friends with that. What exactly do you think they're not telling you? Voldemort walking up the street?" "No, he's in hiding. They can't offer up any more." It was clear as day the anger in Harry's tone as he'd explained it, but this explanation didn't simmer him any. "I don't understand why they had to be so cryptic about it, though. It made it sound like they knew something I didn't." This usually happened every time he was at the Dursleys, as old feelings never failed to pop up of his years of isolation there, and it somehow felt so much worse that summer. Is that really safe? Lily tried to change the subject into something she found far more important. "The only reason you're at that bleeding place is because you're somehow protected at that house. Is wandering the streets a good idea?" "I couldn't be locked up in that house all the time," Harry scowled. "I'd go mad and beg Ron to come get me again. It's Dumbledore's fault for not explaining that to me." He felt a little bad for his petulant tone when he watched everyone around him flinch. Clearly, they were all fearing some coming attack by Death Eaters now. Harry wasn't afraid of that. If it hadn't happened by now, he didn't see why Voldemort's return would suddenly cause it. That wasn't entirely accurate, though. Had Death Eaters ever shown up in Private Drive? He was getting some interesting feelings trying to flip across his mind. He was in some kind of danger this summer, and he would be getting guests at his house. But then Sirius had kept going, and he stopped thinking about it. "What are you hoping to find anyways?" James asked. "Strange deaths, disappearances, anything indicating what Voldemort's doing," Harry said like he thought that was obvious. "While I get what you're going for," Sirius shook his head at him, "I think you're getting a bit ahead of yourself. If that's the kind of stuff you were hoping Ron and Hermione would send you, then it's no wonder you're disappointed. Voldemort tries his hardest to keep himself in the shadows as often as possible. It's certainly scarier that way." "Didn't you notice the pattern last year?" James agreed. "Of the people we know he killed, they were all fairly insignificant and wouldn't have taken much notice. The only reason Bertha did was because most likely Crouch, and he had his own reasons to find her and his own secrets to protect. She was sloppy. No one could miss how haggard his face looked in the end, as they all remembered whose sloppy kill that was. But someone must have some idea of what he is doing, Harry insisted, already realizing he was going to feel bad for the way he'd been thinking of his friends this summer once he'd had this explained. Well, yes, Remus agreed, but that's not something you put in a letter. Privately, he also agreed he wasn't entirely sure if anyone in the Order would tell Harry even if they could. Sirius was the most likely, and they weren't even sure where he was right now. Remus seemed to have just fallen off the face of the earth and wouldn't be telling anyone anything, and clearly Dumbledore was trying to keep Harry out of the loop by having him at the Dursleys for as long as he was. Harry grumbled a bit more but sighed in agreement. Lily was fighting back the urge of a few nasty insults she'd like to throw Vernon's way. She wanted Harry to leave this news venture just so she wouldn't have to hear his commentary on every little thing. While true, Remus agreed, I'm not sure I understand your disappointment with that. Better to know what's going on than this constant wondering and worrying, Harry grumbled. They wanted to argue the point, but what could they say? They couldn't tell Harry to at least try to enjoy his summer while he could, not where he was. He had nothing to take his mind off these things, and they could already feel the frustration rolling off of him in waves. Lily sighed as she wrapped a tight arm around Harry, remembering back to his early days of discovering the wizarding world and how he'd spent his summer days longing to go back to school. She'd rather hear about that than his desire to go chasing after Voldemort. As if he's not doing the exact same thing, Remus scoffed. Actually, he wasn't, Harry shrugged. He treated us all to a lengthy dinner speech about the importance of upholding such laws, and he found it befouling anyone would do otherwise. Yet another reason I intend on murdering him, James sneered, torturing you with his arrogant attitude like that. Still as pompous an arse as ever then, Sirius rolled his eyes, though honestly he wouldn't be surprised if the man was still a hypocrite and did it without Harry's even noticing. That counts as a little strange. Lily offered just to see her son stop looking like that for a moment, though she really didn't think it had anything to do with Voldemort. It was because they were training a new pilot, though, Harry sighed. I definitely found that believable enough. So she is a hypocrite, Lily sniffed, though she was well aware by this point. That's actually quite talented. Sirius snickered a bit at training a bird to do that. Muggles have the strangest news. James had his head cocked to the side as he heard all of this. Sirius had never really gotten to a carefree mode of reading. Harry being around these people just made him too uneasy, but now he was reading as tense and upset as if Harry had been around that troll all over again. Anything that sounded like a gunshot couldn't be a good thing. Even if James hadn't remembered what a gunshot was, he would have instantly been as tense and upset as the others just from the way they all tensed. Harry was too busy feeling the echo of adrenaline trying to jump him, even if he didn't feel it now, to wonder on why he should be thinking of that. Remus was far too concerned with the vision of Death Eaters really attacking Harry there to congratulate him on those reflexes. Harry hissed and went cross-eyed in pain as he rubbed the top of his head, but that still didn't drop the determined look on his face, nor how his hands stayed tight around his wand. If he looked like this now, with just a delayed after effect while trying not to do anything about it, they could all easily imagine how fierce he looked on the actual situation. It didn't do much to make any of them feel better, as they all remembered just how alone he was there. For a moment, Sirius was convinced someone was squeezing their hands around his throat. His vision blurred out as he saw red then black from what he'd just forced out in shock. There was just no way possible that Monster was actually squeezing his godson's throat. Then a monstrous noise registered, and Sirius wasn't allowed to act on whatever his impulse had been leading him to break because he was flying into action. Let me go. James continued to thrash no matter how tight the hold on him was. I don't care if I get knocked out. I'll kill him before I do. Remus nearly fell back down the stairs. He'd bolted up there and put the baby down in his crib the moment he realized what all was happening, and only just came back in time to try and stop his friend as well. Think about what you're saying, Prongs, Remus begged, trying to stay in his face while avoiding the thrashing limbs. You won't get a foot when Harry's going to have to drag your ass back here, and what if it's worse this time? I don't care. James howled, his elbow now slamming repeatedly into Sirius' ribs as he kept trying to make his way to that bleeding door. Harry watched with horror at this reaction, which finally wore off when his fingers started grasping at the handle, so he darted forward to try and say his part. "Dad, please, it. And you." James snarled, his face the deepest shade of red as his wild eyes flashed between the door and his son now. "You lied to me. You said they never put hands on you." "I said they never left a bruise," Harry quickly corrected. He blinked as all three of them froze in what they were doing and just stared at him. Sirius' arms even went slack, and James clearly didn't notice. James stood there, vibrating in place as he snarled. "Lying by omission is still a lie, Harry. The bloody hell, how many times had he done this?" Harry was frowning in concern, rocking on his feet as he watched him with unease. But when he failed to answer, James made a guttural, maddening sound as he stormed away, at least in the opposite direction up the stairs. He shoved a vase off a stand on the way, though as Lily noted when she darted after him, it had been a gift from Petunia, so it seemed fitting. The last thing the three at the bottom of the stairs heard was a few more objects breaking and Lily crying, "No, James, not that one." Harry's face was stark white in shock as he whispered, "He's really mad at me." Remus and Sirius exchanged a broken look. Neither of them were feeling much calmer than their friend, but the terror now written on Harry was doing a pretty good job of reminding them they shouldn't try and mimic his actions. "Not you," Remus sighed. "By much," Sirius muttered. "But Harry, what were you thinking?" Remus quickly moved past that since it only made Harry look even more upset. He threw his hands up in the air in frustration, his mind scrambling as he tried to come up with a way to make them see. "You guys have to understand I never told anyone about this. Anyone. Not Ron. He sighed, and flattened his hair onto his head for a moment, starting to pace and still throwing panicked eyes at the stairs where now no noise at all could be heard. Sirius sucked in a deep breath, watching Harry pad back and forth for several more beats before saying, "I get that. It took me ages to tell James what my mum did to me." Harry paused then, watching Sirius with dark, weary eyes. Sirius leaned back against the stairs banister, trying for all the world to look casual as he said, "I grew up a nosy little child, always asking one too many questions, and my mum hated that. She always said I was never a proper black, and she tended to curse me for it, a lot. Her favorite was to use the transmogrifian torture. It popped a limb out of socket, and she'd leave it like that until I properly apologized and said I'd do better and stuff. That never left a bruise either," he finished with a mutter, rubbing absently at his shoulder. He looked over to see Harry had a new kind of horrified look on his face, and Sirius nodded solemnly as he kept going. "Things didn't get any better for me once I started school. First morning there, when she'd found out I was in Gryffindor, she sent me a howler so bad it made what Neville's gran and Ron's mum sent look like a love letters. I ran out of there trying my damnedest not to cry, and James caught up to me and demanded to know what that was about. I didn't tell him, not really, just kind of fudged around it, and we ended up missing our first transfiguration class, though for some reason McGonagall didn't say anything to me," he added with a rueful smile. "Then Remus let us borrow his notes so that we could do our homework, so it was never even brought up. He wasn't even technically our friend yet. I think I just somehow knew I'd better get used to it," Remus said, with a roll of his eyes, taking a seat on the steps anyways, and propping his head in his hands like he was trying to pretend this was all casual stuff. Sirius gave him a nudge with his foot before rounding up. "I didn't go home for that Christmas or Easter holiday, but my summer there wasn't pretty. She basically disowned me, swearing up and down I could never make up for this terrible mistake I made." He gave a tragic look to the ceiling, then smirked at Harry before finishing, a memory I look back on quite fondly now. They watched Harry for another second, and this time he did open his mouth before quickly closing it, clearly still dithering, so Remus instead said, "My parents are afraid of me." Sirius had to bite back the instant feeling he had of correcting Remus. He'd only met his parents twice, and he'd never gotten that impression, but Remus seemed to feel anyone who wasn't an animagus was afraid of him no matter what they said. It was one of the reasons he avoided his own dad now. "What?" He squawked in surprise, looking Remus in the eye to make sure that wasn't some cruel joke. He just shrugged, however, though his fingers fidgeting with the hem of his robes showed his careless tone wasn't really all there as he explained. "Well, they certainly never look me in the eye." They asked me if I could even try to stay at Hogwarts over summer break, because they realized the school was much better equipped to handle me. During my full moons, they'd shut me up in a room, sort of like they had to do here, and then leave the house for 24 hours, just to make sure they weren't around for any part of the cycle. Harry's mouth was actually hanging open in shock now, which only made Remus give a not at all amused smile. Oh, they took care of me after the fact, bandaged me up and all that. I never knew if it was shame, or fear, or something else. But I do know I stopped going around my parents' place not long after I left school, and they've never asked me over since. Last time I saw them was when my mum passed away, and I honestly thought, when I was asked up to the hospital, it was a joke. Harry seemed to realize he was staring then, and quickly closed his mouth. But at least this time he didn't turn away from them, and instead ran his hand through his hair some more as he said haplessly, "I don't know what you want me to say. He throttled me sometimes, but only when I was much younger, when my magic was really obvious. He only did it till I went slack, and I learned to do that pretty fast. Then he'd lock me in my cupboard until he'd decided I'd learned my lesson. It never did leave a bruise," he emphasized, now rubbing absently at his throat in remembrance. "How come you never went to the police, told someone?" Remus asked gently. Harry rolled his eyes at what he felt was an absurd question. Even if I'd had the gall to, which I didn't, as Vernon terrified me through most of my younger years, I had no proof, which he'd occasionally point out whenever someone looked at me on the street too long. You think I didn't notice that Dudley and I were clearly so different from each other? But Vernon always said that if I ever said a word about how they dealt with any of my weirdness, I couldn't prove it. They'd say that Dudley's second bedroom was mine, and they really only did take food away from me whenever my magic was acting up, never so much I was malnourished. He paused then, a calculating look on his face as he added, "I don't really think Petunia or Dudley knew, or if they did they didn't care. Petunia was certainly all for the food part though, so I may not put it past them." Harry looked back to see that a nerve was thumping in both of their jaws, and he was quick to tack on. He really did stop after I turned 11, though. He was definitely too afraid of my magic, and it really wasn't that frequent. "And your 12th birthday," Sirius managed to get out in a steel tone. Harry flattened his hair with nerves, but at this point recognized there was no reason not to tell them. Okay, yeah, he did it then until I did pass out. Woke up in the bathroom, and they wouldn't let me out until Vernon had put those bars on my window. They've got their own bathroom in their bedroom, so it hardly put them out. He crossed his arms defensively when they just kept staring at him. What? What I just said isn't nearly as bad as what you two had. While they weren't exactly going to argue with him over such a topic, it hardly made what he did say feel better. Up the stairs in their room, Lily watched James collapse on the bed. He'd taken his glasses off first, so that he could press his hands so hard into his face, his palms digging into his eyes, he looked like he was trying to gouge them out. "James," she whispered, sinking down beside him, but completely at a loss for words. "I can't stop seeing it," he got out through a restricted throat. The cupboard, Pettigrew, Harry watching Cedric get murdered right in front of him now this. I'm fighting this war to try and save my only child, and at this rate my dying feels about as useful as my life. "Don't," she begged at once, her hands latching onto his, trying to pull them away, but he still managed to keep going. "I couldn't even save you." "You're the one who saved Harry. I just got tossed aside like the useless thing I am. James, please, you can't be thinking like that." She cut him off, nearly begging to try and get him to stop. She had to tug hard for a moment, but finally his hands slid away to reveal bloodshot eyes. She stayed leaning over him, hazel matching green as she whispered, "Don't you think I'm feeling the same way? She was my sister, James, and she's doing this to my baby, but don't you start talking like that now. We will find a way to fix this, make it so that Harry never has to be without us again." James gave a derisive snort, his eyes still vacant as he whispered, "Some dad I'd turned out to be anyways. Harry's been lying his arse off since he got here, and did you see that look on his face? Now I've scared him senseless. I'll be lucky if he doesn't look at me the way he does Vernon now. Should probably just hand him over to Sirius already, and be done with it for all the Lily popped him on the forehead, and when he only winced but kept at his insane mutterings, she smacked him hard. "James, listen to yourself," she pleaded. If Harry doesn't understand why you were so upset, then that's because he's never had his father around to be upset on his behalf. But he could never put you and Vernon in the same scope of his life. You're too good a person, and he knows that. His face twitched, like he wanted to believe her but couldn't quite grasp the emotion yet, so she kept going. And if you actually think Harry would replace Sirius with you if he had the chance, then you really need a reality check. They both love you, and they need you. It's a damn cruel world where Harry's from that you're not in the picture, but both of them would do anything to change that. He closed his eyes then, his jaw still shaking, a few tears managing to escape. But at least for a moment Lily had seen the flash in him like he believed that. There was silence for a long time between them, Lily not moving a muscle and James trying to get his under control, until finally he took a careful breath in through his nose and releasing it through his mouth before whispering, "I love you. I love you too," she said back at once. He opened his eyes then, watching her for several more beats before moving like he was going to sit up. Lily sat back and let him, but she was at once buried into his chest as he wrapped his arms as tight around her as he could. "What did I do to deserve you?" he muttered into her hair. "If I figure it out, I'll let you know," she returned, snuggling him for as long as they both needed before he took another deep breath and whispered, "Guess I should go back down and face them." "They're all worried sick about you," Lily said at once. "You looked likely to jump through a window when you came pelting up here." He made an odd noise, one Lily couldn't decide if it was in agreement or protest, but then he took to his feet, put his glasses back on, and started for the door, her hands still tightly in his, their rings pressed together. As they came back down, they saw Remus had to hop out of the way and quickly took in the other two. Sirius, who was an ugly grey but trying to pretend he was acting normal, and Harry's arms crossed and still looking defensive. It did not improve his mood that when Harry saw him, his foot looked like he wanted to take an automatic step back, but he met his eyes and at once whispered, "I'm sorry." James opened his mouth, couldn't think of anything to say, closed it, and walked past him back to the living room. Lily met her son's eyes as well, but didn't release her hold on James, and instead hissed something at him as James made for the recliner. He didn't respond, instead sinking down into that and pulling his wife with him. She perched on his lap, giving him a look that said plainly she did not approve of his actions. But when he wrapped his arms around her waist again and didn't look up to moving, she just rolled her eyes and looked back towards them expectantly. "He's mad at me," Harry murmured for Sirius and Remus' ears alone. "Only for the next hour or so," Sirius waved it off. "I pissed him off real good when I denied what my mother had been doing to me for most of my childhood. These two asked me a lot of the same questions they'd been asking you when I came back from holiday, and I gave a lot of the same answers. Didn't admit to it all till I ran away, and even while he was helping me unpack, he was ribbing me. If there's one thing you want to do to piss Prongs off, it is lie to him." Remus nodded in agreement. "When he found out how long I'd gone without telling him about my being a werewolf, he was really ticked, so much so he went and did something illegal." He finished with an amused smile, causing Sirius at least to laugh. Harry did not join in, still watching his dad with clear guilt on his face, but followed the other two as they went back into the room as well. He stood in the doorway, and finally he couldn't take it any more. He'd never in his life imagined his father so angry with him, and the rejection trying to well up inside him and cast a new shade of light on every good memory he collected so far had the words bursting out of him before he'd considered them. "I'm sorry, all right. I'll tell you, I promise." He tried to think of some way to begin, but the words failed him, so honestly stalling for time he finished in a whisper, "After this chapter's." James only hesitated a beat, nodded to indicate he'd heard, but still didn't unbury himself from Lily's back. Harry quickly shuffled to the farthest sofa away, trying to curl himself into the cushions and looking anywhere but at his parents. James had his face pressed into Lily's spine, doing a terrible job of pretending he wasn't paying attention to any of them, while Lily was giving him the stank eye over her shoulder, but clearly wasn't moving until she saw something else. Remus and Sirius exchanged uneasy looks, but finally Remus sat down next to Harry, and Sirius went back to fetch the book. The last thing he actually wanted to do was go back and see how long Vernon had his hands on Harry before his little pup passed out. For all he knew, he'd barely get a few more words in before he incited rage all over again from himself and James. Normally, this would be the time Harry would step in, read for them as a reminder he was fine. But for now, he was pretending to be invisible. It also occurred to all three of them that they'd had this conversation when James and Lily hadn't even been here, so they'd never even gotten their son's full confession. Remus and Sirius locked eyes, knowing now probably wasn't the time. But hopefully by the end of this chapter, everyone would be at least a bit calmer, and they'd convince Harry to tell Lily and James what he'd told them. Sirius fidgeted with the page for a long time, before finally the silence dragged on and he felt he had no other choice but to keep going. Sirius' fingers were so tight around the book they were beginning to hurt, but he couldn't release his hold one little bit. He was too busy picturing them being around Vernon's neck. Remus wasn't even distracted by the coppery taste of blood in his mouth from biting his tongue to stop himself uttering a string of constant curses. His own throat vibrating violently, already showing how he felt about having to imagine that being done to Harry. The very worst part was, this still wasn't the worst thing happening. There could still be danger around Harry, and Vernon was merely causing a fatal distraction. Lily's face was ghastly white as that image kept floating just behind her mind's eye, blocking out her once peaceful living room and adult son trying to burrow himself out of sight behind Sirius and into the couch. How many times had this happened in his youth? Often enough it was clear this was a common reaction of Vernon's to begin throttling Harry, even in plain view of the street like that. Had his accidental magic ever kicked in before? Or had he never held on so long this happened? She hardly wanted answers to any of these questions. She was still likely to vomit and start skinning that walrus already with her own. This only reinforced what Lily had just been thinking, though, and now she couldn't shake the thought. How on earth was that excuse? That was such a blatant sign of abuse, and surely someone had just seen it as the neighbors were looking around. Did everyone in that neighborhood care so little about Harry's well-being because of the Dursleys' lies no one was going to do anything about this? Harry glanced half hopefully at Remus or Sirius, like he was hoping one of them would make a joke at his expense. But neither of them did. They were still too pale from anger to take the bait. Both were thinking of themselves in the future, what they wished they'd already done to Vernon, but each having never done so, and neither finding it excusable. James still had his face buried in his wife's hair. Though the fiery color was doing little to improve his mood, it still held the only comfort he could find at the moment, and was far too distracted to ask what on earth that could mean in any relation to the noise Harry reacted to. He was just more disgusted. Vernon was playing off his own moment. "I've never seen him grin like anything else, though," Harry grumbled softly, as the silence apart from the violent reading was starting to freak him out. He'd grown far too used to the constant flow of commentary, and had learned that long lapses in silence like this were usually at the worst of times. He didn't agree this leveled up with other moments. Harry flinched in shock at the eruption of growls in the room, but at least this time he understood why. He hadn't wanted to be back in arm's reach of Vernon then either. It was highly unlikely, before this moment, that the Dursleys were going to live much longer when they were released from this place. But now whatever wavering may have persisted at Harry's words wouldn't even hold. It was utterly astounding he'd ever done so, when he clearly had memories of this happening to him in his younger years. "I hope he had the bleeding piss scared out of him," Remus hissed, choosing to focus on the disappointment. This moment didn't cause Vernon heart failure, rather than the still lingering fear of what was going on to start this. Despite James' hands still wrapped tight around her waist, Lily was still fighting the urge to go over to her son right now and have him in her arms to make absolutely certain there wasn't anything wrong with him because of this instance. To run her hands gently over his neck, to be where he was and be just as certain no one was going to harm her son while he was surrounded by all those muggles. Sirius had to work furiously with himself not to give some waspish reply that was far too similar to how his mother had treated him in the house he'd grown up in, treating every room that wasn't his as if Sirius were trespassing in it. James felt his lip curling up in disgust. Did that man have a single brain cell of his own? Harry almost laughed as he remembered those looks as compared to the ones his family still had in place. Vernon and Petunia had nothing on outrage when it came to them. That did it. Harry's unexpected comment cracked Remus, and he snorted in surprise, but just as quickly tried to stifle his giggling. It wasn't hard. He could still feel bloodlust wanting him to curse something into oblivion, but at least Harry met his eyes and grinned back, which made it worth it. Lily rolled her eyes and tisked in disgust. She didn't care it was nearly 14 years later for the man. He knew perfectly well her lot did in fact end up on the news from time to time. It had been what had drawn the man to question Petunia about Lily's whereabouts all those years ago. Either he'd blocked the memory, or he'd forgotten. Either way, she no longer needed an excuse to find anything he said, or did the lowest form of stupid. Because Merlin forbid he just get letters from his friends, Sirius muttered tersely. His knuckles still white around the book's edge, and the fearsome tone of his voice hadn't dropped one bit, and Harry was starting to grow worried that none of them seemed to be breathing normally for a while now. Why do you bother? James couldn't stop his snap of outrage, but either Harry was expecting it this time, or he just rolled with it. Harry didn't flinch this time before answering calmly. I rarely see a point in lying if I can help it. He did finish on a wince, though, as all of them gave him looks of disbelief for that, considering his lie by omission was a part of the reason everyone in here looked more than angry. He sighed and muttered something, but was sick of lingering on this topic, so shot at Sirius. Do you want me to read through this part? No, Sirius snapped right back, turning his boggling eyes away from Harry for now and effectively hiding a tint of hurt now. He couldn't help it, though. He seemed to go out of his way to tell those Dursleys the truth as often as he could, but wouldn't for them, in his time or now. Don't see the point of telling them the truth when clearly they think he's lying about everything anyways. Lily was still hissing under her breath, so low only James could hear, and he was in full agreement. Like what exactly? Remus rolled his eyes in contempt. Don't know, never asked for details, Harry said with a happy enough smile. At least someone was trying to push back into playing this off, even if every part of Remus clearly didn't feel it. Harry was honestly wishing Remus hadn't put the baby away now. Even that little baby would have helped them feel better. There were several colorful comments each of them could have made to that. But considering Vernon would have long since died before this conversation had taken place, if any of them had had their way besides Harry, Sirius didn't bother listening to the variety, and instead kept up his lackluster reading in hopes this chapter would just end. Anger and worry were still at war with each other over Harry's predicament, and he wanted some kind of proof his little pup wasn't about to be attacked right there on the street, and that Vernon was going to have his hands removed soon, not necessarily in that order. Remus couldn't help it that time. He did manage a soft laugh under his breath for Harry's wit, but he was still the only one. Harry couldn't help rolling his eyes, what he was now considering an overreaction from everyone else. He was fine, and if they really wanted another apology, he'd give it just to stop all of this ugly silence and silent death threats he could still feel pulsing through the room. Lily blinked spastically for a moment as fear finally trumped anger. Harry was only at that place because apparently it was safe from dark attacks, but now he'd up and left with the noise of an apparition still going unexplained. Exactly how far was that protection magic around number 4? Just the house, the street. Yet for even a second to turn around and say she wanted Harry to stay at that house for a moment longer would always feel wrong. It really spoke volumes she'd prefer Harry's chances with a dark wizard rather than her sister and husband-in-law. Remus was dying to ask Harry what he defined as trouble with those people. Another round of strangling. Harry'd made it clear it wasn't that common, but now he truly was in the dark of how much Harry could be leaving out there. Sirius was still reading every word as a death sentence and very clearly wanting to finish this, and since Remus was well aware Harry wasn't getting out of this conversation again at the end of the chapter, he didn't bring it up for now. Sirius couldn't take the suspense anymore and did ask, "Pay what price exactly?" Harry wanted to sigh and roll his eyes, try and play this all off or just ignore it like he had in the past, but at this point he was sure that wouldn't help any. He didn't see how telling them the entire truth would make it much better, but he wasn't sure it could get any worse either. Threats mostly. He knew he couldn't do anything to me. Even if he knew I wasn't supposed to be doing magic, he was still afraid I would after Marge. Locking me in the shed mostly. He even kept the padlock all nice and polished. He finished with a forced laugh, like looking back made it funny rather than as menacing as he'd honestly found it. But he'd instead been right the first time. Several disturbing noises promising more violence and more death glares at the door showed his honesty had won him nothing. Harry was still very distracted by the tension that had practically taken up a seat in this room, and he had no want to think about the tingling feeling saying he could have a gut answer to that question. No one else had really forgotten what had started the instance either, and honestly fear was starting to trump outrage. None of them could wait to start wringing Vernon's neck themselves. They'd probably have to find an object to do so considering their hands wouldn't wrap around, but that wasn't the point. Now though, now that Harry was away from him, the reason he'd left was hovering in the forefront, just waiting to pounce on their aching hearts. Most likely it was a Death Eater coming for Harry, and he'd now left the only protection he'd had. Harry may not have understood why as he wasn't fearing the same thing, but he was relieved when Sirius finally started reading in less bloodthirsty tones, and hoped he'd finally switch back to at least semi-normal. Lily could tell she was the only one who was desperately hoping for that to be the answer. The other boys were all still too upset to even consider any kind of good option other than an attack waiting, but Lily was honestly hoping now it was Darby with some cryptic new message. She'd take that over a fight for his life, as strung out as she was right now. Harry was looking on at nothing in a funny sort of way, his face twisted as he was so sure he was moments away from realizing something about being followed by invisible, not invisible, Remus agreed uneasily. But you do know he can hide at least in a bush. His thoughts were hovering the same as the other boys, that a wizard could be hidden even more easily. Though it did beg the question, if Harry was under attack, why the hiding at all? Were they waiting until he was far enough away from Private Drive to attack? It was hard to see another motive when they were all still on the edge of their seat and white-faced from anger. Lily tried to force herself to see some good news in this, that this wasn't Harry's first foray out of that house that summer and he hadn't been attacked yet. Her hand tightened around James, though as her mind just kept offering up more terrible solutions, that he was just being watched and someone was waiting. Harry fidgeted with unease, as he was just as sure of this fact now, but he felt no impending threat from this like he was now aware those around him did. Yet that didn't stop a trickle of sweat breaking over the back of his neck, as he couldn't find it in himself to comfort them either, to promise nothing bad was going to happen this night. In fact, he was now fighting back the impulse to take the book away from Sirius again for a wholly other reason. Something bad was going to happen to him tonight, and he didn't think his godfather in particular was going to enjoy it. Remus shook his head in disbelief at Harry as he asked, "Did it really not occur to you this could be an attack?" "Not really," he sighed. "Dumbledore said the only reason I was going there was because it was supposed to be safe." They wished they had that kind of faith in Dumbledore, but seeing as they'd never once seen that house as any kind of safe, none of them agreed. "Glory, Harry, now I know you've been spending too much time with those muggles," Sirius sighed, "trying to write off our instances as normal things." Harry finally felt a real smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as Sirius tried for a joke again. Somehow it felt better to watch them worry about something they knew he lived through, like some impending attack, than fear for his health at the Dursleys. Lily felt James twitch behind her, the compulsion to go comfort his son when he heard of that feeling rearing its head and pushing away his own feelings. He sighed deeply, but finally unburied himself from her hair and glanced around at Harry now to see a far-away, contemplative look on his face as he rubbed absently at his head while Sirius read. But thankfully, there weren't any traces of hopelessness in him now. Remus shook his head at Harry's naivety. He was looking for odd instances occurring in the Muggle news, but only scanning front headlines of theirs. He was most likely going off his experience last year of the two headlines featuring Barty Crouch and Bertha Jorkins, but those weren't always front cover stories. Sometimes it took a few page flips to find anything remotely interesting other than politics and Quidditch scores. He wasn't going to bring this up to Harry now, though. No sense in riling him up when soon enough they were going to be hearing more about odd happenings in the book than they already were from their own daily profit from this timeline. News like what? Sirius couldn't stop himself from asking. "Merlin, Harry, don't you ever just send fun letters to your friends detailing all the times you've tried to kill your cousin?" Harry just rolled his eyes as he found the question obvious and considered the rest all joking, but he was wrong. Sirius wasn't the only one wondering if Harry would ever get anything resembling a normal life which now seemed laughable with Voldemort's return. That would get on anyone's nerves, though, Remus sympathized. Did they have to be so cryptic? Wonder why you haven't been invited over to the burrow yet, Lily agreed softly. Harry just hummed in annoyed agreement, having no idea why he'd feel like correcting his mother. He never made a trip to the burrow this summer. Now that's just hurtful. Sirius gave an exaggerated pout, which was worth it when Harry almost cracked a smile at him. Sirius wanted to still be angry. He was certainly still worried. But Harry was starting to look sickly pale again, and he didn't want his pup to be remembering whatever was fixing to happen while still thinking everyone was still mad at him. Now that was just hurtful. I don't think I've ever been that mad at anyone. James still sounded off, but he met Harry's eyes, so no matter how much hurt and anger was still there, Harry smiled right back. Harry's kindling annoyance was certainly muted from what it had been at the age of 15, but it was helping that those around him were finally starting to act at least sort of normal again, so Harry tried not to linger too much on the hurt feelings he remembered feeling from his friends. What does handling situations have to do with anything? Lily asked in confusion. They're not taking Ron and Hermione out on order missions. Most likely Marley's keeping them busy with chores. Harry at first felt a flash of confusion, like he was quite sure his friends did know something of what was going that he still wasn't privy to. But it was at once drowned out by his certainty that his mother was right, and his friends were keeping quite busy, and not in a way they were enjoying. It was all very strange considering he still couldn't imagine the burrow coming into play. In answer, he simply shrugged with some chagrin and said, "Well, when you put it like that, it sounds ridiculous. But yeah, that's pretty much what was on my mind. They were out there getting told everything while I was stuck." He finished with a wince, not having any proper way to refer to the Dursleys anymore without watching them all flash with another bout of anger. Lily felt her throat nearly swollen shut. She couldn't stand just sitting here and letting him go through all that. It was killing her not to ask if he talked about this with anyone, but she knew he hadn't. He'd said so himself. The only people he'd ever even remotely brought it up with were Ron and Hermione, and that hadn't been the real talk Harry needed, just his friends listening to him chat about what Voldemort could be up to now. She took one look at Harry's face, though, and could tell now still wasn't the time to be bringing this up. Harry's face was still lined with tension as he tried to throw covert looks at his father, and was still glancing periodically at the door. Clearly, whatever they were trying to prove in showing they were trying to move past that moment wasn't fooling him completely, and bringing back up that graveyard moment would only make him feel worse. She wanted her son to feel safe here, not like she was constantly interrogating him, so it was probably best to wait at least until he was at the burrow, and she could trust Hermione to bring it up for her. Sirius read all that with such a horrid wince it looked like his face was going to spasm off, but Harry couldn't think of a word of comfort for him or anyone. He couldn't help what his mind dwelled on, and even without the month-long time span in between remembering that and where he was now, he could still remembering what it felt like. It was a mercy being here and not being able to constantly relive that moment like his dreams had been trying to do last night. But at least here he had distractions with his family, so he couldn't dwell on that. At the Dursleys, he'd had nothing. Green met green as the two shared a look. Harry trying this very hardest to act like this was no big deal. He was failing, and Lily knew full well what she'd woken him from last night with her gentle touch. But she wasn't going to call him out either, as clearly he was not going to have this conversation on top of the Dursleys spit out he was expecting very soon. None of the boys were remotely surprised either. They'd all heard the noise Harry had been making last night, and it really wasn't surprising if they thought about it. His recurring memories would, of course, bring back the dreams he'd be lingering on when he was that age. Sirius had to work hard at it, but finally he got a tragic look strung across his face before looking around at Harry and demanding, "Why do you always take the advice I give you like that? That's sound logic with what I know you get up to." Harry just gave him an exasperated look back. He wasn't going to explain himself twice, and he knew he'd had several mental rants about his godfather as well as his friends. Plus, at least he'd started with the nicety that Sirius understood him. "Honestly, you deserve a lot of credit for restraining yourself," Remus chuckled. "I know Sirius himself wouldn't have lasted." Harry gave an absent smile as he tried to visualize it, But all he was finding was an empty house at the end, which made no sense. Of course, the Weasleys would be at their home. James and Remus couldn't help throwing their heads back in surprised laughter, while Sirius' smile turned utterly indulgent. Well, when you put it like that, he began to agree, when Remus got a hold of himself and spoke over him. The best part is, that's still not the most wild thing he's ever done. Don't think we've yet told you about the time a Ravenclaw dared him to tie a string up to. You're going to give Harry the wrong impression about me. Sirius cut him off with a wagging finger and a mischievous smirk. What impression would that be? Harry demanded as he laughed along, finally feeling the releasing tension from his shoulders as they all got a laugh again. That I was some scoundrel who deserved that detention, Sirius said, making his eyes go wider with innocence. I'll tell you that one when I know these two idiots won't paint me in a bad light. You know that's never going to happen, James muttered loud enough they all heard anyways, but Sirius kept going with a smug smirk. You could always try hanging from the gutters, Remus couldn't help but suggest while he rolled his eyes. That's not nearly as comfortable or long-term helpful, Sirius shook his head. Though I suppose if the telly's loud enough anyways, he could just lay on the roof. I'm sure he's agile enough to get up there. Why do we keep your friends around again? Lily muttered to James as she watched them have a light bicker over the pros and cons of both while Harry watched indulgently. You know you love them, was James' only response. He couldn't decide if he wanted them to stop and keep going so that this bleeding chapter would be done with, and he'd feel at least a little better talking to Harry again now that he'd cooled down, or keep listening to something so silly as a kind distraction. Harry made the decision for him. While it was clear he was enjoying the show, and was the least looking forward to this chapter being over, as it would only put him back in the spotlight, he still cleared his throat, significantly, to at least get past the danger they were all feeling because of that cracking noise, still having gone unexplained. Whatever amusement his pseudo-uncles had just given Harry vanished at once as Harry shivered violently. He looked more frightened in that moment than he ever had when realizing what Vernon had been doing to him. Even as Harry tried to shake it off, though, and just tell the others he truly hated being kept there now more than ever, there was something lingering about Sirius reading about that place. Well, that makes sense, Lily said fairly to try, and get rid of at least one of the worry lines that hadn't gone away in ages now in her son. You sound like Trelawney, Sirius told her for the sole purpose of switching her worried eyes to being agitated upon him. Dreams don't mean nothing. Lily curled up her lip at him, prepared to give a volley of colorful retorts to that comparison, but Sirius promptly ignored her and smugly went back to reading. Of course I would. Sirius spluttered at once, any amusement he'd collected for himself vanishing at once. It means it's bothering you, and less importantly, I get to know when Voldemort's annoyed by something. That all matters very much to me. Harry studied him for a moment before simply shrugging. He knew Sirius truly was concerned for his well-being, but he still hadn't found the need to write his godfather any more than his friends of the annoying pain. It would only make his letters even more repetitious, and not even remotely helpful as far as he'd been aware. You make us comforting you sound so drab, Sirius sighed. And I'm confident no one would be telling you that was old news, Lily added on forcefully. She knew no one Harry was sending that information to would just write him off like that. Remus just winced and chose to say nothing. He couldn't even pretend to say how he'd respond, because apparently he didn't exist any more outside Dumbledore telling Sirius to go find his useless arse. I'd suggest letting that out then, alone in the park, James told him. Better than on someone who doesn't deserve it, or someone who might resume strangling him because Harry raised his voice. He wouldn't put anything past that monster. Harry got a rather sheepish look about him, though, like he was worried that might be exactly what happened. Lily winced at the sharp volume Sirius was using while yelling Harry's thoughts. She honestly believed Sirius was venting a bit of his own frustration in there on Harry's part, as he more than likely agreed with Harry's plight. Still, Lily tried to keep up a peaceable conversation. I thought you said those were hydrangea bushes, not begonias. Harry gave her a strange look as he said, There's more than one flower in those gardens. Well, that last one at least is dwabble just to vent. Remus forced a smile that stuck out more than ever with Harry's seemingly never-ending supply of frustrated demands. Even though it'll most likely be chucked in the fireplace. At least you got all that out somehow." No one responded. Sirius, in particular, was still pouting down at the pages that his godson was so clearly frustrated with him, and yet Sirius thought Harry was in the right this time. What on earth was Sirius doing leaving Harry at that place? It had been made more than clear he hadn't the faintest idea what went on there. But even if he thought Harry was having the time of his life with those muggles, he would have thought he'd be insisting to Dumbledore to at least let Harry come around to Remus Place by now so that Sirius could visit. Or even the Burrow, since Marley and all the Weasleys most likely knew him now. It really was annoying Sirius as much as Harry the longer he thought about this of why Harry was still there. James fidgeted hard, his hands tightening around Lily's waist again in fear that was clearly gripping her as well if her small shivers meant anything. Time was clearly passing Harry by, and still no attack had come. What in Merlin's beard had that cracking noise been already? It was going to drive them crazy, sitting on the edge of their seats not knowing. Remus blinked quizzically, cocked his head to one side, then the other before declaring, "Nope, can't picture it. Here I was thinking he'd break that diet and his pants in his next mention." Harry smirked a bit, but gave no articulate response. He had no clue what had wrought the change in Dudley to physically better himself, but Harry knew he hadn't considered it much more than what damage it could now do to others, which was surely fixing to be explained. "The mailbox, then," James snorted in disgust. "I think Harry should actually be terrified for his life." Sirius blinked spastically at the idea. "Teaching that little hippo to punch with accuracy and more power. I still can't wrap my head around him in any training regime." Remus had an odd expression on his face, like he wanted to laugh at the idea. "But I suppose the best advice always has been play to your strengths." James shook his head at both of his friends, while still vividly imagining all the spells he'd still love to use on Dudley. It didn't matter he was Harry's age. He couldn't picture anyone raising a fist to his son anymore without seeing red, and Dudley was still second on the list. "Is it because you can set him on fire with a word?" Sirius asked innocently. "Because I heard that can instill some real confidence." Harry gave an easy laugh as he fell into joshing about Dudley, avoiding mentioning that after surviving Lord Voldemort, Dudley was more laughable than a hedge. "I'm starting to wish you had to take psych evaluations before learning to play in sports like that," Lily muttered bitterly, thinking that even if Harry wasn't his victim anymore, most likely Dudley was still bullying others out there with this newfound gift. James scoffed in disgust as he pictured it, and how any complaints would go nowhere, and the best thing to do would be to call the Muggle police on that boy if there was any luck, preferably while Harry was not in the vicinity. Harry sighed and rolled his eyes as he remembered that stupid lie, but for some odd reason, he had a bad feeling about his real school year to come and how it may be worth going to that center to avoid another attendance at Hogwarts this time. "That would certainly be interesting," Remus said brokenly, unsure if he was supposed to be laughing as the last time Dudley had bothered Harry, he'd run off screaming to his mum about Harry setting a plant on fire, and now he'd be doing this in front of his friends. On the other hand, was testing Dudley really the best idea, as surely he would tell his parents, and Harry was already in enough trouble. Harry had an unfamiliar look on his face, but it was only because of the flashing green eyes that set the look off. Otherwise, he was practically the spitting image of James, ready to antagonize someone because they'd ticked him off, to vent some of his frustrations when Lily'd just turned him down again. It was an uncharacteristic look for Harry, and really showed just how frustrating his being there really was to him for Harry to be trying to vent in this particular way. Remus rolled his eyes, as he at once noticed Sirius adopting the same look as Harry, ready to rile Harry up in this clear display of fun to him, giving no regards to the consequences of what could happen if this played out. Honestly, Dudley did deserve the outcome, but Remus still didn't want Harry to take any of the fall which was most likely to happen at the end of any scenario. Lily huffed and gave Harry the stank eye for that. He knew quite well that he wasn't going to go cursing any of those boys, and none of those muggles would do any more than laugh at such a real threat to them. She understood he was angry, but she could think of 5 other healthier ways than provoking Dudley, and she was not happy to be hearing him entertaining this, but she still couldn't bring herself to scold him for it either. Dudley had done quite a lot of damage to Harry, and he deserved just a tiny bit of payback. She just wished he'd think about the consequences more than Dudley squirming. James couldn't help it, though. He laughed just a bit under his breath as he was on Harry's side. His son's wit would be worth whatever fight broke out between those boys. Harry clucked his tongue in annoyance at what he considered a wasted opportunity. But then why did he have a sudden surge of confidence he did use magic this night? And it involved Dudley. All five of them finally gave a free laugh again, not a breath wasted on saying otherwise. The worst part is, I now know you're not kidding, James hissed, a fire rekindling in his eyes at that threat. Harry fidgeted, but remembering his promise, decided against playing it off this time and weakly offered, "Well, it's better than the cupboard, right? Probably because I wouldn't fit in there anymore." "I think I liked it better when you weren't trying to be funny about this," Lily muttered in disgust. Lily still couldn't help but clench her teeth in disgust of all of these people swallowing all of the Dursleys' lies so easily. Lily could never imagine seeing such a scrawny little kid like Harry next to pampered Dudley and not questioning it. Now he'd practically grown up, and never had one single person said a word about such a thing. "You're just begging for that fight tonight," Remus said with resignation. Least he was alone now, and not stupid enough to pull anything, Harry half-heartedly defended, while stopping the trembling of his hand going for his wand now. Every moment that passed left him more sure than ever something was fixing to happen. To him or Dudley. Maybe they really were going to be attacked tonight. "And I was just dying to know the answer to that," Sirius muttered belligerently as he flipped the page viciously, his mind's eye now vividly picturing what Harry was heading back towards. And if that cretin put his hands back near Harry again, Sirius was going to have a much harder time stopping prongs a second time. Lily snorted volatility in surprised laughter, which quickly dissolved into giggling, while the other boys quickly gave a nice laugh for Harry using up Petunia's pet name like that. They were honestly starting to wonder, though, if they were being paranoid, if that crack really had been nothing. Harry had been alone for hours. Far enough away from that house, he really would have been vulnerable if anything was going to happen. They were at least trying to force themselves to relax. Harry wasn't in immediate danger from the outside world anyways. Sirius never would have believed he could read with such blissful happiness once again. But being able to read this, after all the horrid feelings he'd already been feeling on top of yesterday's times, made this mild taunting feel euphoric. "I never would have bet he'd have so much self-control," James smirked, still picturing that fat little blob sneaking sweets from the fridge when he'd been on his diet. "Evans, eh?" Sirius looked up and around curiously. Lily just shrugged, though, saying, "Don't ask me. I told you my maiden name's actually a common one. My dad never mentioned any more family to me, though, so I wouldn't think there's an actual relation." Her face went an ugly puce color as she remembered that Harry was only there because Petunia was supposedly all the family Harry had left. If she did have some distant relative out there who was of her blood other than Petunia, she still suspected Harry would have been better off with some stranger she'd never met. "Clearly not hard to do," Sirius snorted. Harry felt a small smile as those around him laughed at his humor. They were clearly trying to force themselves to calm down finally after that disastrous blowout Vernon had caused, which made Harry feel all the more uneasy that the true danger was only just getting started. Lily ran her hand through her hair with a sigh, accidentally flicking some into James' mouth, still wishing Harry wouldn't do such a thing, but at least semi-grateful he was doing something about it. It would be even worse to have no release, she supposed. She just wished he wasn't suddenly, even unintentionally mimicking his father in his school years like all the boys around her were clearly laughing about. Sirius couldn't stop a little shiver creeping into his tone for realizing that, though he would have thought that was a good thing, such a random mention of that alleyway managed to try and spring all his worrying fears of his time in Azkaban. What a stupid thing to be dwelling on now when those creatures were as far away as could be from his pup. Can't even bring himself to say wand. Remus rolled his eyes in disbelief at this walking dung bomb. "No need for digging into bland jokes there, Harry," Sirius critiqued. "I know you're better than that. Was just proving a point," Harry quickly said in defense, throwing his hands up in surrender at once of his mum giving him such a look of exasperation. "And wouldn't that just make every one of your coming holidays?" James snapped, honestly finding it a miracle the Dursleys never tried to provoke Harry to find some way to get him expelled from a place they hated so much. For all he knows, the crazy school of magic burns its rule book every few months, Remus snickered. Well, can you blame him? Lily grumbled. He's twice the size of you. Harry just shrugged, though. He hadn't feared Dudley in a long time by that point, and while he still didn't consider himself much of a physical fighter, he was honestly rather confident by this point he could probably take Dudley on if he stayed out of his range enough and made at least one good blow of his own. He just never bothered, as it still wouldn't win him anything where he was staying that night. Even James was well aware they put opponents up in better rackets than that, but it still wasn't a nice thought Dudley could be out doing this to such young kids in his own neighborhood, which they all honestly believed. Was I supposed to be impressed? Remus Mark yawned. Weight isn't everything, Sirius sniffed. I'm sure Harry's still faster than him and Dudley. Running off a tattletale now, James sneered, still fighting back his own impulse to curse Dudley stupid. Harry felt himself shiver just a bit. He had a bad feeling where Dudley was trying to go with that crack. This time no one could wrangle up much humor for that jab. They all remembered what they'd heard from Harry last night, and what Dudley may have been hearing for over a month now. However, if he was really fixing to mark Harry for his nightmares, that kid was in for a serious problem from the lot of them, more than he already was. Sirius managed a laugh, but he was the only one who did. Harry mumbled something as he shifted around uncomfortably, not meeting anyone's eyes. He tried to swallow, to say what he wasn't sure, because he only managed to cough and just gave up, waving Sirius on to get it over with. He didn't want to. This wasn't going to go well. How would he? Why, Lily began sputtering in outrage. As cruel a child as she'd always seen Dudley, she never imagined he'd stoop to taunting Harry about this. He was having nightmares about it, for crying out loud. Surely some shred of humanity must live in Dudley for him to realize this was the very last thing you should ever taunt someone about. Harry's little jabs had been of no comparison to the cruelty of this. Yet she couldn't string all of that together, and Sirius wasn't going to wait for her to as he spewed it all out. That one hurt the worst, and the foulest part was Dudley had no idea what he was really marking. Harry hadn't once mentioned a thing about his parents to Dudley of all people, but the ghostly images of his parents that night haunted him nearly as much as Cedric. Sirius finally felt some of the heat rushing his face, receding in relief. He couldn't stop what he was forcing himself to spit out, marking Harry like that even if every part of him knew it was technically another person doing it. He'd rather pull off all of his extremities than really hear someone saying things like that to his pup, and was more than pleased to finally find the part where Harry really pushed back. James hummed in pleasure at the idea of leaving Dudley transfigured for at least a few days. Might teach him a lesson or two. Remus Honesty wondered how long this circular argument could last. Harry had the most anger and power on his side, but he wasn't going to put it past Dudley to strike out in fear here soon, and Harry may accidentally curse him just on instinct and get himself into some real trouble with the Ministry again. Did you finally do something? Sirius demanded eagerly, but when he glanced up and Harry said nothing, instead he noticed his pup growing sickly pale. Sirius thought the answer was yes, and he was just realizing how much problems he'd just caused himself. He didn't wait around for Lily or anyone else to berate him for what he'd done. Dudley had deserved it. Then the book was suddenly in fear of falling from his two slick hands, icy chills covering him while sweat broke across his palms. He'd recognized that description anywhere. He kept imagining it happening to him in the coming months of his world going black with that cold. The oddity of it didn't sink in, though, until beside him Remus spluttered in disgust. What the devil are those things doing there? Nobody answered him. No one had even the faintest idea. All Lily and James could think to do was praise Merlin, and all their luck in the world Remus had taught Harry to do that Patronus spell so many years in advance, because whatever anomaly had caused dementors to appear in Little Winging right near Harry, it had saved their son's life. Harry came to his senses first, a flare of protection raising his head as he saw Sirius' plight, and tried to reach around and take the book from him, but that snapped Sirius out of it, and he clearly wasn't having it. He held it protectively to his chest and gave Harry as superior a look as he could manage underneath that pale skin. Unless you actually died in this chapter from something as stupid as dementors, when I know full well you can handle them, you're keeping your paws off this until it's your turn." Harry rolled his eyes, deciding to leave Sirius be if he really wanted to unnecessarily prove something to them by reading about those things. Despite her absolute confidence, Prongs was going to make an appearance any moment and keep her son safe. It still didn't stop Lily nibbling at her lip in fear of how long Harry was going to have to suffer hearing her scream again before that time came. Remus couldn't help a particularly hard involuntary shiver for that idea. What he wouldn't give some nights to blot out the moon. But it had never really occurred to him that a price that could be paid for that wish was a soul. James honestly wished it was Harry doing this to Dudley. At least his son doing some sort of magic on Dudley would have been more laughable and entertaining than watching Sirius stutter this out in fear. He really had no clue why Padfoot was insisting he wanted to read about those creatures that more than likely were the star of his own nightmares now. The problem was they all knew full well Dudley wasn't going to do a thing Harry told him to. Dudley still thought it was Harry doing this, so they all stayed clenched in fear as something new occurred to them. They hated Dudley for everything he'd ever done to Harry, but they'd never wanted his soul sucked out. Harry could certainly fend them off himself, but would he be able to keep Dudley protected as well? He kept 100 at bay before. Surely he wasn't about to witness something so inhuman happening to another person now. Sirius was doing an unintentionally good impression of that noise, in between drawing breaths to keep going. They really worried he was going to run himself out of oxygen in his strive to force himself to keep reading about the demons he kept fearing were going to ruin his life. Sirius hadn't meant to shout that so loud he made everyone around him jump, but he honestly hadn't been expecting that word either. What on earth hit Harry at a time like this? Surely even Dudley wasn't that stupid. James felt a snarl of outrage ripping up his throat. Of all the times he'd wanted to inflict physical violence on someone rather than cursing them, this now made number one. Of all the times for that idiotic muggle to be doing this to his son. My honest sentiments. Really, you should have told him much sooner, Remus hissed under his breath as he kept white-knuckling his wand. Sirius never would have believed he'd feel so much fear galloping inside of him for Dudley Dursley, but there was no way he could deny it was there now. Sirius had never before wished this fate on anyone, even that wretched muggle, but the absurd imagery of this happening to muggle was at least helping to block out his mind's eye, offering up the same image happening to him. Lily could feel the scream building up in her throat, still unable to shake from her mind of Harry passing out around these creatures. He'd grown stronger since then, but even staring at her full-grown son, she still couldn't erase the fear of what those things once did to him. Sirius might have felt bad at breaking off there with such a horrible timing, but his gaping mouth wouldn't shut, and he was having problems finding his brain to keep going. It had gone from overdrive to off like a switch. It was wandless magic. Remus collected himself first. Merlin, Harry, even the most advanced wizards struggled to do that under extreme pressure. Harry cocked his head to the side as he stared at him, something tickling in the back of his mind as he asked, "Can't wands do magic without us, though? Act on their own to aid?" "I've never heard of that," James came back to himself enough to say, "but I suppose none of us are wand experts either. You'd be better asking Ollivander such a thing." Lily just shook her head in exasperation at her boy playing off such a moment and trying to divert it back to his wand like that. He really had no clue the potential he'd just enacted in himself. None of them were quite over their panic, but that had been a healthy kick to make them realize that Harry was going to be fine. He'd take care of Dudley, though the miscreant only just barely deserved it. Surely Harry would be far more concerned for his cousin's well-being if something had happened to him, rather than still looking curiously into space, puzzling his own question. Sirius honestly wished he could go back and keep talking about all the insane things Harry could start training to do with this newly discovered skill of his, or even have a bloody chat about cabbages, if it would get him to stop thinking about these things for even a second now. The only reason he was forcing himself to keep going instead of the cowardly impulses trying to convince him to give these pages up was that Harry was fine. His own plight was going to be worked through, because Harry would get through this. James felt as if those own slimy fingers were gripping tightly against his own heart. He couldn't shake the image that Prongs was failing Harry now, of all times. It may have been Harry's magic and panic that was causing him to stumble over this, but he was Harry's guardian. That couldn't be a coincidence. Lily had to resist the urge to press her hands over her ears like a child so as not to hear this next part. Her pleading screams mixed with that high, cold laughter, James trying to save them with some time that would all fail. Then Lily's trembling fingers truly did fly up to cover her mouth to smother a gasp of fear. Her mind simply wouldn't process past the muddle of shock that she was no longer her son's worst memory. Her screams would never haunt him again, and yet was this truly better? There was no such thing as a good worse memory, but somehow, in some twisted way, at least in that one, she hadn't just died to save her son, only for it all to have gone to waste in Voldemort's return. No, at least the vision Harry would have now was his parents truly being able to rescue their child. It would hold no real comfort to anyone, not even herself, though she had not a clue if the boys were even processing all of this in the same way she was. They were all looking ready to jump to their feet in moments, and Sirius was going to keel over from forcing himself to read about this Dementor experience, replaying such a thing. Sirius actually sagged back into the cushions with relief as finally Harry found his friends' faces. He'd be safe now. He'd found his will. Now all that was left to worry about was Dudley. Still an odd enough concept, he kept back those poisonous thoughts trying to cloud his own mind. Remus found a laugh somewhere in him that still came out too strained, but he'd never deny he loved that mental imagery. Harry blinked in surprise as he wondered if that was instinct or Dudley had actually been trying to listen to him. He had no clue, wasn't going to ask, and had no doubts he never did ask Dudley about this experience. Lily felt her nails digging into James' arms, still wrapped tight around her waist. That warmth needed now more than ever as she forced away the image of that being Harry again. How many times had a Dementor nearly taken his soul? What would he be if not for Remus? She was more grateful than ever when Sirius found his breath back and forced himself to keep going. The relief flooding the room was nearly visible. None of them had felt any such thing in what felt like years, though honestly they just started this book. The trauma of what Vernon had physically done to Harry stacked on top of another near-death experience, all combined into one thing, really, was too much to process all at once. I'm still remembering how to breath properly from you surviving it. Haven't quite gotten to the processing of whys yet. James croaked, keeping his head rested on Lily's shoulders and her curled tight into his chest, while he kept a steady eye on Harry. No matter how angry he ever was at his son, it would never trump the sheer pleasure of seeing him alive in this room. Remus honestly wouldn't believe so. Dementors affected Muggles much more physically than even wizards, as they had absolutely no magical ability to fight them off. It would be an honest miracle if Dudley was even still awake, instead of passed out on the pavement. Sirius felt like his spine was going to snap in half. He suddenly tensed so hard, his mind filling with images of the Death Eater who had sent those Dementors there for Harry, and now preparing to finish the job. Only the tiny little print could distract him from such horrid visions that just couldn't be worse than that. Oh. Lily felt almost dizzy from too many things happening back to back, and that random Muggle appearing like that certainly was just another level of odd. Harry could understand his mother's suddenly faint look. His own mind was already starting to feel bogged down with shock, so many things happening to him in this one night, and it wasn't over. Did she really say that? Harry yelped fiercely, tugging the book away from Sirius, who was honestly relieved to have the bleeding thing out of his hands by this point. You guys mentioned him as a member of the Order before, as well as Mrs. Figg. There's no way that's a coincidence, which means they must be the same people you know as I do. So this means the Order. Don't change the subject, Harry. James told him with a far sterner voice than Harry had yet heard. He honestly felt like taking another step back, never having felt so much like a scolded child. You promised. Now is the chapter over. James couldn't care one lick what the Order was doing in that moment, or anything else in the world for that matter. He sighed as he closed the book for answer. He still thought them being honestly ridiculous about all this. He found discussing this group's members and what this could potentially mean for plans against Voldemort far more important. But he also recognized there was just no point in delaying this anymore. A promise was a promise. Yes, all right, so sometimes they did things like this. But it never, James couldn't help but cut off. his temper still getting the better of him. "No, we don't know, and it's high bloody time you told us." The only thing stopping him from going and throttling Vernon this second, even if his hands wouldn't fit he'd find a way, was the stupid bloody magic keeping them locked in this house. Instead of feeling outraged, or even making a move to stop them, Harry just sighed miserably. He'd known this day would come. The book wouldn't just keep glossing over everything. But he really didn't want to get into this. It was over and done with. They really couldn't do anything to him now, and what they had done had never been anything awful enough that he had ever considered telling someone, let alone running away. Even what Marge had done back when he was 13 had hurt him so much deeper than any physical blow Vernon or Petunia could duel out. Still, glancing around at all of their haggard faces, he decided it was high time they knew anyways. What's done is done, now and then, so him telling his family wasn't going to make anything any better. Honestly, it was probably going to make it worse. But he told them anyways, because he felt like they deserved to know. Sirius and Remus had told him things about their past. Honestly, it only seemed fair to divulge something so minor to him. Okay, yeah, sometimes they did stuff like this. I meant it, though. They never left a real bruise. Sometimes he'd cuff me upside the head when I said something he didn't like. Dudley pushed me around a lot. She swung at me with whatever was in her hand, because I'd asked to do something she didn't like. Just little stuff like that. Lily had to very carefully bite her tongue for fear of mimicking James and cutting Harry off when he was finally speaking about this. But she still in no way considered any of that little stuff. When I got older, they all pushed me around, reaching out and grabbing me, usually by the arm, and dragging me along if I was caught doing something they didn't like. Then they'd shove me in the cupboard and yell at me. I think that's what he was doing now, just reaching out and grabbing hold of me, trying to get me to stop doing something he was afraid of. When I was really little and did some accidental magic, it scared Vernon so much sometimes he'd choke me until I went limp and fell down. But it never left a bruise because he never hung on that long. Just enough that I didn't fight him when he threw me in the cupboard. That's another thing. When I got older, I realized they were afraid of me. He paused for just a moment with his head cocked to the side. Though this revelation was no longer new to him, it still seemed to stun him just saying it aloud. They wouldn't ever really do anything too bad to me, because they were afraid of my magic, even when I didn't know I had it. So they never would have done anything too bad to me, because they probably thought I could magically retaliate. Besides, even if they had done something worse, I knew it would be pointless to complain about it, because they were always spreading around the rumor that I was an odd and troubled kid that they kept out of the kindness of their hearts. So if the neighbors saw or wondered anything, they put it down to just those poor Dursleys having to deal with a criminal in their house. He seemed to find that conclusive enough he'd be happy to move on, but none of them really felt yet like this was just a matter to move on from. Those Dursleys had abused Harry, physically and mentally, and it was their reasoning and lies that had stopped him from telling anyone or anything being done about it. Voldemort was a ruthless mass murderer who had made it his mission in life to eradicate a large portion of the population, and they were fighting him because what he was doing was wrong. Then he'd turned his sights on the Potters, and he was not going to get away with that, and still this was different. It wasn't possible to hate two singular people like the four of them did, but Vernon and Petunia were going to pay for what they'd done to Harry. I'm guessing you never mentioned a word of this to me. Sirius muttered morosely. Unable to kick out the twisting of hatred for himself, he was feeling that Harry didn't know him that well. If only he hadn't been so rash in going after that rat that night. If he'd just stuck around and been there for Harry, none of this would have happened to his pup. Harry shook his head vigorously at once, looking at him like he'd lost his mind. I didn't need to know you long to know what a terrible idea that was. You needed to be as far away from me as possible, and you knowing about any of that would have made the opposite happen. You moved into Hogwarts' backyard because my scar twinged. What on earth would you have done if I ever mentioned this? Sirius had to breathe carefully through his nose to not start shouting at Harry about that. It should have been his decision, but still he pressed. Not even Dumbledore, though. Come on, Harry, McGonagall or someone. Did you? Harry shot back with a triumphant look, clearly already knowing the answer even before Sirius winced and looked away. Harry looked around at all of them one more time, putting a pleading note into his voice. I'm sorry if you felt I was lying by not just saying all that, but I really just didn't think it mattered to know. I hated it there. I love it here. That's what mattered to me. I didn't see the point in making you all angry by mentioning something that was long done. Any of them could have argued the point with him. It would have been easy to spend hours having an uneasy chat about every little thing those Dursleys had ever done to Harry, and then reciprocating with a loving promise it was all going to be okay now. But Harry was a grown man now. They all still couldn't help envisioning this happening to their infant upstairs, but it truly was now his decision how he wanted to handle this. He didn't technically owe them anything. Harry had kept his promise, and while he took one last hopeful look at his dad and waited for those hazel eyes to brighten when they met, he went back to the book. His dad may even still be mad at him, but at least they were okay now. HP total self-insert about my own life. I wrote my own book. If you want to read it, let me know. You've all been so sweet about my writing on here I thought I'd give a shot at the real thing. All right, real talk here, folks. I did a lot of thinking over this topic, as it's such a widely debated thing amongst HP fans about what Harry really lived through during his time at the Dursleys. Personally, I think a lot of it gets exaggerated, but I never undermine that they did Harry some real harm. I kept myself to the facts and truths that I knew about, and I may have built this up a bit, but don't take my Harry's explanation as one that isn't terrible. What the Dursleys did to Harry was a lot more mental punishment than physical, making sure he felt as unloved as possible, which can do as much damage to you as a beating. Guess I don't really have anything else to say. Mostly it turned into a big thing between him and James, more so than what the Dursleys actually did. But I hope the build-up to this scene was at least kind of worth it. Chapter 2, A Peck of Owls. Chapter text thanks as always for all of the sweet and lovely commentary. You guys don't understand how happy it makes me to see continued support for this. To guest, I tried to make it as clear as possible this was just Remus projecting. I too believe he had very loving parents, but I promise the topic will continue to come up with him when Teddy pops up. To Peregrine Falcon. No, I don't add book titles or chapter titles because I feel it gives too much away. Harry still had a ton of questions, like the confirmation that Mrs. Figg was an Order member, so what she could be doing hovering around him his whole life, and more details on this Mundungus and what he could be doing, and honestly a million other things about the Order, as well as the still problematic question of what on earth those dementors had been doing around there. Yet when Harry hesitated in flipping to his chapter and looking at them hopefully, he knew full well they all knew what he was silently asking for, and none of them answered. He gave in and began his chapter. He was confident if they had any more idea than him, they'd have said something, and he was right. Sirius had to bite down on his tongue hard to stop himself asking what Mundungus had been doing there. What was the big deal if he had left? Figg was acting like that was the cause of the Dementor attack, but that wasn't really making a lot of sense. However, it was still clear as day no one in here knew what was going on either, so they were hoping for a little more info and a lot less cat talk soon from this lady. Harry blinked as a random memory resurfaced of that cat streaking away from the car, the very same one. You don't seem that surprised now, Remus pointed out at Harry's mostly annoyed face. He had a feeling he'd be seeing a lot of that for a while. I've been suspecting something about her since you guys mentioned her, he shrugged. It just felt right. Why was I being followed? The outrage finally burst out of him despite being unsurprised when they all looked as shocked as him at the news. It was his mum, though, who nodded first and admitted, "Honestly, I can see it, though. We were groaning that Dumbledore sent you there unprotected. Well, maybe he does have the Order keeping an eye on you. At least now we know what that noise was, and there isn't even worse things around you." Harry just looked at her in disbelief that she was considering this a good thing while he still scowled. "Without telling me. I've been wasting away there for a month, and not one of them could have bothered passing me along a scrap of anything." He managed without much difficulty not to shoot a look at his godfather. He could already feel Sirius was just as unhappy about something as Harry, and he assumed it was the same thing. Sirius wouldn't hide something like this from him. Lily just leaned back into James, shaking her head for an answer. She clearly couldn't say anything to Harry right now to make him even see this as slightly a good thing like she could. and none of the boys were helping, as they looked as peeved as Harry at the idea he'd been followed without his knowledge, even by their side. "Ugh," Harry began in confusion, which temporarily derailed his anger as he recalled. "I remember Sirius could kind of sort of talk to Crookshanks while he was a dog, but—" He trailed off in confusion, hoping someone would explain this. "Well, remember we said how highly intelligent Kneazles were, and that Mrs. Figg breeds them for a living," Remus shrugged. "She's clearly kept her own litter and trained them to do her dirty work." "I got that," Harry nodded, "but warned her. Probably just gave the cat instructions come back with a twig or something, and that means Harry's in trouble," James shrugged. "It's nice to finally hear someone talk to Dudley like that other than Hagrid," Sirius nodded to himself. "Neither have I, now that I think about it," Sirius acknowledged, receiving a smack from Remus for that random input. Lily blinked in surprise as it first registered how badly Dudley had reacted to this whole instance. Yes, Muggles were heard to have a worse time of it around dementors, but Dudley seemed to have full-blown passed out. What had he seen? That spoiled little boy who'd never been told no in his life. Surely the memory of what Hagrid had done to him wouldn't be this bad. She didn't bring it up, though, in fact honestly disregarding the matter, as whatever it was she'd probably never get an answer for, and she was far more concerned hearing about what happened to her own son. Remus nodded to what Sirius had said. That was like music to his ears, hearing someone actually say the words to Dudley. "You'll break your back," James gaped at his son with certainty. Harry merely shrugged. He was well used to physical labor, and while Dudley was probably the heaviest thing he'd had to carry at the Dursleys, he hadn't been able to find it in himself to leave him there for the Dementors. "She's just being no help," Lily murmured with concern, understanding Mrs. Figg was stressed and trying to get Harry to safety, but continuing to yell at him wasn't doing any good. Harry suddenly shivered. He just knew Mrs. Figg was entirely right about that, and something worse than Dementors was fixing to loom over him because of tonight's events. Remus managed a small smile to himself. He always laughed whenever he heard wizards rephrasing Muggle sayings. Like this one was a favorite of his mother's, who always said, "We might as well be hanged for a sheep as a lamb," when moving from one town to the next with her burden of a child after his oddities nearly got them caught again. "I'd still consider that a bad thing," James muttered. "It would be odd for any Muggle to see Harry's wand." Lily smiled where James couldn't see, honestly thinking that Muggle would find this whole scenario odd, but Mrs. Figg was still right. He could write this off however he pleased. Harry needed to keep his protection up. Sirius scoffed in disgust. If Dudley managed to get Harry hurt while he tried to protect him, that boy was going to be in even more hot water than before. Pity be damned. "That's actually a fair point," James huffed. "Not just this summer, but ever. Harry was miserable growing up, and no matter what you didn't tell her, it was as obvious as could be." Harry was looking down at the next sentence in answer to his dad's question with a rising sense of hurt blocking his throat off. He'd always trusted Dumbledore, couldn't remember a time where he'd really questioned his headmaster, and this was his reward. As everyone continued staring at him expectantly, when no one had a good answer for James, Harry had to clear his throat hard around a block and got out. While the others all groaned and grumbled, as that seemed to be a far too frequent thing, Remus rolled his eyes at them and said, "Well, at this point, it's not surprising at least. He did say he wanted Harry to grow up away from that fame. What sense would it make to allow Figg to tell him anyways?" No one particularly appreciated the reminder, but they stopped gripping about the innocent old lady for now at least. Lily still couldn't stop a nasty scowl for that. She still had reasons to dislike Mrs. Figg for this reason alone. Indulging in the Dursleys' treatment of making Harry's life miserable when she should have been doing something to help her son. At the very least encouraged Harry to lie to the Dursleys when he went back while she was a friend to him. "You need something faster than that," James disagreed with a sigh, his ire for Dumbledore not quite pushing out his usefulness with power right about now. Harry really could get in trouble with the Ministry for this magic, until things were all said and done, and a calm voice like Dumbledore would be helpful. "I'd recommend flu travel, but you haven't got any. An honest oversight on your part for another quick getaway," Sirius sighed. "But I suppose you could always hail the night bus again." "Still not fast enough unless you bribed them to bump you ahead of everyone," Remus reminded, while Lily cleared her throat to cut them off. "Well, yes, after you explain why you had to use the magic," Lily reminded. "For now, all they're going to know is that you used that charm, and they're going to try and make another note of it, something that you don't need in your life right now with how angry Fudge was last seen with you." Harry gave an uneasy frown at his mother. He had a bad feeling not all was going to go as she said. "And you have my blessing," Remus agreed wholeheartedly. "Sounds like he hasn't changed much." Sirius rolled his eyes in contempt for the thief he'd once found an amusing friend. Sirius could still manage to be annoyed Harry had been followed by him, and still be angry Mundungus hadn't been doing his job right all at the same time. "Well, someone had to step in and make sure he was all right," Lily sneered while her eyes flickered to Remus and away sadly. She was honestly hoping that he might have taken up this job. At least if he or Sirius had been around Harry in Privet Drive, they'd see more of what happened there and would have stepped in. Clearly not, though. If this was Mundungus' regular job, then that old codger wouldn't care a lick or even take notice of such things. No, in merry old London. James grumbled, wanting to give Mundungus a good whack now himself. Sirius couldn't help cracking an honest grin, though, speaking his mind as usual. "You know, despite my annoyance at her for Harry's sake, I can't help but decide I like the old broad. Anyone who can throw around these kinds of insults is good in my book." "You should come around her place for cake some time, then," Harry snorted. "Nah, not if it still smells like cabbages." Sirius crinkled his nose in remembered disgust. "But she can certainly come around mine. A business deal is better to do than looking after my son." Lily asked of no in here dangerously, but suddenly making all the boys realize Mundungus was lucky if Mrs. Figg was the only angry woman he had to deal with. Sirius felt a bark of laughter escape him. If he'd had any questions before they were gone now, he liked her. Causing all of the boys to join in, even Harry came easily out of his foul mood to chuckle along at the mental imagery. "Oh, how I wish we could sit in on that conversation." James' shoulders kept shaking so hard it was making Lily twitch in his lap with her own laughter she was trying to suppress. "That would ruin my fun, though," Sirius said in chipper enough tones, but it was still very clear he meant it. Lily wasn't the only one who was angry Harry's looking after wasn't being handled by someone who wasn't this old idiot who'd run off and leave Harry like that. "He was enjoying the show of watching you beat up the guy," Remus pointed out like that was obvious. "That would give anyone a pause," James agreed. "Just what would they have done if I'd gotten bored and really left myself?" Harry demanded. "Been able to warn Dumbledore faster, I suppose," Lily shrugged. As honestly she agreed with him, his being watched just didn't seem that useful if they were just supposed to be stopping him from using magic. She'd been thinking it was more to do with further protection in the Muggle area. But if that's all Dumbledore's endgame had been, then it was an even worse idea than originally thought. "Well, it sure bloody felt like it," Harry grumbled, still fair more annoyed by the whole instance than everyone else it seemed, who'd moved on to being annoyed by this Mundungus. Harry did admit, though there was something irksome about the man, as well he was having trouble placing feelings on, which usually meant a memory not yet returned he shouldn't be prodding at. "For once," Harry rolled his eyes, causing all of them to raise a brow at him. He seemed to have turned into a belligerent teen overnight, which almost would have been funny if it wasn't so depressing to watch. They still agreed with him. He had been left alone all summer, and if this was really the thing to kick him into the action where his friends were, it was really sad. The poor dear, Lily couldn't help but worry. Harry's safety was far more important, but she still wished there were someone there to walk the woman home. "Everything," he finished dejectedly, as he could already see her in his mind's eye spinning away and trotting off up the street like he hadn't even spoken. "She sure is a sight." Sirius gave one last happy smile, which would likely be the last for hours. Harry was back at the Dursleys' place, and coupled together his earlier commentary with those horrid people and how he was arriving at the door with Dudley. No one needed much intuition to know this wasn't going to go well. "Why would you ring the doorbell?" Remus asked, while Lily whispered to James what that was. "You do by all technicalities live there. That's why you're bleeding there." The old bloodlust was already creeping back into his tone of imagining Vernon answering the door and attacking Harry at once. "Just march in there, dump Dudley on the couch, and be done with your night." Harry just shrugged his answer. He really couldn't find it in himself to explain he'd never entered that house without knocking first, It's not like he'd ever felt welcomed there. He remembered the last time he hadn't answered in his full thought process, and not wanting to do anything to have his dad so angry at him again. He told them that. Again, no one hardly seemed pleased at his truth, but he was happy to see at least James smile at him for the effort it clearly took him to say that. Lovely, they all noted, while some irony warred with pity. Harry had vomited in this room from the stress of reliving his worst memories. Now here he was watching Dudley do the same. If this had been any other person other than someone with their last name, they knew they would have been very concerned indeed for Dudley's circumstances. Now all they were really doing was picturing an amusing mental image of watching Petunia be forced to clean that up, though in all honesty it would probably be Harry instead. Lily had to press her fingers firmly to her lips as she remembered that ridiculous lie Dudley had told his parents, though if that's what they ended up believing, she really couldn't bring herself to care one way or another. Though it would further put some amusing spin in that the cure to this would be for Dudley to eat chocolate, something strictly against that diet he might still be on. Remus cocked his head to the side as he tried to force himself to see this as a muggle would. But even then, he couldn't picture anyone stupid enough to be trying to rob such a wall like Dudley at any stage of his life. I might actually enjoy the rest of your summer if they go on some wild Darksea chase. Sirius snorted, picturing Vernon trying to go after a dementor and vividly enjoying that imagery much more than he ever would have considered possible. James' mouth snapped open in outrage at once to know just what kind of explosion, but Harry was still reading on calmly, if subdued now like he was accepting his fate to the gallows. Least he wasn't tensed for a fight, yet. Harry really wasn't screaming all that loud, but they all knew it wasn't meant to be kind either. Of course, now that they thought about it, Dudley probably did think Harry had done all of that to him. Even now, knowing the extent of what the Dursleys would presumably do to Harry in retaliation, they all still tensed in preparation for it to happen with mounting fear. Harry really shouldn't have put his wand away when he'd gotten to this house. Clearly nothing of lasting impact, Sirius muttered sourly. Otherwise he wouldn't still be walking. With the way he was talking to Harry right before this happened, he really should consider that a blessing, Remus agreed. Then why do you bother? Lily rolled her eyes in disgust. The conversation goes by faster if I pretend to follow along while Vernon makes up his own assumptions, Harry shrugged. They really do make us all sound like some disease. Remus curled up his lip as she phrased it like that. Harry watched in fascination as everyone around him flinched and paled all over again to what he found a fairly common sight. He still didn't think divulging Vernon's physical treatment of him had helped anything, the opposite, as it seemed to make all their fears of the man ramp up to their highest degree. But he couldn't take it back now, and seemed to decide the best way to soothe them was to read past the moment. He had every confidence at least Vernon wouldn't lay a hand on him now. Hopefully he'd get that through to them eventually. Considering that could have been from any number of people, I can't say I'm thrilled Harry's finally getting more mail. Remus rolled his eyes. Hedwig better watch her little feathers, Lily muttered protectively, her hands still clasped tightly inside of James. I wish, Sirius huffed under his breath. Harry heard those around him screech so loudly, he was sure it ruptured an eardrum. He, however, just stared blankly down at the pages. He wanted to believe with everything he had that he would never have to leave Hogwarts before he had to, but there really was some great looming gap in the distance, promising he would indeed be missing from his school for quite some time. It wasn't really because he'd been kicked outright. Dumbledore would never let them keep him out, but Dumbledore wasn't. Harry. Harry shook himself hard, managing to push the pain back out of the forefront of his mind and offer up a weak smile to those around him. Sorry, just really freaked me out is all. They wouldn't really expel me, would they? You guys said it takes a few instances of these getting me even up to the ministry, and how rare it was, and this was only my second offense. Plus, he continued, switching from fear to anger as he pressed on, they haven't even heard my side of it. How come they can just go and expel me whenever they feel like? Why, Harry, Sirius repeated just a touch more calmly than his godson, who was quickly driving himself into a frenzy. I am positive everything's going to be fine. The ministry doesn't even have the power to expel you from school, so I don't even know what they're thinking with that. All they can do is fine you, warn you, and remind you not to use magic outside of school. When none of the colour still returned to Harry's face, Sirius persisted in a forced, more amused tone. Besides, if Dumbledore put up with us for all those years, there's no way he'd have you leaving the place without a fight. As headmaster, even if you are expelled, he can always choose to enroll you. He finished with a triumphant little smirk. Harry managed a pleased enough smile for Sirius, though something in him lingered as he turned away, like maybe he should have left school for just this year. Something to do with Sirius needing him far more, or he forced himself to cut off that time, as his brain was beginning to feel cooked from too much thinking ahead. Harry still couldn't stop his mouth, sagging open in horror for that bit. There was no way he was losing his wand to anyone. But they can't do that, Lily fired up in protest. They aren't allowed to do a thing to you until after the charges are proven, and you're allowed to give a reason of why you did the magic before it hits this level. Lily's rendition of the laws didn't seem to have gone in one bit of Harry's conscience, so she took a deep breath and tried something else instead. It's going to be fine, love, Lily promised her shivering son at once. She hesitated, hating having to say so, but then promised, it may not be the same, but honestly you can get another one. The suggestion felt cruel, like her cat had just died, and someone told her to just replace him with another one right away. But the assurance that he could still have access to magical protection when he was let back into school had to be of some comfort. For a few moments more Harry could do nothing but gape in shock at the realization his wand was still going to be broken. But his hand crept into his pocket now and closed tight around the phoenix core, which gave him enough hope to continue on that hopefully this would never be a permanent fear. That's the only part of the bleeding letter that makes any sense. James rolled his eyes in disgust. Though even that wasn't known to happen until after the third strike, this was all very extreme. Sirius scoffed in annoyance at the pleasantries. No one would be doing very well by the end of that letter. None of them could stand watching Harry be like this now, without a word of comfort any of them could offer. Even Sirius had claimed to another home in the Potter's Manor outside of Hogwarts. None of them could grasp how it must feel to only find one place on Earth safe. He wouldn't even feel right at the burrow anymore, watching everyone around him still being in school. Not that I ever really consider leaving that place a bad idea, Remus shrugged. But just where do you think you're going again? Hadn't got that far, Harry sighed, some lingering hope trailing in him, hoping he wouldn't have to. Something would happen so he'd never have to go that far. It took a moment for Lily to realize she wasn't the only one trembling with fury at the way he continued to speak to their son. James still seemed likely at any given moment to resume his frenzied anger to get out of here and end Vernon's life if he kept treating Harry like this after he put his hands on their boy. Sirius shook his head sadly as he thought of all the insane things Harry had been up to lately, and how Madhouse may actually apply to his old school in some terms with the way Harry's years went there. If only, Harry sighed in honest disappointment, dispelling at once the hope that had lit everyone else. Harry had actually cursed that buffoon. 3 times in one day really does have to be some kind of record. James shook his head at this. Harry paused after he'd finished with this, his head cocked to the side as he asked the others, does that sound a little off to anyone else? Don't do more magic, but don't surrender my wand. How am I supposed to do both? Talk them down, obviously. Sirius rolled his eyes. Offer them a cup of tea and have a nice chat before they destroy your link to magic. Works like a charm. Remus gave him an absent nudge while he honestly pondered the question. My best solution would honestly be your original plan, though. Better to avoid the fight and make a run for it. Arthur's intentions are good, but you really don't have many options until this all cools down. Here's hoping I send him that next with that. Sirius sighed in agreement. Harry hummed in silent concurrence and went back to reading instead of the internal struggle he felt kicking inside of him. At the point of his 15-year-old life, he honestly trusted Arthur more than Remus, maybe not Sirius. But as of now, it was hard to decide whose advice he'd take more. Guess it depends on the branch you're talking about, Lily sighed. He really does have a lot of influence, even without the actual titles to back anything up. It honestly wouldn't surprise me if he could turn this whole thing around before the night's even up. Harry did finally start breathing easier at that news. He had full confidence his mother was right about that at least. You really love that extreme punishment, don't you? Sirius shivered in disgust. Resisting arrest is a big offense, I'll admit, but they won't haul you into Azkaban for that alone. They have a few holding places in the ministry you'd be left in until your trial, and the chances of you getting off lessen by a ton if you fight. But you're never going near that place, Harry. Same for you, Harry reminded at once, as he couldn't help but relax back as he felt the truth of Sirius' words. Sirius gave Harry a confident smile back while rolling his eyes at his friend's own pleased looks. Like what? James snorted. That you know of anyway. He came back after the ministry kicked him out of Hogwarts, Harry reminded of his second year. I guess this hardly felt like as big a deal as a student. Lily shook her head fondly at Harry's logic, but didn't correct him if it would keep him from panicking. They don't have the benefit of hearing your train of thought, Remus chuckled. Otherwise, I'm sure anyone would have been confused by that. Harry could feel the interruption coming of again, why he bothered answering these ever-rude people. But he could already feel his own mind's logic acknowledging what he was sure would pop up. Well, I guess, James grumbled under his breath, though he'd still rather Vernon's throat just be removed. That would be quietest of all. Lily's face puckered with dislike, but she honestly wasn't even that bothered. This was the least insulting thing he'd said about her life of late. James decided he'd ask later what his government had anything to do with canines. He didn't care enough right now. It really is impossible for that ignoramus to hear more than one thing, isn't it? Remus rubbed at his temple at the mere thought of trying to speak to this man, rather than leaving him alone with James, which was the worst punishment possible. Harry just sighed. He honestly had no idea why he even bothered. He'd never had a voice in that house, least of all when Dudley was speaking. That brought all the boys up short in surprise as it occurred to them for the first time Sirius voicing. Wondered just what he heard. The worst thing we know that happened to him was Hagrid giving him a tail, Lily remained with a careless shrug. And as that shouldn't have really caused this, I can't think of anything. Harry sat there mulling it over for a moment and said without a trace of confidence, I know I never asked Dudley, so this is me guessing, but I like to think he's finally just getting some comeuppance and hearing all the kids he's always bullied. Why would that be a bad memory? Remus scoffed. He'd preen at the idea of all his victims. If the thought bothered him that much, he'd have stopped being what he was ages ago, James agreed. Harry still tried to give his reason. After he met someone who could take him on, Hagrid, I actually never saw him keep bullying people again, though. Sure, he still beat up kids, but it was always a quick blow to prove his point, and then he'd leave his gang to finish. I don't know, maybe Hagrid giving Dudley a tail also forced him to grow a conscience. I don't really buy that, Sirius rolled his eyes, but I don't really care either as it's about Dudley. So you think what you like, pup, I'd rather hear about you not getting expelled. Harry clearly wasn't convincing anyone else, so let the matter go. I thought you said Vernon had told all that he was above doing such things. Remus rolled his eyes. I thought so too, Harry shrugged, before reminding them, but I guess that one was above me. I didn't actually write these, you know. Points for irony, Sirius chuckled maliciously. If that was the worst thing they could do to the Dursleys, he was positive he could manage that. Whatever it was won't have any more of a lasting impact than that stupid tale, Lily muttered in disgust, honestly thinking the Dursleys were never going to get the retribution they deserved, and it would never not fire her right back up. All five of them blinked at the oddity of that sentence, not one of them ever having thought of Vernon as a maternal person, and that was a genuinely human moment, which only managed to make their loathing for him stay at a simmering level, managing this for Dudley and still able to act how he did towards Harry. That would be an interesting spell. Remus couldn't help a twisted little smile. Someone should look into the properties of how to harness a dementor's powers and channel it into one. I'm sure if they did, we wouldn't even need those bloody beasts round Azkaban anymore, Lily agreed in honest curiosity. The magic would keep them subdued if embedded right. She had a few more ideas lingering in her head at the thought of this, but neither of them continued as despite Sirius examining his knuckles and blatantly ignoring them, no one could pretend not to notice he was starting to lose color again at the topic, so Harry quickly moved on. I'm convinced that's the only way he can understand anything, James huffed. Harry couldn't help but pause there and just gape down at the words, then looking up and around to see everyone else just as surprised. Lily snapped out of it first, heated disgust bleeding into her tone. Why am I not surprised that of everything she would have heard me mention of my world, That's the thing she'll claim knowledge of after all these years. A place she was probably hoping I'd go at some point. Don't say that, Lily Flower, James whispered behind her, trying to hid another violent shiver of his own. He couldn't even bear the idea of Sirius being in that place. His hands convulsed around his wife at the notion of the same fate befalling her. Lily patted his hand absent-mindedly, while Harry collected himself enough to go on, though something of this explanation felt a little curved still. His mum wasn't entirely wrong of why Petunia knew this, but not entirely correct either. I honestly forget sometimes you two are related, Harry sighed. Even picturing the woman in his head, she looked nothing like his mother. I wish we weren't now, Lily grumbled lowly. What's this? Harry asked curiously. Lily sighed, casting a look at the marauders before admitting she's talking about Snape. She caught us one time talking about them. She was expecting more than a few snide comments from the boys about her long-ago friendship, but unbelievably none of them said a word, except for James, who simply said, "Thanks, Lils," cause that was really confusing. I thought she meant me for a second, and the one time I met her, we didn't exactly have a conversation about this. Lily all but beamed at her husband for showing any restraint and not making some crack about her childhood spent with him. While you were only half right, she still wouldn't have bothered, Sirius uttered tersely. He hadn't forgotten the anger he'd felt when he'd learned Harry hadn't even known his own parents' names because of these bleeding people. All the injustices they'd done to his pup would never leave his mind. None of them bothered to smother their mean laughter. It was nice to see Vernon struck dumb for even a moment, though they'd rather he'd just been struck. They'd take it. I wouldn't dream of it, Remus sneered. This is the most I've heard him squirm this whole time. You won't find any of us putting a stop to it any time soon. He does remember those can get into the house from other than windows, yes. James scoffed of no one. I don't understand. Lily ran her hand through her hair in utter frustration of having to say that. Dumbledore should have gone up there and pointed the laws into whatever idiots' faces approved of this in the first place, and the whole thing should have been redacted. Why this continued farce of a hearing? Something of what Sirius had said in the last book lingered in Harry's mind. The whole show had been so everyone could see how much he hated the boy. Harry somehow felt that wasn't too far off the mark for what was fixing to happen to him, but he didn't think using his godfather's quote would make the pain any less if he tried to offer up a suggestion for his future, so instead chose to say nothing to his mother's rhetorical question. At this point, it's a bleeding miracle it wasn't set for Halloween, James grumbled under his breath. Then we know he'd get the book. Harry heard a few splutters of anger discussed around him, but at this point they couldn't really be surprised. Vernon would wish for such a thing, so Harry ignored them. James really couldn't seem to stop a snarl of outrage drowning out Harry's words for a moment, but he looked up at his dad in exasperation, which did nothing to curb his mood, but Harry still kept going. I wonder if we even know. Sirius' face fell another few inches as some resentment of Arthur nagged at him. He was doing far more to help Harry than Sirius ever could. He was lucky if he'd even find out before the trial was said and done. As they should be, Sirius muttered pitifully. All this trouble and Harry hadn't even used a curse on his intended target. Instead, he was being punished for saving these useless lumps on his existence. Remus couldn't help snorting in a bit of amusement at Vernon calling them the wrong thing. Whether intentionally or he just hadn't grasped the name yet, both still showed his continued levels of idiotics, which was non-existent to begin with. He actually manages to make the term even worse. Sirius couldn't help but blanch as he leaned just a bit further into the couch. Thanks to Harry, Lily sniffed, knowing no Dursley would ever do it, but Harry deserved to hear, which, by the way, you're owed a thanks for love. So I'll say it for them. It was right what you did for him no matter whether he deserved it or not, so thank you. Harry just gave an absent shrug in answer. He hadn't exactly stood around and had a moral quandary over whether he should or not. He just reacted. His mum was right, though. No one in that house was going to say this, and it still managed to touch him. She'd considered giving it to him. James narrowed his eyes at nothing as he tried to picture something so stupid happening, but he was coming up short. Sirius couldn't stop a violent convulsion as he forced every last bit of his mind not to think of that. Sorry, we can't drag this down into single syllables only. Remus rolled his eyes. Now that would have been interesting to see. James snorted in disgust at the idea. Harry really did have to fight down the compulsion to stop himself giving a very sarcastic reply of, "Oh, you're welcome, by the way. If I get expelled from Hogwarts, just remember what for. I'm just getting all kinds of flashbacks to your first year." Lily offered a crooked smile. Now that hurt. Sirius yelped at once, considering he'd just felt the exact opposite. He was jubilant he was even involved enough in this mess to be passing Harry any messages along. Harry just grumbled inarticulately for a moment before commenting, "How are all these owls even getting to me so fast? Normal owl post isn't that fast. These are taking minutes." Well, the Ministry has a way to speed owls along to their destination. They get special charms placed on them to fly them along faster than should be possible, though they never use it on the same bird twice, as that could be lethal to them. And of course they have to fly back on their own to just become department memo owls after that. She realized she was getting off track and quickly retraced. Arthur could be using the same, of course, though I'm not sure how Sirius managed it, she finished with a curious look at him. "I might have flued it there," Sirius shrugged. "It did mention it fell out of the fireplace. Don't know how I know, honestly, but that's all I got." "Us?" Remus asked hopefully while everyone else in confusion. Harry ignored that and asked petulantly, "Does everyone know what's going on besides me?" "They just haven't gotten a chance yet, Harry. Everyone's scrambling around to find out what happened. Then I'm sure someone will tell you what they've found," Lily said with absolute confidence. Whatever motives Dumbledore had before in keeping Harry out of the loop, surely they wouldn't still apply now that it was made perfectly clear Harry wasn't remotely safe by any means at that place. Harry didn't look very convinced, but he seemed to believe enough he kept going. James normally would have snorted with laughter, as Sirius was far more known for sending paragraphs worth of letters full of everything he was thinking during his summer holidays. It only managed to sober James up all the more, though, that he hadn't once seen this of his Sirius again. This was more of this after Azkaban's Sirius acting like Arthur when he'd agreed with Remus earlier, and it really freaked him out. "I didn't realize you wanted acknowledgement for that," Remus mocked, while beginning to raise his hands in applause. "Let me fix." Harry blatantly ignored him while reading loudly. They knew full well that wasn't what he meant. He knew everyone knew he could handle a dementor. It was the other part that was rankling him. "Hey," Sirius pouted again, wondering why Harry was taking so many digs at him when he was just trying to help. "I'm doing no such thing." "Sure felt that way to me," Harry huffed without looking up. "I wouldn't want to either," Harry grumbled for himself. "He's successfully managed to say that a different way 3 times now." Lily rolled her eyes. "He is clearly doing it on purpose." "Well, that we can actually agree on," James groaned while letting his head fall against Lily's shoulder for agreeing with that man about something. Lily patted the wild hair with sympathy, a contemplative look on her face, as she still wanted an answer to that as well. It really didn't seem in Voldemort's style to have done this. Not after the show he'd made about being the one to kill Harry. Surely he'd be sticking with that, and sending creatures to do his bidding was above that rule, could make Voldemort look weak. A random attack, then. More unlikely than Voldemort, but there weren't any other possibilities. Lily quickly explained all that she'd just been thinking, and no one disagreed with her. None of it really made sense. "I'm honestly curious now just how many times he can butcher that," Remus muttered absently. "Harry, you're feeling all right now, yes?" Lily quickly asked in concern as he just kept mentioning how much his head hurt, and if he needed a quiet moment, "I'm fine," Harry quickly assured. "I certainly remember my head feeling like it was going to cave in any moment, but I promise if it was bothering me that much now you'd know." Lily wasn't entirely sure of that, as he'd gotten well at smothering his pain in front of them to stop them worrying, but she also trusted that he would excuse himself if he really needed it. "Those are the only conclusions he can come to, his own," James scoffed. "I'm fairly confident when you're on the run, you don't hang around your own house," Sirius snorted in disbelief. "Though it's some logic if you know Harry well," James reminded with an odd smirk at his friend. Remus chuckled lightly, while Harry was left wondering why he was feeling like he missed a joke, but he didn't bother to ask, as he was almost done with this head-splitting night. "I don't blame you for coming to that conclusion," Remus sighed. "It just doesn't make sense with his previous history with you. Plus, why now, after all those months alone, what could have changed? Maybe we just didn't get to hear the switch, and something did change, making Voldemort want Harry out of the way right now instead of doing it himself, Sirius said uneasily. I'm not entirely ruling it out. Harry said nothing for their argument. He could just feel the real answer hadn't even been theorized yet. That is indeed an interesting flip of dynamics. Lily rolled her eyes, not finding it nearly interesting enough. She wasn't still planning on disemboweling them. Because this is always a fun topic, James muttered under his breath, while Lily snuggled a bit more into his lap. Remus could feel his jaw working furiously to hold back a retort to that, while Sirius couldn't muster up quite the same restraint, and voiced several colorful sentences under his breath. But both were working furiously to keep it that low in lieu of the shouting that would only make Lily, James, and Harry grow even more pale. When you put it like that, it really does sound ridiculous, Lily agreed absently as she began twirling a bit of hair around a finger, her mind clearly not all in this topic anymore. Almost makes me wish dementors had popped up sooner, Harry murmured to himself. Anything other than that dull lifestyle he'd been forced to suffer through. While normally I can agree boredom is to be avoided at all costs, Sirius nodded, I think you'd at least appreciate some of the quiet time considering last year. I'll take a dragon over Privet Drive, Harry reminded to Sirius, shivered disgust. Despite Harry reading that, in as bland a tone as he could to reinforce, he wasn't feeling that now much. He could still see Lily twitching in the corner of his eye and fighting the impulse to come check on him, infusing his voice with a touch of warmth as he continued. Lily was suddenly astonished at the well of hurt that was now trying to climb her throat. She'd never forgive Petunia for the way she'd treated Harry, but what her son had just witnessed in her sister's eyes was what Lily kept picturing of her old Tunny. It's why it hurt so much to envision this shrew treating her hair bare like this. She had to clear her throat hard to get rid of a sudden lump and brushed Harry impatiently on when he tried to break off. You know, I think I like that better than calling him Riddle, Remus snorted. I won't have it, Sirius sneered. I won't be indulging anything Vernon comes up with. He's actually getting farther away from the word every time, James arched a brow. That one may have been funny if they actually dismembered you, Sirius snorted. Harry blinked spastically down at the pages like he thought his glasses were playing tricks on him. He'd always hated it there and never been shy of saying so, but he'd also never considered the possibility of truly being kicked out like this. Honestly, though, I think I'm impressed this has never happened before. James' face was turning an ugly red color as what had been said really registered. He clearly despises you. Why hasn't he done something before to get rid of you permanently? Don't know, Harry shrugged, though he could tell it wasn't really meant as an actual question. Not like I've ever asked him. I'm almost happy about this, Sirius groaned. Least now you'll never have to deal with them again. You can come do whatever I am, without anyone really protesting, since clearly you won't be making an appearance at the Burrow any time soon. He hadn't meant to sound so bitter while he'd said that, but the outrage that Dumbledore was trying to keep Harry there really was pushing his buttons, and now the irony was that wouldn't even be an option any longer, to which he was grateful for. I'm impressed he noticed what kind of car it was. Remus rolled his eyes at the odd detail. Harry read that in an almost despondent way. He could actually see Vernon's logic, and while he'd never cared before this night about the Dursleys' well-being, he could see the point. Anyone around him was in danger if Voldemort realized that. I swear I got more mail in that one night than I did all summer. Harry rolled his eyes to dispel his train of thought. No need for anyone around him now to realize what he'd been thinking. Harry shuffled uncomfortably at so many hateful glares in his direction, even if they were aimed at the book. But after Vernon's attack earlier, he couldn't blame them for their reactions. He just quickly read past it. Lily honestly still questioned that. Why take in a child you had no love for? She'd honestly been pondering that question while she'd watched James have his meltdown, and she could come to no real conclusion. There was just no way you could raise an infant without love, the care it took to nurse them. Which meant that all this must have started when Harry would show his first signs of magic, and their fear would begin. But how long had that taken? Long enough that they'd had him, and had no more excuse to be rid of him. She still honestly wished Harry had been left at an orphanage rather than that cruel childhood he had dealt with at the hands of her extended family. What exactly does that mean? James asked hesitantly, not wanting to break a clearly open bit of honesty in his son when it came to these people. Harry gave him a loaded look, then shrugged and said, "Suppose it just meant keep me as miserable as possible. I've now honestly told you the worst of it. If you really want me to sit around and in detail recount every time of it, then we're going to be here all week. Like I could remember every stinking instance anyways." That wasn't exactly comforting, neither the blunt honesty or the fact that this was so commonplace he'd lost count. James laughed softly under his breath as he imagined the bird attacking her, then rounding on Vernon. It wasn't the justice he wanted for what they'd done to his son over the years, but a few scratches wouldn't kill them either. "Ugh," everyone muttered in surprise. That was a howler, and that bird wouldn't have dropped it in front of her if it was meant for Harry. Harry had to give himself a kick before he could move on. Everyone else was so stunned they hadn't even collected themselves yet. "A letter," Remus demanded, coming around enough to continue laughing at these idiots. "He doesn't even know what that is, and he just assumes it's dangerous. Honestly, though, that's safe when encountering anything magical," Harry shrugged back. "Like that's ever stopped a howler," Sirius snorted as he rubbed his ears in absent remembrance. "Who on earth?" But James' voice failed before he could get out the whole question. "Who's last what?" Remus snatched the book away from Harry like he thought he was holding out on them. "I have no clue." Harry couldn't stop blinking, like that would make the surprise any less. Lily broke first, and she flipped straight to anger. Who the bloody hell is she in magical contact with to be receiving anything like that? She cannot have spent any amount of time harassing you for doing the same when she's been doing this for any length of time. "You didn't see her face." Harry shook his head in bewilderment. "I promise, she has no more idea than we do who this is from. Is there some other Petunia out there with the exact same address?" Remus raised a disbelieving brow, because Owl Post does not get confused easily. Harry kept staring at the letter a moment longer, but as the silence rang, he forced himself to go on. There was just nothing to speculate, nothing at all to guess at. This was by far one of the randomest things they could have come across. She what? They were all entirely sure they'd heard that wrong. Petunia had no reason in the world to argue with Vernon, least of all about Harry. This clearly must have something to do with the letter she'd just received, which only made it all the more mind-boggling. This was beyond frustrating to every one of them. They had yet to come across a problem they couldn't begin to speculate about because there were just no possible options. Harry watched them all in a stumped and fuming silence before sighing heavily and finishing. "I'll buy that as soon as I do a nimbus." Remus rolled his eyes. "There's what we've been missing." Sirius rolled his eyes testily at the return of the Dursleys they knew and hated. He almost preferred the ones that were insulting dementors and talking about Snivelus. "If she actually answered you, I might take back one of my death threats." James scowled at the book. Lily winced with renewed hate at the reminder of that hated ingrain she put into her son that had taken him so long to open up to them or anyone. "That's done," Harry sighed as he passed the book to Remus. "I think I'm honestly relieved," he sighed as he stared down dauntingly at the next page. That argument was turning circular. Clearly they weren't going to answer you, but certainly credit for continued trying. "I still can't believe we haven't got a clue what any of that was about," Sirius huffed, feeling ever more frustrated they'd just started this one, and they already had a pile of questions with no answers in sight. HP asterisk in answer. JK has said that Dudley heard the screams of all his victims hit him all at once, and that's what changed him. I dismissed this in the characters as what he heard, though, because I'm not sure if that ever made sense. After all, he'd have heard them screaming while he was bullying and surely just laughed it off. If the noise bothered him so much, he would have simply found reasons long before now to stop bullying. However, as I've never really come up with anything else, I'm leaving it open-ended for fan theories, which I so love. Chapter 3. The Advance Guard. Chapter text to Alexis. I promise a fair shake to all characters, and Mrs. Weasley is no exception. I won't let Harry let anyone bawl her out too bad, no worries. HP Remus gave a bleary look at the start of his chapter. He had no doubts that not a one of their questions was going to be answered. Honestly, he wouldn't be surprised if even more piled up, though at this point that didn't feel possible. "I'm fairly confident you know about as much as what's going on as any of us," Sirius pointed out, "but the leaving part is relevant, yes." "I know someone knows more than they're telling me," Harry grumbled. They always do. I thought Ron and Hermione had implied they were in the same place, Lily asked. Just in case, Harry shrugged, some biting words trying to creep across him about how even Sirius was in the same place as them. Harry was the only one left out. James twitched violently at all the blows Harry had gained in just one day from that place, but it was honestly of some small comfort that what Vernon had explicitly done to him wasn't a lingering pain in this moment. Lily sighed softly as she watched that agitation reliving in her son now. He was being more twitchy from these remembered frustrations than he had when he was even in a life or death situation before. She wished countless times to be there for him in this future, his past, but now she wished it yet again for a new reason, to calm him and promise it would get better. As if sensing her, their eyes met, and his face smoothed for just a moment as he smiled at her. He knew. Honestly, though, Sirius shook his head at himself, that really is just insulting, seeing as someone should have said something long before now anyways. Sirius couldn't shake that nasty little thought of where he was. If he was so busy still out looking for that traitor, he was starting to slip on taking care of Harry. What that rat had done to his godson last year to help bring Voldemort back could have easily rekindled that fire to see him punished. But Sirius wouldn't really make the same mistake twice and drop everything to go after him, right? Harry grumbled and rubbed at his forehead for his own mind, throwing questions that hurt like the dickens now just to be asked. A name should be on the tip of his tongue. James groaned on his son's behalf. He could only imagine how frustrating that would be, and told Harry, "Do you know how impressive it is to me you haven't broken yet and gone there in person? You've far more restraint than I do by just pacing and grumbling." Harry was well aware that everyone in here had tried to leave at least once by now from a snap of frustration, but Harry knew he wasn't too far off from doing the same in that moment. "I think Harry's going for the snitch and trying to receive an injury on every part of himself before the night's up," Remus grumbled. "We should count ourselves lucky if he doesn't deck the person who arrives for him at this point," Sirius agreed. Harry felt a sharp thwap against his mind for that description which he refused to linger on. "Haven't you learned by now not to take your anger out on your owl?" Lily rolled her eyes at Harry, trying to remind him of Hedwig's deserved attitude last year. "I hardly think that in the moment," Harry said sheepishly, though he hoped he wouldn't get too cross with her. Harry's eyes did light with just a touch of warmth for a single moment. His owl always seemed to be more prone to bringing him back her dead catches whenever he'd had a fight with Vernon. She could just sense things about him like that. Sirius flexed his hand in concern as he watched his pup with wide eyes, but there was pure understanding in his voice as he told, "Guess I can't even blame you." That hurt Harry worse than if he had been angry at him. He'd wanted all summer for someone to understand how upset he was, and now his godfather really seemed to, but still, Harry never would have wanted him to see him like this. Remus was honestly just confused at the Sirius in the book, as well for not having done something long before now. What had happened to their Sirius who sent long, but disjointed letters like he'd been forced to stop, and start it several times, the ink varying shades of dry, and also full of random anythings he could cobble together to send for good news for them, coupled with endless complaints of what his parents had done to annoy him this week. If Padfoot had sent him a letter like he'd been sending Harry, he'd think something was extremely wrong with his old friend. He tried to force himself not to linger on these changes to their friend as much as James clearly did, but some things he had problems pretending to overlook, and this was one. "Snack for the road," Sirius forced out with Chipper. Harry watched the orange owl in the corner for a moment, cleaning its feathers and ruffling up its tail to the brown cat slinking along its post at the bottom. The image suddenly double-layered with his own snowy white doing the same thing with Crookshanks around, and it left a soft pain in his heart. He couldn't see this again in the foreseeable future. Hopefully, whenever he'd come from, someone was taking care of his owl now. "I like to think they aren't ignoring you now," Lily still tried, her eyes still a little wider than should be, as she kept trying to think of some way to get rid of this lingering anger she could still feel coming off of Harry. "It must be Ron's parents and Dumbledore stopping them telling you everything, which you must know would be a bad idea in letter form anyway." It didn't even make herself feel better for a moment, as letters should have ended ages ago, and he should be with his friends rather than a place he detested so much. Right, Harry agreed without emphasis. If anything, that seemed to make Harry feel worse, though, as he sunk deeper into his cushion, a part of him already forewarning him not to get his hopes up about that. They didn't lock me in there again, Harry promised at once, before the book could imply worse. I just couldn't put up a farce of dealing with them when I was already in such a bad mood. With my luck, I'd do more magic accidentally and blow Vernon over to Scotland. Honestly, at some point it'd be worth it, James grumbled. Still infuriated Harry could be in a house full of people, and not one of them were concerned. Harry was keeping himself so isolated. How he could keep hearing this over and over and still feel that anger fresh every time couldn't be normal. Lily still had the urge to curse the answer out of that stranger, frustrated beyond belief that they honestly might not get an answer for that, as Petunia seemed to hate giving Harry a piece of bread, let alone information. The room collectively groaned in frustration. They'd always hated hearing of time at the Dursleys, and it still somehow got worse every time. Now it was starting to feel like he wasn't getting any other options. The Burrow better have had a house fire or something for Harry not to have been invited there long ago. Even if they didn't know the extent of the problems at the Dursleys, it had been made clear they at least had suspicions, so there wasn't any excuse in their opinion for this continuing. You're not going to be expelled, Lily said at once with absolute confidence. They just can't. The law's on your side. You've done nothing wrong. Harry gave her a grateful smile as he envisioned her in that old courtroom, throwing the book at Fudge rather than himself for instigating all of this. Then he blinked the vision away and wondered why that place still felt so foreboding to him. It helped that he truly did feel comforted by her words, so he let it go. I'd never let that happen, Sirius snarled at once. You'd live in a cave with me and Buckbeak first. Sirius didn't exactly sound enthused at the idea. It hurt him he couldn't actually provide anything of use for his godson but company, but that didn't change his point. Sirius relaxed back at once, nodding eagerly and saying, Don't know why you bother asking. Merlin, I'm still ticked it hasn't happened already. Harry just smiled at him, but it still felt more forced than he'd ever like. He still longed for something, anything in him to confirm this could happen one day, not this nasty ache inside. The ministry does not rightly care where you live once you're no longer in school, James snorted in disgust. You could live anywhere you wanted, even in an empty house. He knew Harry wouldn't really be alone. Sirius would be there with him, of course, not that anyone in the ministry would know that. They all grumbled in furious dispute of that, but for once Remus shivered harder than Sirius at the thought. It was more because of self-loathing, though. Even at his lowest, Remus still never crossed Harry's mind as anything. His life kept feeling more useless the more pages that were turned, wondering what the point of his even living past James, and Lily if he couldn't be of any help to anyone. Thank you, Harry. I needed something to envision to punch, James scowled. And they are telling you because. Lily demanded. To rub in I wasn't going, I suppose. He shrugged without care. All of them still felt their lips curling in disgust as Vernon continued to treat Harry like that while he'd lived there, in the loosest term of the way. I wouldn't even want to eat that food, Sirius stated. I'd put it in the bin for the local strays. James buried his face in his hands in pure frustration, both at Vernon actually doing that and Harry's complete lack of care it being done. He had felt lethargic before, emotionally drained even, but never so much he would not kick down any door that he was locked in. He'd tried it now, even without success. What state did you have to be in to not care about this? I really don't get that, Lily sneered. You've honestly never been that much of a problem to them, and yet they treat you like you're constantly on the verge of burning down that house. Harry just shrugged without comment. He always knew Vernon saw exactly what he expected to see in Harry no matter how he acted. He hadn't locked me in there until that point, Harry amended, making James laugh at least as Harry truly seemed to be striving not to let himself be caught in a lie to him again. I'm fine, Harry insisted to those around him, who had grown increasingly pale the longer Harry was left like this. Sure, I don't enjoy remembering how upset I was, but I promise I'm fine now. They smiled grimly at him, but still, that worry lingered of where his friends, and more importantly Sirius, were. Why was Harry being left like this for so long? Harry watched those around him tense at once with concern, That fear from the first chapter of some Death Eater ambush was clearly still on their mind, but Harry had an indulgent smile in place. He couldn't think why right now, but there was absolutely no ill will towards that noise, even as the ghost of adrenaline pumped through him for his reaction at the time. He didn't think he did a good job of soothing the others, as everyone still had one hand near their pocket, while Remus forced himself to keep going. While normally I'd actually enjoy the fun of that, Sirius gave a forced smile as he imagined some muggle laughing while Sirius pulled his wand on them and then cursing whatever idiot thought he could steal their stuff. Now isn't a good time for anything to be in that place that shouldn't be. Anything. Harry persisted innocently, causing all of them to take a step back, and really asses that Harry was almost smiling for the first time since they'd started this book. If truly he felt no fear for this moment, even as he rubbed at his temple to understand why, then that must mean that someone really had finally come for him to get him out of there. They didn't get to bask long in their happy moment as baby Harry began crying upstairs, and Lily hopped out of James' lap to go fetch him. She came back down the stairs, wiping angry tears out of his little eyes. Clearly, he did not appreciate having been put up so early. James quickly moved with her when he saw she was going to sit back in the other couch, and arms reached from Harry, and the three settled comfortably there while Remus kept going. "You really are quick on the uptake," Remus complimented Harry's logic. James still felt a spot of agitation. Harry was locked in there, with no way to escape other than a two-story drop, unless those bars had been put back up in his absence, in which case his son was truly pinned down with no way out. Even if he wasn't in danger, that was still terrible for many different reasons. "Did you do that?" Remus yelped, thinking Dumbledore might not be able to stop the Ministry a second time if Harry was doing more magic, even by accident. "No," Harry said at once. He really hadn't quite gotten up to accidental magical levels. "Then what on earth did unlock that?" James demanded with his eyes narrowed. Harry felt something nagging at the edge of his consciousness, like he might have worked that out for himself later. But for now, he just shrugged and crossed his fingers like everyone else. Another Ministry owl wouldn't be arriving. That only made them start to feel edgy all over again. For a moment, James had wondered if it had been the Weasley twins picking the lock on Harry's door again, but then it would have swung open to reveal them. This was blatant magic and someone hiding, not a good combination for his boy. If Harry wasn't all at ease, he knew he'd be crawling out of his skin right now. "More space to move," Sirius nodded absently, while Harry gave him a nudge, trying to get them to all stop giving him tactical advice already. "That's always a pleasant thing to see in the dark," Lily shivered as she pulled her baby closer into her lap. Even if every one of the Weasleys had arrived to get Harry out, which was rather odd in itself, she had no idea what was up with the surprise. Ron or someone should have thought to turn on a light by now. Harry's eyes flipped wide in surprise as he finally identified someone. "That's Professor Moody." "I can't say that made me feel better." James jumped in surprise even as he smiled, "considering your last encounter with him." "I guess they sent members of the Order rather than Weasleys." Sirius suddenly bounced with excitement, wondering what was taking him so long to run up the stairs and tackle his godson with a hug. "You're getting more encouraging by the minute," Lily said approvingly this time. She hoped someone really was regularly taking Moody's hip flask away from him now for more than an hour. She didn't care if it sounded paranoid. She honestly wasn't sure if she could ever trust him fully again after his face had nearly murdered her son. "Well, he's got a point," Sirius shrugged, feeling all at ease now and still forcing himself not to take the book away from Mooney to get to his reappearance already. Remus would have honestly let him if Sirius asked, considering he was already ticked at himself for not being there again. Something Moody would honestly be proud of, James chuckled. "Just think for a moment if you had no idea what that meant." Lily shook her head in exasperation. "Can you imagine how confusing that would be?" "Well then, it's a good thing we got backstory." James rolled his eyes at her. This voice was even easier to recognize than the other as Harry yelped, "Remus!" Remus jumped at first in confusion, then surprise as he eyed Harry, then the book like he was sure someone was lying. Then his face cracked into the widest smile in days as he demanded, "Really?" "Yep," Harry beamed. Remus still sat there looking dumbstruck for a second before Sirius smacked him on the back, still bouncing around like he was sitting on a spring. "Well, I'm not surprised." About time Mooney's made his reappearance. I'm sure you've been busy and you're dying to tell Harry what you've been up to. He seemed utterly confident of this, that Sirius himself had dragged Remus along so that the three of them could have a chat, while the rest of the Order did whatever to get Harry out of there. James and Lily exchanged delighted looks. James was ready to burst with happiness Remus was back at all. He couldn't deny he'd been just as worried about him as Sirius. It wasn't natural to hear about one without the other in his opinion. Lily was just as relieved. She honestly worried herself now about how Remus took care of himself when he wasn't here, and 13 years of solitude before he got Sirius back clearly hadn't been good for him. They both deeply wanted to know what he'd been up to, both before and after he'd made the stupid decision to leave school. Remus was in such a good mood it was almost passable as he hid a wince. "It's your own fault," he mentally scolded himself. "You haven't given him a reason to call you anything else." Yet the contrast to Harry sitting next to him leisurely, and Harry still at 15, only calling him a title stung like he wouldn't have believed. "Is she mad?" Lily balked. "He's in trouble because he's done magic. Now she's being utterly blatant." Harry still managed an indifferent shrug as his smile kept widening at this new voice. There was something in the tone promising he liked this person. Harry was in such a good mood, he hardly even rolled his eyes at being on display like this. Remus kept reading loudly past anyone who was trying to make a comment about that. "Explains the idiocy." Lily rolled her eyes at the idea of the Order sending some child to fetch her son. "Well, I like her," Sirius said at once with a chuckle at that description. "Any girl who can get away with that hair shade gets points with me." Sirius' face suddenly fell, though, as he realized he hadn't been mentioned next to Harry or Remus, which clearly meant he wasn't there at all. Remus too realized this and turned curious eyes on him, but Sirius managed to wave the moment off. His eyes only just a bit tighter, but his smile hadn't even dimmed. "Nah, probably had to do something just before this got started." He broke off without coming up with a good reason why he wouldn't come see his godson the second he could with this group, but still waved Remus on to get to that part already. James and Lily still managed to exchange a proud smile for how their boy had turned out. "Can't even blame him for that one." James frowned sadly at the thought of what his idol had been through. "That really is one of the easiest tells," James agreed fondly, a smile lighting right back up as he always enjoyed being reminded of that. Everyone full-blown cracked up laughing at the imagery, even if they would have given the same warning. Causing further giggles to erupt, the girl had asked, "Now I definitely like her." Remus chuckled in agreement with Sirius. "She's got some spunk doing that to him." Remus rolled his eyes at himself. It had been long enough since he'd seen him. "Maybe it was," James grumped, "and you just weren't in on it." "That didn't make me feel better," Harry pointed out with a sigh. "Not like that actually makes a difference," Lily pointed out. "Oh, are they, though?" Sirius leered, thinking of the timing of this. Everyone burst out laughing again. Even Lily let her original ire melt a bit at the girl doing this to the Dursleys. She was already made clear she was good for a laugh, and they were all eager to find out who she was already. "Afraid of his reaction when he comes home?" James demanded, smile dropping at once. "It certainly wouldn't be fun to be around." Harry shrugged with indifference. He'd always been yelled at for anything going wrong, and some prank would most certainly fall under that. Still, he was quick to reassure their worries he wouldn't have done much, just shouted at him to get his frustrations out. For some reason that didn't make them feel entirely better. "Take a picture, it'll last longer," Lily sneered. She'd always hated people eyeballing her son, and these were supposed to be adults. "Is that why I haven't been out of there before now?" Harry asked, thinking that really could have been put in a letter to at least appease him. "Don't know," Sirius shrugged. "We move our headquarters all the time to stay undetected, but those places are usually flimsy at best, and even more a meeting place than an outright headquarters." "Sounds like the Order got an upgrade," James agreed, a funny feeling buzzing in him. He would never be again a part of it. Lily had to fight the urge to demand someone take that away from him. "I wonder how far away that thing can see," James asked as he pictured the sky above him and all the stars. "I never asked," Harry answered. "I'd imagine not too great a distance," Lily shrugged. "But who knows, maybe he can see all the way to Australia." "Do I not know you've met?" Remus demanded, already feeling a rising sense of anger at every little thing he did. "Don't know," Harry shrugged as he didn't seem too concerned with it. Sirius had to work hard for a moment before saying, I'm sure I've kept you up to speed with everything I know at least. You're probably just going to introduce everyone, just for clarification to him." Then, for a split second, Sirius wasn't even sure if that was true. He claimed to have forgiven Remus in the Shrieking Shack, but not once afterwards had Sirius made mention of his oldest, and now only friend. Had he really forgiven Remus? He viciously kicked the thought away to not be lingered on. Didn't matter, he was still his Moony now. "That is fair," James agreed absently as he watched the two. Clearly something was bubbling between them, and while James got Remus' problem, he wasn't sure what was suddenly bothering Sirius. Sirius was instantly distracted by something snatching at his mind before he yelped, "Oh," in surprise. "You know her?" Lily demanded. "I think my cousin Andromeda has a daughter she named Nymphadora. We keep in loose contact since she's the only living member of my family I can stand." Sirius offered with a look of concentration. "Hold on, what's her surname?" He directed at Remus in hopes he'd finish. True, it wasn't exactly a common name, but he'd still rather be sure. "Yeah, Tonks, that's right. That's the Muggle-born she married named Ted's surname. She sent me a letter about it when the little Bloom was born, but that was already, 7 years ago now. Only saw her twice when she was just a baby. Kept meaning to go around and visit her more." He finished with a triumphant little smile that wavered just a bit as he added, "Glory, she's as grown up as Harry, and I never even meet her." Remus' frown turned sharp as he turned on Sirius, fixing to tell him off that wasn't happening, and he could go see her whenever he wanted. But James cut in with a lighter joke instead. "Well, Remus is clearly still some fun. He could have introduced her the way she wanted. But oh no, he just went for the full name, clearly to annoy her." Remus chuckled, but didn't deny he could see himself picking on her already if she'd return in kind, which seemed obvious. Harry had an odd smile in place as he watched Remus for a moment, one that Lily thought she'd seen when he heard of Ron and Hermione's argument back during the Yule Ball. Harry could feel it in his mind, like two bits of metal being struck together and waiting for something to spark. But the memory refused to solidify any further, and he mostly ignored it for now. Sirius started snickering at the idea of this girl. It was clear she'd inherited her mother's spirit already. He knew he was going to like her. Harry blinked curiously at the name, sure for just a moment he might know him more than just a passing person like his mind was telling him. Something about Dumbledore. "Squealing every time you meet him isn't technically meeting him." Lily rolled her eyes, even as she did smile a bit. She'd always liked him, and he always asked to hold her son at least once every time they met. Lily actually whooped with excitement to hear she'd lived long enough to see her niece be born, a topic she wouldn't stop discussing when they met up. James felt himself sitting back in relief as well. Sturgis had been in an undercover mission for the past 2 weeks and hadn't been at his last check-in. They were already starting to wonder if he was another lost soul. Clearly, he would make it back, though. They were equal amounts as surprised as they were pleased that they only didn't know 3 names: Kingsley, Hestia, and Tonks. It was a good thing, they supposed, that Dumbledore still had so many trustworthy people, but something about it seemed blackened as they heard these names. That Lily and James couldn't be a part of this, nor so many others. They'd heard of so many deaths and disturbing things happening to the ranks, and now they knew the source of who was behind it for those dwindling numbers, and it hurt. "You already have that look written all over your face." Remus had that same twitching mouth now, Harry noticed, giving him the odd impression of seeing double again at the man in the room, double layered with him, 14 years older and much more weathered. Still, it was honestly fun for him to see the professor he knew acting like someone he had been seeing as an uncle lately act the same. "Honestly, I think I prefer him calling you that," James said conversationally, as Remus still twitched uneasily every time he realized Harry was going to keep calling him by his last name only. "Makes it a tad less confusing than you referring to yourself." "Sirius gets through it just fine," he muttered petulantly, while reading even louder over Harry trying to say something. Either apologize or something else. Remus found it his own fault Harry was doing it, so his problem to deal with. "She clearly hasn't met many muggles then to not have realized that," Lily said a bit grimly as she still hated the idea of that house. To shake that off, she directed at Sirius. "You should bring Andromeda around Sirius if you like her so much." "I keep meaning to bridge the gap," Sirius shrugged, "but I just keep forgetting and then getting busy." I know you want Harry to be around more kids, though, so I promise I'll get on it. If we ever get out of here, he finished mentally, but it went unsaid. Lily snorted in surprise, even as her maternal voice didn't quite kick into the scolding, bit rude to dismiss her. She couldn't even blame him, though. She'd be a bit short with someone gaping at her as well. But at least this Tonks was trying to make conversation. He's kind of the only one I trust at the moment, and finally someone to talk to, Harry shrugged, at least seeming to make Remus better for just a second. They all hate hearing the name that much, huh? Harry chuckled at what he saw as an overreaction. I think they're just being a little paranoid, Remus shrugged. We don't usually discuss those types of things in places we consider unsafe. It's not out of the range of possibilities we could be watched. Are you going to get that smirk every time you say something that turns out to be true? Sirius rolled his eyes at Remus, who kept flipping back and forth so much lately he was giving them a coronary. Moony was known to be moody even a few days after a full moon, but this was getting ridiculous. Have I ever not? Remus asked innocently enough. Thank you for the reminder. Lily squidged up her face in disgust at the idea, which turned into a full-blown grimace of disgust, while the boys honestly looked intrigued at the idea. My sentiments. Lily shook her head, while Remus snickered at someone saying that to Moody's face. What's that? The others muttered, not even blaming Harry if he snapped and told them to knock it off soon. Can he see out of that when it's not in his head? Sirius requested. Never asked. Harry shrugged again. He was always far too afraid of Moody to ask him for anything, and that detail had hardly changed after the near-murder experience. I'd imagine no, Lily pointed out. The magic would have to be attached to something for him to be able to see out of it, not strictly attached to the nerve. More importantly, James' grin had turned scary. Please tell me you don't bother putting that up before you leave. I want to hear that one of the Dursleys took a drink out of it. I don't stick around to find out, Harry chuckled, having no clear memory of doing anything with it after this, so maybe James got his wish. Harry got a bad feeling at the idea of a group of wizards traveling with him from the Dursleys' house, including Remus, Tonks. Moody, his brain suddenly fizzled out, and he just settled for reassuring his mum that everything would be fine even if he didn't feel it at the moment. Well, someone's been bragging, James chuckled. I'm sure I'd never exaggerate, Remus grinned. Then someone should have sent him a letter for warning. Sirius rolled his eyes at himself, thinking he definitely could have phrased that to give Harry some forewarning, and still annoyed at himself for not being there. It's not a home unless it's lived in. Lily smiled in agreement, eyeing some of the baby things she had scattered around, and a few heavy treads in the carpet that had honestly been there before these readings. The boys had just made them more obvious. There is no correct answer for that, Sirius said at once while James rolled his eyes and corrected. You tell her she looks nice, and then take the fallout even if she disagrees. Lily pouted at him, fixing to protest she never told him off when he did that for her, but Remus was ignoring the lot of them. Ha! Sirius barked while James rolled his eyes. Wow, all five of them uttered in surprise, though for two different reasons. How did she do that? Harry yelped in surprise at the same time Remus said, You didn't say she was a metamorph magus. I didn't know. Sirius had a full-blown smirk in place. Guess Andromeda was saving it as a surprise till I came to see the little nymph in person. Guess that got spoiled. What is it? Harry persisted curiously. A born magical ability to change your appearance at will, James explained. Very, very rare, only passed down through magical bloodlines, and often skips a few of those. I bet Cygnus and Drooler are pissed. Sirius had a nasty smile in place as he imagined their faces. They disowned Dromda when she married Ted the Muggle-born. Now their granddaughter's got this rare gift they can't even claim credit for. Harry was fascinated by the idea, though there was something trying to snatch up his attention in the back of his mind as his eyes casually flickered to Remus. Then his own infant self in a redhead's arms, his brain felt like it had been sucker-punched already and was thankful Remus was moving on. I think I'm falling in love with this one, Remus said dramatically as he outright laughed now. Glory Sirius, she's reminding me of a female version of you. Keep dreaming, Moony. Sirius rolled his eyes, even while he smiled proudly at that little toddler growing up to do something so spectacular. His parents and Harry snickered at the pair, Harry hardest of all. Adds to her personality, James grinned. He'd applaud the girl in person for wrecking anything of the Dursleys. This is certainly distracting enough. Lily smiled sadly for her boy. But no, it's not something you learn. Everybody else still has to use potions and magic to change their appearance. At least she took longer than most, Harry sighed, as he flattened his bangs. Look at you distracting her. Sirius grinned at his little pup already swooning the ladies. Harry rolled his eyes at the tone. Lily couldn't help frowning again, though. There she was again using magic at her discretion, with no regards to being in that muggle house, and Harry being in a heap of trouble. She hoped he offered a really good explanation when he remembered it. Harry raised an impressed brow as he said, "Now why hasn't that spell been taught already?" He may not have ever been allowed to use it at his house, but it would have made packing at the Weasleys better. Some spells they actually don't teach you during school, Lily shrugged. That's a widely used charm that just passed from word of mouth. Marley's probably never done it for you, because she's clearly the kind who thinks it's good of you not to get spoiled. I think that's just a mother's gift. James grinned in agreement. Lily's always been nifty at charms, so it didn't surprise me she does that. But my mum's the same way, causing more giggles, and Lily an affectionate, "Oh well, I'm sure she'll get there." Serious. Grin turned pompous at once. The treasured object hadn't even been used in Harry's last year, except for one time Sirius would have rather done without hearing. At least now it was earning some more proper attention. "Going to take a pin to your head," Lily threatened Sirius, more for James' benefit than anything as she caught him rolling his eyes over something he'd normally be squealing and agreeing with. Sirius just stuck his tongue out at her without further comment. Harry theatrically wiggled his butt in his seat, while the others around him giggled at the reminder of that. The potato peeler at least James recognized as his wife owned one. She was prone to cook like a muggle even still, and he found it fascinating to watch. He had no clue as to a microwave, though, and was more than interested at Lily's quick, whispered response. "That had better explode in someone's face with lasting damage, or I am officially taking away your Marauder's card," Sirius declared. Remus contemplated pushing his friend off his seat in hopes he'd hit his head and knock some sense into him, but this had never worked in the past, so he elected to ignore him instead. "They won't." Harry rolled his eyes at the same time Remus finished sadly. Remus wished he could laugh like Harry did. He just couldn't bring himself to find that funny because it was true. "No, I mean it. Ask about this," Lily huffed under her breath, long since giving up the hope anyone would, but unable to stop the words coming. Remus winced in annoyance because he agreed with her. He wished he didn't think this was a joke. "I think I had a Padfoot flashback," Remus told those around him as he gazed down at his depressing response. Sirius made that comment all the time before he got off the train. "Yeah, I suppose," James grumbled, still wanting to whack Remus over the head for taking it as a joke instead of really asking what Harry meant. Sirius had never meant it as a joke either, though, and they'd never badgered him for details until far too late either. Wouldn't he know about that anyways? James asked in surprise. "If I left it to Dumbledore, surely the whole Order will be using it here soon." "Maybe Dumbledore never told where he got it from," Lily shrugged. "That's so cool." Harry's eyes lit up childishly pleased at the idea of this. "Not as cool as the cloak," James swiftly reminded. "It wears off, and it's still easy enough to detect someone under that if you're looking." "Quit being all paranoid over their dad," Sirius pouted at him. "Let the kid enjoy the moment." Harry suddenly flashed concerned eyes to Remus, who just chuckled as he kept going while Sirius told Harry Moody was just exaggerating if Death Eaters hadn't attacked, yet it should be fine. "Well, he's just a right comfort," James snorted even as he did watch Remus just a little more closely. Harry opened and closed his mouth a few times, as he had no clue how he was supposed to respond to that, let alone point out he had no clue which direction was east. "But I sure hope they're taking you to see me," Sirius cackled, while everyone else was still giggling over Tonk's comment, so Sirius got to delude himself for a moment. Everyone was laughing at his wit. "I really wish he'd stop mentioning that, though," Harry murmured, not particularly comforted that Mad Eye saying this put him ill at ease for this plan. But he was having a problem looking around the room and not meeting anyone's eye. He was being ridiculous, of course, though. Moody wasn't kidding about that second group. James raised a curious brow at the complexity of this plan, though he was still convinced it wasn't all necessary. There would be no attack, Harry and Remus, and everyone was going to be fine. Voldemort wouldn't be stupid enough to attack Harry up in the air like that surrounded by so many people. He clearly preferred sneak attacks and getting Harry alone so his son and friend would be safe. Brooms have been known to develop a bit of a personality as well as any magical object. Lily agreed with a small smile for Harry's suddenly beaming face. He was finally being free of that place. Harry could finally feel some of the tension leaving his body as he relaxed back into his seat since this book had started. The memory of flying left him aching to go try it now, and he clearly wasn't the only one both finally grinning in relief from the release of that place and a want of their own. Remus had never been much of a flyer, but even he was starting to feel restless and wanting to go have some fun out in the air now. He'd had to learn while he'd stayed a few times at the Potters. James would have nothing less, and he was suddenly more grateful than he ever had been before for those lessons. Everyone else was already doing the same. All of their fears, even temporarily being lifted, felt like a haven at the thought of Harry finally enjoying himself. Lily smiled warmly as she wrapped a blanket around her little hair bear for just a moment, more than happy he was away from that place that caused him so much misery, but wishing he'd put a jacket on first. He really wants to pass through a cloud at that altitude. Remus arched a brow and shivered at the thought. Here's hoping Tonks isn't the only one who'll tell him what she thinks, Sirius agreed. Or she can still do it, James chuckled. Harry saw his mum twitch at the thought, so he gave an exaggerated stretch and nestled into his cushion with content, causing her to smile again. Thanks, I really wanted to be reminded of that, James shivered. He hadn't thought he could feel lower than that time had caused him. How far away is this headquarters? Sirius muttered, trying to map out in his head how fast Harry could go on a broom and the directions they'd been given. Thought that was one of your least favorite ones. James kept things light by giving his glasses a nudge in reminder. You'll want the thing you don't have at the time when you're dealing with the bad, Remus reminded without looking up, causing James to roll his eyes at him. Lily still couldn't help an uneasy twitch as she realized how on guard they all were, a good thing for sure, but still worried at the necessity of so many coming to get Harry. Was there really a danger, or had Remus really just been playing off the moment? I really hope you get to know her quite well while you're hanging around the Order. Sirius' grin kept widening when he heard this. I can already tell she's going to be fun to have around. Anyone who can holler at Moody like that will be of high entertainment, Remus agreed. Don't worry, there's a charm for that. But Lily grinned in a way Harry honestly wasn't sure if she was kidding that time. Sirius may have been trying to follow Moody's directions, but he still wasn't sure if he was picking the right area Harry was in, as Moody could have been going some roundabout way, and Harry may not have even caught it all. The curiosity was high all around of where this new headquarters was, wondering if it was so good they could suggest it to the Order now with one glaring exception. Look, Dumbledore's thing is back, James beamed. Here's hoping we'll get a better explanation of it, Sirius agreed. He still wanted to know how to get his hands on one. This place sounds like a dump, Sirius smirked as James finished for him. Perfect cover. Ugh, they all muttered in confusion at something so random happening just as Harry got there. Familiar from where? Remus asked. Harry had to think hard for a moment. He'd recognized it at the time, but hadn't thought much of it. But now his eyes blinked as he grasped. It was the same writing that had first given me my cloak. That's Dumbledore's handwriting. Lily frowned in confusion of why Harry was being passed a message from him, now right as they were about to enter and more likely see the man. Sirius at first laughed. Then he did a double take as he realized Remus wasn't joining in. Then he turned popping eyes to James, who held the same look of shock, confirming he had heard that right. Then a million things toppled through him so fast he hadn't a second to process a thing as Harry asked, "What?" "My brother's dead," Sirius answered simply, gazing at nothing. HPHP, all the moments where magic was blatantly used always bothered me. It's just never explained, and it annoys me. I'll explain it in the next chapter and say how that plot hole could have been fixed. Just thought I'd let you guys know now. Chapter 4, Number 12, Grimold Place. Chapter text to Diamond Goddess. Harry got into trouble in his second year because Darby used magic in his house. That leads me to believe that the rule stating Harry isn't allowed to use magic isn't especially known as Harry doing magic, but magic being done in his house. The ministry should have been aware and sent him more mail about more magic being done in his house, but it's never brought up again. so I'll have to do it for the book. Wizards are indeed expected to use magic whenever they want, of course, and if they'd done it in the house over then, it wouldn't have been any problem at all. Hope that makes sense. Thanks for the review. To Peyton. I plan on dropping more backstory between Sirius and Andromeda as the story goes on, but I didn't want to dump it all at once. To everyone asking, Harry is physically 20, but yes, emotionally he's 15 right now. Thank you to everyone who pointed out I did indeed get Tonk's original age wrong. I really need to go back and triple check my math before I post HPHPHPHPHPHP. I'm sorry, Harry said at once, dying to know the name of this brother as he felt entirely sure he'd heard of for some strange reason. It was odd, though, as he was confident he'd never even met another black besides his godfather. But there was something he was missing in that connection. This was clearly the wrong response, though, as Sirius snorted softly and shook his head, waving the apology off and muttering, "Nah, just surprised me a bit. We were only close before I started school, then I think we never had more than one proper conversation." His face twitched for a moment as conversation was not the right word to describe his last real meeting with his brother. Quickly forcing himself to stay on track, he smirked. Thinking about making a toast, my deranged parents have finally gone beyond the veil, though. Just, thought my brother really was smarter than what I knew he was going to do. Really, the blow wasn't hitting anywhere close to him finding out he was going to lose James. Wasn't even that hard to imagine, as Sirius had told Regulus this was his fate when he went to join Voldemort's crew. Still, the thought wouldn't quite hit the smug feeling he thought he'd have at being right. He'd said a lot of harsh things to Regulus during their last meeting, and he had in return. Now there was a highly likely chance they'd never even make up for it. What he was really left wondering was how soon until it happened. Had someone in the Order already done him in without even realizing it? They didn't always take off those Death Eater masks when they did a body count, as more often than not they were in a hurry after those kinds of fights happened. Remus wouldn't let him linger on the thought long, though, an odd, twisted smile in place as he said, "I'm trying to figure out how this even came about. The last place on Earth you'd have a poke around after you got out was this place to even realize you were now the only heir." Sirius could only shrug for that, almost wishing Remus was joking. But even now he couldn't imagine the point in looking up where his Death Eater of a brother was staying. Sirius couldn't imagine he'd have bothered looking him up after 12 years in Azkaban. James was watching Sirius, face become steadily more drawn with confusion as he kept thinking about this, so he buted in saying, "No offense, Sirius, but I still can't imagine why the Order wound up there. Last I heard, you weren't even in line to pass as such a treasured object as the Black House." The way he said treasured object made it sound like a bomb about to go off. "I've no clue," Sirius shrugged. "She may have disowned me and blasted me from that stupid wall, but maybe the blood magic binding that house never left, or she couldn't figure out how to erase me from it." Then his eyes brightened as he truly grasped what he was saying, and he full out laughed. "Merlin's holy socks. That place is the Order of the Phoenix's headquarters. Oh, this is brilliant. That woman's surely having fits in her grave." He dissolved into insane giggling that James quickly joined in on. Remus passed Lily the book, and Lily quickly gave her child to James as she went to start, trying to ignore the boys while Remus still had an unfocused gaze. Sirius may enjoy the irony for now, but he'd seen his friend the last time he'd been at that place, and he wasn't looking forward to hearing how Sirius was going to be acting inside that house. He found it funny from the outside, where the description had fallen so far none of them would have even guessed it as the same grandeur place of Sirius' childhood home. But even knowing what its usages were, he was sure old Padfoot was trying to spend more time out of that place than in it. Probably wasn't even there now when Harry arrived, or maybe he would brave those dank walls again to see his godson. It was an honest coin toss. "Which reminds me," Lily buted in before they could go too far into the story, and she could question this now after Sirius had gotten over his shock. "What even was the point of Dumbledore writing you that note just as you were outside the house? Surely if he wanted you to know the address, they'd have just given it to you at the Dursleys. What's the point of the note at all?" "Hope I ask Dumbledore," was all Harry could say. Sirius blinked in confusion as he again recalled such a disgusting neighborhood that seemed to have fallen well out of shape from his time there. Surely that had all happened after everyone was dead. But what on earth was happening to make the house completely not there? There was already a ton of enchantments set in place so that no one could enter unless they were invited in. How much more had Dumbledore done to the place to make it safe? What in the world? Remus demanded as he studied the book like it too would suddenly grow its own house. That sounds like the Fidelius charm. Lily wrinkled up her own brow as she tried to understand this magic she'd never seen used. Her hand automatically sought out her husband's, and they held tight to each other for a moment as they remembered all that spell would lead to for them. Sirius' face had screwed up with the force of his trying not to automatically start screaming and shouting at the mention of that charm again. What he'd lead his best friend into all because of his mistake. He couldn't fathom a second how he'd ever worked out that Rat was in any way a better option than Remus or even himself. This is what he got for trying to be clever with some decoy, his friend's death. Merlin, they should have just used Harry since he couldn't have given the location to anyone. Remus gave Sirius' shoulder a sympathetic squeeze, whispering some words of comfort, but still waiting for Sirius' terse nod before waving Lily to continue. Sirius was now in far less of a good mood, as he imagined going back into that house for even a second. Not even the thought of his old hag of a mother's angry face could make this amusing anymore, and now he hoped he'd just spot Harry coming in and drag him right back out for some quality time. You guys were starting to freak me out. Harry hadn't meant that to come out as a whisper, but the mention of that charm had seemed to sap all life from the room, and he couldn't think of anything better to say. That's sound advice, though, Sirius ground out for Remus. That place is a walking death trap if you don't know what you're doing. It wasn't even entirely the house's previous occupants. There were a lot of objects in that place. Even Sirius had never fiddled with too much, after he'd once seen Regulus stick his nose into a box and come back out with it almost scale-covered. His mother had fixed him right, and then scolded Sirius for letting his brother play in that room. Sirius couldn't help it. His original good mood on the subject had vanished, and the more he thought about it, the more he realized he didn't care of how much good use it was being used for. He really didn't think it was worth it just for all the memories that were sweeping him he'd thought he'd repressed because of this place. Harry was watching Sirius growing more and more agitated as this carried on, and Harry was starting to feel the same way. Harry could just feel the emptiness and hatred pouring out of the walls of that house, and something of thinking about Sirius in there cut him deep, which was odd when he blinked again and felt like he'd grown used to the old building. Why are they still whispering when they're inside? Lily asked in confusion, her own voice sounding a little loud in the suddenly eerie quiet of this room, but she wanted to at least try and keep some level of normal about them. Sirius wasn't helping. For once he seemed to have no need to voice his opinion about anything as he just shrugged and kept his eyes on the fireplace instead of that book. James watched a smile creep back across Padfoot's face, but it was a twisted-looking thing, full of mocking hatred that his mother's precious house had clearly fallen into such disrepair. Harry at first felt a smile flash across him at her reappearance again, then he blinked, and all of those feelings he'd felt over that summer began simmering just under the surface as he muttered, "So Ron's really there, right at headquarters." Remus gave Harry an uneasy look for that tone, but had no real response for him. He wanted to say more than likely that their kids were all old enough to be home alone at the Burrow, but even that wouldn't have felt like much comfort to Harry, as he could have just as easily been there with them as well. Lily sighed in sympathy. She knew she often looked just as strained after order meetings. "He always looks peaky after he leaves that place," James grumbled. "Finally," Sirius muttered. "I'll consider this whole place worth a visit if you go give Dumbledore a good telling off for your summer." Harry made some frustrated little noise, both in agreement and depressed that he wasn't even a little convinced this happened. "Hey," they all suddenly pouted. Harry'd been left with nothing for a month. How long was he going to keep being held back? "You mean Harry isn't automatically one?" Sirius began glaring at once. "I mean, he's kind of the whole reason the Order exists again. I think that automatically qualifies you." Lily watched the boys around her automatically agree, but suddenly some of her protesting dimmed as she glanced down at her infant. She of course would be going crazy not knowing what was going on. She certainly was during school with no way to help. That didn't mean she wanted to toss her son into this, though. She was fighting now, so her little infant never would have to. She couldn't claim she was really against him sitting in on this either, but she just wished he didn't have to. I meant, why can't I come? But that's odd too. Harry rolled his eyes. So he's going to stay there the rest of the summer. Lily blinked in confusion, not really wanting to imagine her son sleeping in that place. Couldn't he just flew to the burrow from there? Her question was drowned out by Sirius' louder one, though. Why is Marley even the one doing this at all? If Sirius' face got any more sour, he'd have that puckered expression made permanent. I should be the one up there greeting my godson, and I'd let him down there. What she thinks she's doing? No meeting should be important enough it would stop him seeing Harry again. Remus could only offer his original idea. Maybe you're not even there. Even now imagining trying to get you inside there would be a living nightmare. It would be easier to train a niffler. Sirius just huffed and grumbled something as he didn't find this a better answer. James blinked in confusion at that as he told, I don't remember that. True, he'd only been over once, but it had been vivid enough the place had lingered, and that object hadn't. Again, Sirius only shrugged without a trace of care. Lily's face squished up in disgust as she glared at the book, trying to resist the impulse to turn the same look on Sirius, as it's not like he'd been the one to do this. But suddenly, she realized that Sirius may have taken something from his parents, though he'd never claimed to. If this was how they treated their old servants, then she suddenly wasn't as surprised if Sirius learned to treat them that same way. Well, you've got that one right, Harry, Sirius huffed. I missed hearing about this. Remus managed to find a smile again at the mention of Harry's friends. About time. Sirius seemed to be refusing any good mood right now. Well, at least she admits it. James actually did get in a grin for this. I've missed hearing about Hermione like this. Lily grinned again for that little first year who'd babbled herself silly about books on their first train ride. And just where has she been? James demanded with an eye roll. Sirius, though, narrowed his eyes as he insisted. No, that's a good question. Did someone there really lock up your owl and not let her back? Why, it wouldn't be that big of a difference just to allow Hedwig to come back, so at least Harry. Sirius, Lily cut in. What? He barked back. She met his scowl with a sad little frown before telling him it was wrong of them to keep Hedwig away, but I don't know what you're yelling at us for. She thought she did, though, when she noticed his eyes tighten at them. He was clearly wanting to strangle someone for whoever kept messing with his godson, even himself, as he clearly wasn't doing any good. Ouch! Lily winced in sympathy. She hadn't actually expected Hedwig to follow through on Harry's threat, but at least was relieved to see Harry looking just as repentant. She was almost right, Harry sighed, knowing if those dementors hadn't attacked, he still wouldn't have lasted there much longer. So I'm guessing this won't be your next Patronus memory about them, Remus muttered uneasily as Lily flipped the page. Well, I get that you're pissed at them. James cocked his head to the side, but that was just a little cold. They explained themselves in the only way they could. Yeah, Harry grumbled. That didn't make me feel better. They were all starting to watch him in a way they hadn't before, but they'd never seen this bubbling anger before either. They'd only gotten a hint of it when he was arguing with Dudley. Now they were all getting a bad feeling it might make a reappearance, maybe worse if that look on Harry's face was any indication. And everyone always does what Dumbledore thinks is best, Remus murmured, as he watched Sirius already growing as angry as Harry, though still at himself for not having disobeying Dumbledore already, and thinking his pup deserved far more than the headmaster seemed to think. Harry! Lily snapped at once. Harry felt like he'd just been snapped between two worlds. The anger he remembered feeling so vividly at his friends, suddenly drowned out by the sound of Lily's voice, and now replaced with plenty of real shame for that nasty little comment. I really am sorry, he whispered, but it seemed more to himself than her as an aching stronger than ever reared up in him, and he wished he had his friends here with him now instead of having no clue where, or even when, they were. They knew I was being followed. Harry suddenly barked. Then he groaned in misery as his emotions were leaving him feeling torn in half. At 15 and angrier than he ever had been in his life at them, and now with a longing so deep it hurt more than he ever would have believed. Harry! Sirius sighed at his side. He forced himself to concentrate on his godson rather than his own equally foul mood and instructed, take a deep breath, pup, and just remember it all does work out for you. You'll get your grievances with Ron and Hermione out, and then everything will be fine. Harry struggled for a moment to get his lungs working normally again, but the confident tone to serious voice truly did ease him back, and he forced himself to concentrate on one mindset only, this time here and now, and push down the anger for his now absent friends. Then he gave Sirius a winning smile for the reminder. Sirius returned the grin at once and waited until Harry looked away to throw a guilty look at James, knowing the father would have much preferred to have been able to do this. But then James surprised him by smiling right back, with only the smallest bit of tightening around his eyes for having to watch. James had forced himself to come to terms at watching this for some time, and it honestly warmed him seeing Sirius was good at it. Harry blinked in confusion as he remembered back to how Dumbledore had looked at the end of last year, both at the realization of what had been done to his friend and when he defended Harry from Fudge. At the time, he'd been warmed beyond belief to see his headmaster come to his defense. Now it wasn't computing with the same cold man who'd abandoned Harry all summer. What had he done so wrong to change his headmaster's opinion of him? The others didn't notice Harry's burning silent questions. They were too busy shivering as they easily pictured their anger quantified to Dumbledore's levels over that instance. He wouldn't really, Remus tried to protest, as Dumbledore must know how miserable Harry was at that place. Surely Sirius would have been vocally against that enough. But there just wasn't anything in him to say any of that was true. He could easily picture Dumbledore doing this if he thought that was what was safest, and if he was using that argument to keep Sirius quiet, well, that could actually have worked. That's not what happened, though. Lily tried to pacify for everyone around her, even herself, all going grim at the statement. Only because I did what I wasn't supposed to. Harry raised a brow at her that hardly makes it any better. Lily made a disgruntled face at him for the tone, but couldn't argue that point. Was that an attempt to change the subject? James cocked his head to the side as he gazed at the book. Hermione truly needs to read a book on how to do that. Sirius made a noise of disgust, so quickly trying to find any excuse to put off what Harry could just feel pounding through him. Harry asked, "What's that?" "His name's Phineas Nigellus." Sirius rolled his eyes. "You might have spotted him in Dumbledore's office at some point, 'cause he was once a headmaster of Hogwarts. There's also a portrait up of him in that house, in one of the guest rooms." Topic of the inside of that house hadn't seemed to make Sirius feel a lick better, so Harry let it go. But he still wondered why he felt something significant about a painting of all things. "Wouldn't make anyone feel better to feel looks behind your back." Lily sighed, even as she was gazing wearily at the next page, where she saw a lot of capitalized letters. She forced her eyes not to skip ahead and tried to pretend like she didn't know where this was going. "A very real threat," Remus tried to say in hopes to keep the logic up front for them all, but clearly no one agreed as it shouldn't have even been needed. Sirius wanted to snark that had been his point all along, or even messages shouldn't have been needed, and Harry should have properly been with him. But further grumbling of that just wasn't going to do anyone any good. "Now you know that's not it," Lily said at once. "Sure felt like it," he grumbled back. "I still don't see what that has to do with anything," James sighed. "He won't be sending you out on any missions that you're thinking of while you're still in school." Harry sighed with frustration as his school was mentioned again. So many feelings for that place all jumbled into one. A migraine was already threatening to break again. Ironically, they might have agreed. 15 was too young to be dealing with anything involving Voldemort. They hadn't really even known there was anything to do against him until they'd left school, and hadn't started questioning it until their 6th year. Problem was, Harry would be involved, and so would his friends by default. It was just sad all around to realize both how young they were and how it couldn't be avoided. Lily sighed as she looked at what Harry was fixing to belt out, but she just couldn't bring herself to shout that all out. She couldn't even bring herself to raise her voice that much. She knew the others already grasped what level Harry was at by the boy's sheepish look at all the feelings pouring out of him at once on his friends. "Harry," Lily groaned as she rubbed at her temple, letting the book dip slightly so she could eye him better. "I know," Harry mumbled, without being able to meet her eyes. First his dad, now his mum. He just kept disappointing everyone lately. She kept staring at him, though, until he looked up and met her eyes while she told, "It's not as if I can blame you for your temper snapping. No one can control that. I just wish you weren't taking it out on the ones who don't deserve it." Harry gave her a bleak smile as he still forced himself to concentrate on his every breath, on Sirius at his side, shaking his head at Harry's display, even while he wanted to do a bit of shouting of his own, to absolutely not think about how angry he'd been at the time so he wouldn't get lost in his mind again. "You have a knack for scaring your owl away, don't you?" James muttered like he hoped that would stop Lily from continuing for a moment, and it didn't. Lily's voice hitched as she once again was forced to remember all that Harry had been through, all on his own, always with no one there to help him. It really was no wonder he lashed out, because of the summer he'd had to suffer after all that. Harry kept sinking farther and farther into his cushion as shame managed to burn out any ill will he'd once held towards his friends, for now at least keeping his mind level in the here and now. His mum was right. This really had come out on the wrong people. He couldn't believe he'd done this to his friends. "Brave little one," Lily murmured. It took a lot for someone to interrupt someone else's shouting. "I think I'd fear for my life to hear of her in a furious state." Lily sighed in relief before telling them, "Least you seem to be done shouting for now." Harry hardly looked over at her as he kept flattening his hair and trying to vanish from sight, or more preferably go hunt down his friends and properly apologize to them. "A torture chamber," Sirius grumbled, which seemed to be true even for Harry. He hadn't been inside there 5 minutes when he was already showing his worst. Sirius had often wondered if that place was enchanted to bring out the worst of people, and this wasn't disproving his theory. "Well, you've hardly given them the chance to do that." Lily couldn't completely stop her rebuke. "You did just walk in there and start this up. You really can't start so open-ended, Harry." James at least tried for a smile while he corrected Harry in a less harsh tone than Lily had managed. "Even I'm not sure what you're asking for, and I'm following your head." "Thought it was obvious." He rolled his eyes at James, honestly wanting to make the father laugh for a moment, as just days ago Harry had seemed too afraid to speak to him. Now he was literally mouthing off. It was quite a turn to see such a change coming through him so quickly, though it just made him all the more sad this was the closest he'd ever seemed to get to watching his son grow up, years taking place over days. "You weren't really going to start shouting at them for that?" Lily couldn't stop a frown at him now. "It's not their fault they aren't allowed in. They certainly made their letters feel a lot more obnoxious then, for we don't know." Harry grumbled back, still not entirely able to replace the bad mood this book was reminding him of, it seemed. At the word invented, everyone finally felt their spirits lifting again. The twins had always been a foolproof way to make them feel better, and their adventures in inventing was the most entertaining thing going on in the background of Harry's life. "Really?" Lily demanded, finally turning her sharp eyes off of Harry and onto the book in disapproval. "She's still doing that to them. Mother, yes, but I can't really say she has a right to be trashing their things like that." "I can't believe she's still trying to," James sighed. "At some point, it really does boggle the mind how she's still fighting them on something they so clearly want to do. I'd like to think she'd start encouraging them when she realized how badly they want this." Harry had to resist the temptation to tell them both to knock off Mrs. Weasley. Instead, he put as much conviction into his voice as he could. "I'm convinced she'll ease up on them in no time." He truly felt it in him. The mother would be proud of her boys, but he was weary of saying that in case it caused another spur of pain. He'd managed to keep anyone else from continuing on this for now, though. "I guess I should be flattered I get discussed at these meetings." Harry scowled, even as deep down he could feel something about that was off. Sirius couldn't help a mean little laugh. Ron really hadn't put that together. What exactly had he really been thinking about all summer for not having realized that? Had he and Hermione been that cozy? Harry gave him a hard nudge to get him to stop. He already felt bad enough for how he'd reacted to seeing his friends. He didn't want to hear the others picking on them now. Lily was still frowning at him, wishing he'd dropped the tone already. Sirius snorted in surprise before starting to giggle like a maniac as he imagined the look on his mother's face if she heard that. It seemed Creature had passed away, a blessing he was more than happy to hear as well. Lily hadn't meant to shout that so loud, but she'd yelped it more in surprise than anything, causing the others to jump as well. Harry just couldn't shut off his spikes of annoyance lately as he grumbled. "Is it just me, or is the system really unfair towards Muggleborns? Just because you've got magical parents, they can't tell you're doing magic during your summer holidays, but when I do it," he finished with an obvious enough look. To be fair, Lily tried. It is unintentionally biased. There's just no way possible to detect a single person's magical energy, though studies have tried. The trace is only set to detect that of magic for underage people, not even individuals. So instead they have to do it by location, and just trust that parents aren't allowing their kids to do so during holidays. Something of what his mother said tickled in Harry's mind, and suddenly he snapped his fingers and said, "That's it. That's why Tonks and Moody could use magic at my place. Lupin was talking about that to Kingsley when I was coming back into the kitchen, but it didn't make any sense at the time. He said something about how because Mr. Weasley had been using magic before at my place, it was going to be overlooked. I didn't know what he meant because Mr. Weasley wasn't even there." Remus blanched and avoided all eyes for a moment to pretend he hadn't just heard Harry automatically slip back into calling him by his last name again, now right in this room. "That kind of makes sense," James frowned in thought. "He was there to pick you up last time, and so long as he forewarned the Ministry again he was going to pick you up, they just ignore magical energy at your house for that time period because they just assume it was Arthur doing it. I wonder why Arthur wasn't there." Sirius frowned. He couldn't have been at work, otherwise that wouldn't have worked. Harry just shrugged for answer, though something of what Ron said tried to bubble to the surface. Guard duty. Had Harry been watched even more closely after the Dementor attack? No, that didn't make sense. There wouldn't be a guard on the house while he was being picked up. So what? Well, I'm just happy you won't be in even more trouble for that. Lily sighed in relief as she went back to the book. "I'm sure it was hard to miss." Sirius grinned. Harry gave a sheepish smile while everyone around him laughed, though it did make Sirius wonder if the Order had heard this and no one had come up to check. They might have blocked out the noise outside of the room, though in an effort to keep the kids out. "You've been saying everything grumpily lately," James told him pleasantly. "Can't seem to shake it off when I keep getting annoyed," he snipped. "I would just like to take this moment to remind that they were complaining of Percy doing this last summer," Sirius grinned. "I'm positive the twins have flamboyant answers for that," Remus snorted. James suddenly blinked as he eyed his two friends before cracking up laughing. "You going to share the joke?" Sirius demanded when he'd subsided enough, but the baby was still giggling in his arms. "I'm honestly just picturing their reactions when they realize who they're in the same house with," James stated with a stupid smirk in place. It only took them a minute before they exchanged impish grins with each other, but Harry shot down the idea at once as he said, "Well, I never told them that I knew who the Marauders were, so unless Ron did, I don't think they even know." Sirius was suddenly pouting at him as he demanded to know why. Harry answered simply, "When would it have come up?" The only scenario he could see was if Sirius or Remus had referred to the other as their nicknames, and while they swapped between the two often enough in here, Harry hadn't once heard Sirius or Professor Lupin do the same in his time. Sirius and Remus were starting to look disappointed now. After the twins had gone on about them, when the map had first been introduced, they'd love to think they got a chance with a real chat to their follow-up pranksters. Harry grimaced as he realized he was just killing everyone's mood of late, and insisted to his brain to cut it out already, at least in here. What was it about this year that was putting him in such a foul mood no matter what? "Harry, how dare you?" James mocked outraged as he wagged his finger at him. Harry forced a smile he didn't really feel at the picking, now struggling with himself to understand why he couldn't just laugh along like he had in the past. This couldn't all be because of his rotten summer and lingering shame for what he'd done to his friends. What on earth was happening to him this year to cause such a resurgence of these bad feelings he was having so many problems shaking? Sirius sighed in disappointment. Fred had skipped a perfectly good opportunity to use his name. Harry clearly needed the laugh he was sure it would have given. Harry suddenly smiled for what felt like the first time in hours as he chuckled at his own description for seemingly no reason, and the others didn't even care enough to question it. They were just happy to see him fighting to get past whatever mood he was in. Apparently everyone could. At least this time his voice had come out more self-deprecating than angry. Then his face managed to brighten even more as he said, "I think that's the first time she's outright said hello to me like that. Only took her 3 years to do so." Sirius grinned. "Maybe by next summer she'll carry on a conversation." "Darn mothers who think ahead," Remus pouted. Tonks keeps getting better and better, though. Sirius smirked at the idea of that little kid growing up to teach kids such valuable things. Snape! They all chorused in disgust. Lily broke free of that first, though, as she thought back to wondering just what Snape did for the Order, and Dumbledore's rather interesting instructions to him at the end of last year. She remembered distinctly Dumbledore's words in saying Snape had turned spy for them, and that's what had kept him out of Azkaban. And while the boys had initially dissed the idea as they refused to trust anything by him, Lily could almost feel hopeful for it, even if it didn't make sense. What reason did he have to do this that hadn't been there when he joined in the first place? Doesn't make him not a git, James scowled. Here I was wishing Ron would appear here, Sirius smirked. Now I don't have to miss him. James just chuckled as he agreed, but also said, honestly though, any sane person but Hermione would say the same. I wonder which brother Ginny looks up to the most, Remus snorted. Whatever works, love, Lily sighed, still wishing he'd apologize rather than just deciding to blow the matter over. Oh, they all muttered with intrigue, having thought nothing of the casual flirt mentioned in Harry's last year. Well, congratulations to the two. I hope they enjoy those lessons. Lily smirked, while the boys outright began giggling as well at the news, or at least the way the twins had delivered it. I don't see why Bill couldn't have done that, Remus said innocently enough. I don't see how he needed to come back for just a little desk job. I'll explain it to you later, Moony, Sirius smirked as he patted his friend's shoulder. Oh yeah, the three marauders muttered, seeming to forget about him more often than not. Harry, though, tensed all over again, a sudden blackening trying to shroud all memories he had of Percy. Well, I'm happy you brought him up, Lily smiled. I was curious if he got to keep his job in the department. I'd be really happy for him if he got something so young. Harry just gave her a sad little frown as he resisted the impulse to start bracing himself for some very bad news. Yoo-ho! James frowned in confusion as he tried to lean around Lily and see what that reaction was. He was no fan of Percy's, but that hadn't been a pleasant start. What did he do? Remus struggled to get out in an unaccusing voice, but it was hard to imagine him doing something to cause that reaction in his parents that wasn't terrible. Look serious. She is technically having a conversation with me, Harry muttered just to try and keep that bad feeling from washing over him any second. One-on-one then, Sirius corrected, his eyes still trained menacingly on the book, and not to be distracted, even by this. Lily's eyes flipped wide in shock. She couldn't imagine having such a terrible fight with her child it caused that kind of reaction. Wouldn't that be a good thing, though? Sirius. Tone was still more icy than confusion. He never liked hearing about Percy, and he wasn't at all liking how this was starting, considering the last thing he'd heard about the ministry hadn't been a good thing. No one noticed. I'd hardly think Percy had been blamed for that, Remus huffed. I guess I can kind of see that, James sighed, though he still didn't see how this had to do with having such a terrible fight with his parents. Harry winced with renewed chagrin at what he'd done to his friends, now realizing how his friends had felt all the more because of how his dad had shouted at him this morning. Oh, bollocks, Sirius groaned as he ran a hand miserably down his face. Fudge didn't really try to do this, did he? Percy didn't really fall for this, Remus countered with a calculating look. It's been made obvious Harry favors the Weasleys, and if Fudge really hates Harry now, then doing something like this for a Weasley doesn't make any sense. Lily was fidgeting uneasily with the pages before she pressed herself to go on, now sincerely hoping this fight hadn't really been about what she was thinking. Really? James demanded. That's just so. He cut himself off as he seemed to run out of words for how idiotic that felt. What was Fudge's game here? Well, yes, if he'd earned it, Lily sighed. I don't get it, Harry frowned at them. Yeah, it's weird, but what's so bad? If Fudge's attitude is anything like we last saw, Lily patiently explained, then Percy getting something at a time like this should raise a red flag for him and his family that the minister's up to something, putting someone so close to Harry Potter in his office. What? Harry wanted to laugh, though his sinking gut was confirming she was right on point. You think Fudge wants Percy to spy on me and report my favorite dessert? Not in so light of questions, though, Remus agreed grimly, while Harry looked back to the book with worry. Oh, and now Dumbledore's involved too, James groaned, this going from bad to worse. I cannot believe any sane person would think like that, Sirius sneered. I don't understand why they wouldn't believe this, Harry ground out, trying his best not to shout another grievance that had been plaguing him that summer, and said they were all ready to believe it when the philosopher's stone was nearly taken from Gringotts. Lily looked at him sadly as she explained, "The concept is a bit skewed. There's a difference between people speculating and fearing and outright saying it. I'm sure that if Dumbledore had declared that, yes, Voldemort had been the one to do this, then people would have reacted the same then." Harry still didn't think that made any sense, but stopped arguing the point. "In league with him?" Lily demanded. "He's not the one trying to destabilize life." "Which really shows more about Fudge than anything," James snapped in outrage. He found Arthur's fascination perfectly understandable and honestly compelling when Lily and Sirius treated him to Muggle education. It really showed how a person thought, though, when they'd hear the same things and look down on the whole civilization for not being as good as theirs. "But Percy should know that." Sirius forced himself to phrase it as a question. "He's smart enough to know when he's being played." "The twins would have done it to him enough," James agreed. Lily was just blinking slowly down at the pages now. She didn't even want to continue to what she now truly knew the fight had been about. She didn't want to hear about Percy fighting with his parents about this, because she knew without a doubt Percy was wrong. The saddest part was, though, some part of her still pitied the poor boy. She'd long since noticed he'd always felt ostracized from his family, and earning a promotion like this and going off his past experiences should have taught him his parents would praise him for this like always. Then they went and dismissed him, and Percy would feel shunned. It didn't excuse such a fight it left his parents in the mess they were at all, though. "That sounds like completely the opposite, though," Sirius snapped. "Every time we've heard of Arthur, he's out there helping someone out, and on first-name terms with a lot more people than Percy, who his own boss didn't even know his name." Sirius was breathing rather hard at the end, but he couldn't help it. Percy wasn't his family, but he could still feel the reminding sting of betrayal that Rat had caused him as he heard of this. It was a different kind of betrayal, but choosing that ministry over his family could not be worked out in his mind. Harry was having trouble picturing Percy shouting such a thing when he could far more easily recall Percy splashing into the water just last year in concern for his brother's welfare. What had changed in that time to make Percy like this? Harry wasn't the only one scowling by the end of all that. No one could believe what they were watching Lily spit out in frustration. Of all the times they'd been agitated of hearing about Percy, they still would never have called this. "It's a good thing they don't know your real last name, then," Remus sneered in disgust. "I still can't picture it," James whispered. He'd never imagined that Voldemort's return could manage to pull yet more families apart like it had his own. His eyes flickered to Remus briefly, unable to think yet again what it had implied they'd all be thinking about him in the coming year, and forced himself to listen to Lily go on. Lily couldn't stop a little hitch in her throat. Even with Ron describing it, she couldn't force the image into her head of any child turning on their mother like that. Molly did not deserve that for anything, especially as she was most likely only there to let him know she still loved him despite this decision. "You would think," Sirius agreed nastily. "But I've never met someone so ignorantly stupid they wouldn't understand the words Voldemort's back either." Harry watched those around him yelp furiously on his behalf again, making him smile just slightly at the defense. Before Sirius could even open his mouth to make his recurring joke, James suddenly half screamed. How much was Percy told? The baby in his lap let out a wail of protest at something so loud, but even while James began soothing him, he had worried eyes on his best friend. It only took but a moment for the others to realize what that implied, and Sirius lost a shade of color before he got out. "I'm sure if Percy knew anything new about me, he'd have gone badgering that right to his new master." Harry was saddened to see them all so easily flip on Percy, Sirius instantly resorting to those kinds of insults, and then confused at his own confusion, as Harry was very sure Percy deserved it for the rest of his life. He was still trying to recall the time Percy had weaved himself through an angry crowd to fight back against those Death Eaters last year as the same guy who'd done this to his family. Something in him was trying to insist Percy must regret this. No, most likely it would have been an introduction type thing like what happened with Marley. So if I hadn't been around to their place yet, I'm sure he knows nothing about me. It was comforting, at least for the moment, that Percy hadn't gone so far into the Order. He would likely know more current whereabouts on Sirius at least. Did he know anything about the order? Ron had said this had happened right before they'd been going to Grimmauld Place, so surely Percy knew his family was fixing to relocate out of the burrow and where they were headed. Maybe it had been like Harry, though, and they'd only been told of the location right before they'd entered, so Percy had no clue of anything. Lily had to go back and reread what Hermione had actually said to set her husband into a panic, and then they were all just as baffled at Harry by the comment enough no one interrupted her in hopes Hermione would just explain. Why would he? Remus began with his eyes narrowed. Mention him how? The others could already hear a growl beginning in Sirius' throat. A standing joke about what? Lily began nastily, but forced herself to continue as she didn't even want to imagine what all was being said about her baby. What was being said would be bad enough. Oh no, James began furiously ruffling up his hair at once. Please don't tell me. Lily cut him off as her voice continued rising in sharpness. I want to know if she's mentioned that to the twins. Earn her a lot of respect in their book, Remus muttered bleakly, looking for anything good for just a moment. Could hardly forget, Harry muttered, as those articles still stung him now thinking about. Harry felt some distant part of him want to laugh for his friend, which was not coming to him now at all of the grim, wide-eyed faces. Harry really had been trying to keep himself under control, so it surprised him when his mum didn't, and she exploded a mountain of diatribe on that prophet and what they were doing to her hair bare. The boys watched her vent like they just had about Percy, agreeing with every word she said, so much they were just a bit disappointed when Harry gently cleared his throat and tried to cut her off. Really, Mum, it ticked me off too, but it's disgusting, she insisted like she thought Harry was trying to argue that point. The ministry I work for would never force the prophet into pulling these stunts, but clearly the editor's right in Fudge's back pocket, and I can't believe anyone would do this to you. She wanted to keep pressing her point right up into Fudge's face, but as Harry continued to look sadly at her, she instead turned burning eyes back on the pages. Has he completely lost whatever mind he had? James gaped. He's only famous because of what Voldemort did to him. Clearly, the act of saying his own murder still couldn't really get through his mouth. What possible reason could Fudge think Harry would make that up for? If I find out, I'll be sure to let you know, Harry sighed, now feeling even more guilty for his earlier anger as he kept trying to curb theirs without success. Lily, too, couldn't manage to quite get that out in her tempered voice, but it hardly cooled her either as she kept going venomously. Remus' brows shot up in surprise at this turn of circumstances. But he's not going to be expelled, Sirius snarled at once. So apparently they're just going to sit on that story forever. Poor them. Harry managed a smile for his godfather's utter confidence in that, managing to increase his own in that outcome, and increasingly improving his mood about that at least. If they abide by their own laws, half the things I've heard them doing lately wouldn't be done, Lily snapped. Because Molly wouldn't be at all suspicious why the twins would choose to vanish as someone approached, James sighed as he rubbed at the bridge of his nose, wishing he could put more energy into the comment, but already feeling strained from so many stressful chapters in a row now. How was this one already worse than the last? Harry still huffed with one last tick of annoyance he'd been left out of that. I'm so proud. Sirius blinked more in confusion than actual pride, though. She's come so far already. He's getting more interesting as time goes by as well, James agreed at once, hoping to stay on a pleasant topic for just 5 minutes now felt like a miracle. No! The sudden outburst from Sirius had Harry and Remus nearly leaping from their seats in shock, which he clearly took no notice of as he kept going hatefully. Of all the rotten luck. My parents kicked the bucket, but that nasty little blighter couldn't have gone with them. Just what did I do to deserve having that thing in my sole care? I think you'd find it a good thing. James tried to offer up some happy suggestion for this. Now you can clothe him and just have him out of your life for good. The odd part was, though, if Sirius was going to do that, he'd have done it already. Sirius didn't offer up any more suggestions, though, as he huffed and grumbled a bit more under his breath, while Lily tried to ignore the outburst she found uncalled for. Still haven't explained why they have to do that, Remus grumbled as he massaged his ear and glared at Sirius. At least he understood his friend's consternation a little better. But now his ear felt like it was starting to ring from all the shouting going on so recently. Harry's mouth went dry as he ducked his head all over again for causing his friends to ever look at him like that, now wishing he could give himself a good kick in the rear. At least you clearly regret it. James tried to pacify him. Harry had suffered enough guilt. It was time he be comforted at least a bit. I've only ever had one really bad row with Sirius, and we didn't exactly hug it out when all was said and done. You apologize to them. I'm sure they won't think on it anymore. Harry looked up towards the book hopefully. Well, that could have gone better, Remus chuckled. But at least you seem on equal ground again, Sirius sighed, as he tried to get that old problem out of his head. Not a good thing to be lingering on for now, then, Lily muttered, as she knew that if Harry's temper did break again, it really should be on him. Well, that's not helping, Sirius grumbled, wondering what he'd done to have so much of his family being pushed back into his mind all of a sudden. At least Wahlburger taught him something then. Sirius' teeth flashed with that grin in an almost predatory way. I'm sure I can help with that. Sirius, you're disgusting me, Lily snapped at him before reading loudly in hopes he was kidding. I think I'd be worried for her if she had, though, Remus chuckled. Little fighter that she is, I can't imagine she will until she gets what she wants. Least she could do is leave that elf out, Sirius huffed. Harry suddenly felt an alarm bell going off in the back of his head, leaning just that little bit closer to Sirius, and suddenly very worried for his godfather's behavior towards his elf. Finally, they all felt themselves focusing on something they all wanted to hear about again. Even the current Order members were insanely curious what was going on in this future. James suddenly realized at the beginning that it had in fact been Snape Marley must have been referring to as having arrived, and his agitation only increased as he realized Dumbledore really wasn't there to give some kind of explanation to Harry for leaving him like that for so long. We all are, Sirius begrudgingly agreed, his mind still trying to work out just what exactly that was and when it would start taking place. If he started seeing Snivellus at his meetings, Sirius wasn't going to be a happy camper with his Order much longer. Have I mentioned how brilliant those two are? James' eyes brightened with excitement as he fully appreciated this fascinating device. As if I needed any more proof they're set for life with all we've heard so far, this is such a cool idea I'd buy a dozen. As if there isn't enough filth in that house, Sirius sneered, even as his mind tried to boggle Snivellus in his childhood home. Well, the two did go hand in hand with how filthy they were. Is anyone going to explain that? Lily grumped as it just kept being mentioned. So that quiet thing didn't seem to work out. Remus blinked in confusion. She really is a clumsy little one, James chuckled at the thought. Best use that troll's foot ever came to, getting knocked over by that girl, Sirius smirked. Lily suddenly recoiled into the cushions in shock, and some honest fear as she glanced at her boy and back to the pages with concern. Before anyone could demand, she kept reading anyways. Oh, she didn't, Sirius began, looking almost faint from the overwhelming disgust he could feel at such a thing existing. Remus was almost concerned. This didn't seem to be new to him. How many times had this happened? He had a horrible idea who this vile woman was actually a portrait of, as he kept watching Sirius' face as he seemed to be in a living nightmare. I think I found Sirius, James whispered to no one as Sirius' mouth was starting to drop open with horror. Sirius began opening and closing his mouth wordlessly, apparently too appalled for words back, for now. Chapter's done, Lily sighed as she passed the book to James and took her baby back, all of them still braced for Sirius to crack and some kind of reaction to burst out. HP. I did not mean to dramatically end with Sirius twice in a row, but I can't resist cutting these chapters off either because I'm a terrible person like that. I've had a few people ask me to explain why Lily and James weren't their own secret keeper, and I promise I'll bring that up in Book 7 when Bill mentions he's his own. But for now, I couldn't think to make the same rules apply to an empty house that didn't belong to Dumbledore in any way. Chapter 5. The Order of the Phoenix. Chapter text. It didn't entirely come to their expectations, as they'd been expecting a rant about his mother. But instead he snarled in frustration and got to his feet, pacing and muttering angrily. Woman just can't leave me in peace. Even in death, she'll find a way to drive me mad. Or more mad, as I'm still convinced that's what I'd have to be to go back in there for some stupid meeting that Snape's a part of. I think we should leave and get some lunch. James sighed, as he gazed down at the book. They'd only been at this for a few hours, but really, they'd just been dealing with so many things back to back already a break felt needed. Sirius stomped wordlessly to the kitchen, still muttering obscenity. They ate their meal in some resemblance of peace, but Sirius still refused to leave his plate, scraping it clean, and then still scraping his fork against it. Remus hadn't actually meant to whisper, "Sirius, you didn't really mean that, right?" "You know that place didn't," he broke off as he couldn't think of how to phrase what Azkaban had done to him. "I'm not acting right," he muttered to his plate alone. "I know I'm not. I don't need to see you two acting so off when I'm mentioned to notice it myself. Haven't gone after Harry. Haven't done a damned thing, really. Now I'm actually back at that place. Been there since Harry got there, it seems. And I don't come up to see him until I hear that woman shouting." He sighed and shook his head, letting his hair fall into his face. "You've clearly got a lot on your mind." James tried his very best to put something light into this. "A new feeling for you, I'm sure." Sirius did not rise to the bait, but he didn't seem to want to linger on this in front of them either, as he pushed away from the table and wouldn't look at anyone as he went back to the room. On the way, their Lily managed to step in the shards of the vase James had broken earlier. She quickly banished the mess without remorse. That was just one step of ridding Petunia from her life. James sat unhappily in his seat as he watched Lily sit back down beside him, cuddling their child, his mind still on Sirius as he began flipping to his chapter and wishing he had more to comfort his best friend with. But so long as the topic was going to be over that house, he didn't see how that was possible. "Spiteful old hag," Sirius spat. "Can't get away from that even in her death." "Well, maybe you shouldn't have given her the idea." James still tried to play this off as a joke. "She did give you absolute hell when you put all that stuff up in your room." Sirius still refused to react past grumbling. "I don't understand why you don't just put something in the way, put a door in front of curtains, or something if keeping her face covered keeps her silent." Harry asked. "I've got one better. Just blow the whole wall up and be done with it," Remus added on. "Oh, how I wish I still had Mooney's wisdom at a time like that." Sirius sighed theatrically before explaining to Harry what Remus knew full well. "The permanent sticking charm keeping her to that wall means that you'd have to rip down that whole house to get that thing gone. The charm is now in the very fabric of the building, and no amount of blasting walls will get it off unless the whole frame goes with it. That's some powerful magic to get rid of anything. Not going to be used on something as precious as headquarters right now." His face puckered with disappointment as Lily explained the more reasonable half. "As for putting something more solid to keep that woman blocked, I'm afraid that magic can't just have a wall put in front of it, and there won't be consequences. So long as it's enchanted to react to noise and start screaming, if you try to cover that up, the person who did so will suffer terribly for it. It comes with its own counter-curse that if you block it in any way from acting like it should, you're cursed. The curtains are enough that it can still activate, while well, at least you won't have to see the stupid thing." Harry just sighed and grumbled about complex magic. "Striving to torture me till the end of my days," Sirius huffed. James felt his heart sink as he could feel the weight of that even if he hadn't seen his best friend in person. Lily beat him to the punch by sympathizing. "I'm sure you're just exaggerating like always, Sirius, just because he's got you doing things you don't want to be doing." Sirius wasn't so sure. He still couldn't help a worm of agitation going through his brain of how he'd been acting. He'd been acting more normal last year with the tournament going on. This just didn't feel right to him. They all gave a hard twitch at that, though they hadn't really been pretending before. You couldn't deny any more something bad was going on with their Padfoot. Remus tried to force some hope into his voice. "I'm positive he's just in a mood because he's in that house for a while. Once he and Harry step back out, he'll lighten up at once." Sirius took a deep breath and tried to take Mooney's words to heart, but he also couldn't pretend Harry's frown deepened at the words. Sirius still couldn't stop a nasty little shiver for the reminder of that place where so many of his mother's precious lessons about everything he hated had taken place. What a shame he didn't. "I heard the scenery is lovely." James rolled his eyes. Lily snorted softly as she could honestly imagine that. When she said she was clumsy, she really meant it. Remus chuckled softly. "Did you really think she was kidding?" Harry laughed lightly back. "Some people exaggerate it." Remus half-heartedly persisted, trying to press into any mundane point with Sirius still looking so tight over continued mentionings of this place. Just because you drop or break something once in a while, I've been known to be clumsy as well. This, however, is clinically clumsy, finally causing the others to start a light giggle as well. Just what are they looking into? Lily asked of no one with exasperation. Couldn't tell you, James pouted. Harry was sad to note he didn't even have a gut feeling about this. It was probably something of the order he was never told. That woman's just no fun, Sirius sighed tragically, trying to force himself to remain off his own mother for a time and focus on this overbearing one. Or, don't bother hiding stuff inside the order and just let them know anyways, James grumbled. Where do they go? Harry asked in surprise. Wherever Bill wants them to, Remus shrugged. They've probably got some special place they keep all those documents that only Order members can summon them from. They all felt a sharp spike of agitation at the mention of him. I cannot believe you of all people were sitting next to him, Jane balked, staring down at the page. Sirius looked just as confused at his setting mate, but then they were all surprised at Harry's sudden burst of laughter. What's so funny then? Remus prompted as Harry rubbed gently at his temple, his eyes shining with mirth. Oh, I just remember all of a sudden Ron telling me about how Sirius reacted when Dung came over. It was just Sirius, and Mr. and Mrs. Weasley and Bill there at the time when he showed up. Apparently he came stumbling into the house, saying, Dementors attacked, Figg's going to kill me, where's Dumbledore? Mr. Weasley apparently flipped out at once, ran down into the kitchen and sent an owl off to me, and disapparated before Dung had really gotten all the words out. He paused there and turned those same amused eyes on Sirius and continued, Want to know what you did? According to Ron and Hermione, you made him repeat it, and then you started strangling him. Sirius cocked his head to the side, then nodded like this made perfect sense to him. The others couldn't help but give grim smiles as well. It felt rather appropriate to the way they were feeling. Harry finished off by saying, It took Bill pulling you off to get you to stop. But from then on Ron said that you tended to dog Dung wherever he went, and he'd flinch every time you scratched your nose or something. James was still chuckling mercilessly at the imagery as he went back to the pages. Bet you anything that wanker agreed with me just for some brownie points, Sirius sniffed in disdain, hardly mollified to find out he'd attempted to strangle someone who had been supposed to be looking after his godson. No thanks to you, Lily still couldn't help but snip. The least of which, James sniffed. I can't believe he had the nerve to do something that agitates her, right in front of her. Remus raised a brow as he still knew how ticked Lily was at him for the moment. Surely Molly was just as bad if not worse, as she probably approved of Harry being followed. Pleasant, Lily crinkled up her nose. I'd have rather been next to the stove, Harry muttered to himself. His rage had made him forget about his cold upon arrival, but he still hadn't fully regained feeling in all his fingers from that flight. I'm supposing Tonks has knocked over one too many stews, Remus smirked. I'm sensing that's the wrong place for her to be. James rolled his eyes. More likely she should be set to some potatoes, least she can break those all she likes. Sirius still felt a flaring agitation rising in him, still pestered over this reunion. Sirius, dear, I need you to do me a favor and start strangling him again, Lily said almost pleasantly. I'm positive I'll be all too happy to. Sirius almost managed a cheerful look back at the thought. I've missed hearing about that cat. Remus gave a light snicker. Then Sirius flinched again, harder, as he'd already had to realize how dumb that question was, yet he couldn't have bothered to find out any point before now. What exactly had he been so busy doing to not have done so? So glad you find that funny. Harry happily poked fun, while the others all listened curiously to see just what about that had made Sirius act even a smidge more normal at laughing at anything. James could not read that without a nasty catch in his throat, hoping beyond everything his best friend was kidding about that part, as Sirius still flinched at the thought of what those foul demons were going to be doing to his future. Sirius making light of this was entirely his padfoot, though, so he read on with more enthusiasm than he would have thought. Sirius, Lily began dangerously, clearly saying she'd switch that threat of violence to him in a heartbeat if she heard of any more fool-headed moves on his part. I what? Sirius demanded, feeling like his heart had just dropped down into his stomach. This couldn't really mean what he was thinking. But all of that was true last year too, and you were getting around just fine. Remus snapped, trying to pretend he hadn't watched James go the worst shade of red at having to be reminded who their friend was sharing all of their secrets with. There was a deadly moment of silence where everyone just sat there for a moment and gaped at what Sirius had just implied he'd been up to. No, he hadn't really. Sirius' temper snapped. The shouting they'd all been expecting before to come up when faced with his mother finally seemed to have tantamounted as past memories blocked out everything, and he began shouting. I can't decide who I hate worse right now, the rat for my name still being smeared, or Dumbledore. He put me in where? His voice may have ruptured to stop him from continuing, that or he actually realized the baby was crying fiercely now. Either way, he forced himself to stop that, and instead got to his feet and began stamping more than pacing across the room in frustration. Serious, someone tried to say, but he didn't even take note of it as he kept going in a forced lesser volume. It's damn near as bad as if I'd been locked into Azkaban all over again. There's no way I'm actually. He cut himself off that time, though, because in some nasty, twisted way it did explain his behavior so far. If Dumbledore had actually convinced him to stay in that house for his safety, then he would be in the worst mood of his life the whole time there. It's no wonder Harry's problems were falling to his wayside. He had trouble thinking of anything else now when he wasn't in that place, but trapped back in those dank walls, and he'd be a bottomless pit of self-pity. Listen, Padfoot, James insisted over his still fussy child, who was now making more noise than Sirius. But Lily refused to leave the room this time, as she kept soothing him patiently and keeping an eye on Sirius. Dumbledore's insane for thinking that's what you should do, and Merlin, it's a twist of irony you've actually seemed to listen to him in doing it, but I think you're forgetting something really important. What? He barked like a snapping animal. It's not happening to you now. You never have to go back there again if you don't want to. Deep breaths, Pads. I promise Dumbledore will rue the day he decided to do this to you. Rue? Remus asked, more to change the subject than anything. Look at you using big kid words. James theatrically pouted at him, while Sirius sighed but at least stopped shouting for now, and so had the baby. James still kept watching Sirius carefully, but when it became clear he was the hold-up, Sirius just waved him on, though now he looked more likely than Lily to be strangling a certain someone soon, and it wasn't Mundungus anymore. Mutual hatred of someone will do wonders to bring two people closer together. James gave an awkward smile in agreement, his thoughts on Snape, and how, for so many years, 4 people had spent their lives hating his every step. Now one of them was on the same side as him. That is actual torture, Remus declared. I'll be lucky if I don't go mad and murder everyone in the room next time, Sirius agreed. Harry wondered if Sirius had known at the time he sounded exactly like his father did upon reading that. Then he felt his spirits sink that much lower as Harry kept realizing that, with every minute he valued getting to watch James do anything, his Sirius probably missed his brother double. 10 years, eh? Sirius muttered absently, trying to draw the time frame in his head. But since he honestly had no clue of who died first, his parents or Regulus, it still wasn't helping anything. Harry felt a sudden flash of violence overtake him, some memory trying to bubble right to the surface of his strangling Mundungus. I can see what his attention was just so riveted on, Lily snogged. Trust Mundungus to try filching something from that house, Sirius said, with an actual touch of indulgence, though. He'd help loot the place for the man even while holding some burning violence for him. Why would he want it to? Remus asked in honest confusion. Wouldn't it be worth more with that crest in place, proving its pureblood usage? Depends on what Dung's using it for, I guess, Sirius shrugged without care. James could already feel a touch of indulgence replacing his lackluster mood at Sirius' future problems. The twins always had made him feel better, though, and this sounded like something right out of his late teen years. Harry had to swallow very hard around the boys' sudden laughter. That felt like a bad omen to him. James wasn't shouting that too loud, considering his infant was still being rather fidgety in his mother's arms, but the tone was clear in his voice, and they were all giggling now, as none of them would deny they had been the same way after they'd turned 17. Good to know some things don't change, Sirius muttered, as he brushed some hair back out of his face and grinned at Harry, who'd quickly forced himself to ignore his moment and had indeed been laughing along. Parents always think you're supposed to be responsible, no matter what age you're at, James sighed. Lily winced as she heard that again, how she wished Marley would quit badgering those boys about being like their siblings. It couldn't be good for any of them to always be compared to each other. She still remembered how Ron had been on that first train ride, and how badly it had shown him being looked over when it came to his 4th year. I'm sure that got her point across better, Remus snorted. But Percy apparently did, and no one was yelling at him for that, James huffed. I don't buy that for a second, Harry muttered to himself, thinking of how Bill's very look screamed he didn't like abiding by normal standards and enjoyed his reckless moments. Charlie clearly needs some fun tips then, Lily smiled to herself. James' voice broke with a sharp hiss of frustration even before he found out how the guy's own parents reacted. He didn't care if he had no personal relation to Percy himself. He now couldn't help picturing that little shit of a Weasley in as foul a way as possible. Lily felt herself wobbling and tucking her child that much closer to her, as it hurt to picture such a thing happening to those parents. I see why the Order's still keeping you around, Sirius nodded to himself. Least you can still manage to change the subject slick as butter. Harry gave a sad sigh as he wondered if Percy would be proud of himself for creating such an awkward silence at just the mention of his name. Oh boy, they all muttered, as Sirius wasn't being at his most pleasant around them while in mention of that house, but around someone he'd shown not a spot of like for inside it. This could turn ugly fast. And she's telling you this because, Remus asked with honest amusement, wants to know the best spell to set it on fire. Sirius shrugged carelessly. Harry suddenly blinked in utter fascination at the idea as he turned to Remus and asked, You said a boggart could read your mind and automatically turn into the thing you fear most, but could it do that if it doesn't realize Moody's looking at it? What do boggarts look like when no one's around? No one knows a boggart's true form, Remus reminded, not even Moody. Most likely it's just hiding as something all ready to fear you, and the person who did get closest to it could still manage to transform and scare them before they'd cast it off. Harry was still trying to picture Moody being afraid of anything a boggart could turn into as a laughable idea. But still, the idea of that boggart bothered him for some reason, like it did scare someone. I wouldn't let Sirius anywhere near anything in that place without taking his wand away, and that's too dangerous as well. James shook his head at Marley. Just what makes her think it's a good idea to let Sirius help try and clean anything? Sirius just wasn't in the mood to respond back and keep playing this off like a joke. The thought of that room, like every other, dragging up some haunting memories he'd done a good job of burying over the years. This one in particular being the time his dad had given him a week-long lecture on the dark creatures of the world, and what Sirius was expected to do if he ever met them. Not a pleasant reminder while sitting next to Mooney. I can't imagine it was hardly disguised, Lily muttered. Sirius had never done a good job of hiding any feelings. This was so randomly unexpected James had to stifle a giggle before going on, and then read slightly louder over the others still doing so. If she has never done that to his face, I will pay that woman my weight in gold this instant to do it now. Sirius managed to get out in between laughter. No, no, you're not thinking hard enough, Remus instructed with a smirk. She's supposed to be doing it behind his back in the Order meetings while he's not looking. James actually had to stop to catch his breath back from laughing so hard, while Lily rolled her eyes and was beginning to think Tonks really would fit into this bunch a little too well. This really is fascinating. Lily grinned the more she realized how flexible Tonks' ability was outside of a text describing it. Ugh, as if the original version wasn't vile enough, James chuckled. Think I'd rather go back hearing about Tonks' noses, Remus huffed quietly to himself, which Sirius still heard and rolled his eyes at, hoping Mooney wasn't going to be like this every time he was mentioned, and completely ignoring the fact that he had been the same lately. That's what they're doing now, Lily agreed. Has that happened yet? James asked in confusion, though after a while all of the deaths really started blurring together. I think Sturgis was actually doing some looking into that area, Remus nodded to himself. He mentioned it last time, so maybe, or it's just fixing to. Must be a big name in the goblin community to still be remembered so vividly, Lily said sadly, as normally wizards were horrible about keeping track of other creatures' history. Remus muttered something under his breath about how that would tempt a lot more than goblins, but Sirius gave him a hard nudge to shut up that kind of talk. I'm sure no one got their gold back from Bagman. Lily scowled at the reminder of that, the twins in particular nearly having suffered a great fallback for it. Well, at least this sounds far more entertaining, James grinned. James nearly couldn't finish to the end, he was laughing so hard, though he really was the only one. Lily still found him too annoying to laugh at such a stupid thing, and though Sirius normally would have he was on Lily's side for once. Remus still looked distant and distracted like he hadn't even realized they'd switched to another topic. At least someone's enjoying themselves, Harry sighed. Can't fault his logic, though. Sirius did nod in agreement to that, causing Lily to glare at him as she wished he was kidding. Don't know what she's talking about, Remus snorted. He's clearly looked them all up verbatim. So he can do them exactly wrong, James smirked. Just what have you been up to regarding them? James suddenly demanded eagerly. Since the first time that place had come up, Sirius truly looked interested in the story again and waved James on eagerly in hopes he would at least find that out. So what's she glaring at you for then? Remus asked in honest disappointment if that had been what that look was for. I most likely indulged him a lot before he skipped out on Harry, Sirius offered, and maybe she didn't approve of the way I handled him when he came to tell us. Can't imagine that's it, Lily scoffed, since I can all too easily picture Marley wanting to throw a swing as well. I'm positive she's not the only one, Sirius sniffed. Even if he was still on Harry's side, he should have known about it. It didn't negate that Dung hadn't been doing his job. Lily was frowning to herself for a different reason, thinking that it technically was Sirius' house, and Molly shouldn't be shooting looks at him for having anyone stay over. She did wonder at Sirius' motives behind this, but she knew that he didn't know now. Probably back from when he was single digits, though, Harry corrected with a slight snort. They all burst out laughing at that one, though Harry blushed vividly as he was again reminded who he had demanded those answers from very vocally. You sure do have the best timing, Padfoot, Remus muttered. Lily flushed in agitation at Marley saying that for her son. It should be Sirius' decision, and more than that, it should be hers to decide what Harry knew at what age. She wasn't the only one scowling hatefully for that comment, but somehow it hurt her the worst that she watched Harry flush with a new embarrassment as his eyes flickered from her and away again, almost shamefully, like he'd just been wondering if his mum would say the same. Honestly, Sirius, I think I'm impressed with your restraint. Lily seemed the only one who was surprised, though. James now looked offended for his mate as he said, Sirius knows better than to get between a mum and her kids. Marley probably asked Sirius specifically not to say anything to them, and he knows to respect that. Lily looked chagrined enough Sirius didn't even bother to smirk at her much. They've always seemed rather good at their impressions, Remus muttered randomly as he shifted uneasily in his seat. He could already feel a fight breaking out, and he wasn't even in the room for it. Hey! Sirius barked in outrage. He's the only one who should get to decide, James agreed dangerously. He'd spent hours now hating the world that left Sirius the one doing so, but he'd had to come to the acceptance of it all the same. Who was Marley to be saying anything otherwise? Harry was just a friend of one of her kids. He's less of a right than Sirius. Lily sneered back, looking quite dangerous herself, Harry noted. Who's Dumbledore to be telling Sirius anything to do with Harry? Merlin, we left Sirius as Harry's godfather, and even if it's not recognized because of that stupid bloody thing everyone thinks he did, those who do know better should respect it. Dumbledore needs to get a grip on what he thinks everyone needs to know, Remus snapped hatefully. First trying to keep Harry at such a terrible place he didn't want to be at, now trying to enforce Sirius do his dirty work as well. Where did the man think he got the right to control them like this? I imagine this would be quite a show under most circumstances, James muttered, as he was honestly having a bit of a hard time picturing it. Someone they'd never even really met arguing with his best friend about the circumstances of how much his infant son should know about the order while he wasn't even in the picture. Sirius came a second too close to snapping. Thanks for the backup, Mooney, but managed to stop himself just in time, as it really wasn't fair to be turning his temper on him now when he had just snapped in agreement with him. At least, his friend Remus was still acting the same as he should be. whereas they'd still yet to see their friend really taking on his normal role of anything regarding Sirius or Harry in this twisted future. "Don't you cut him off just because he's making a good point," James muttered petulantly. Harry couldn't stop a soft little smile creeping across his face for that. He hadn't even spoken those words to Sirius, and yet his godfather really did seem to know him so well as he'd said the same thing Harry had been thinking for a month. Sirius looked like he'd just been kicked in the sack. What exactly had he been saying for Marley to insinuate that? Had he really lost a chunk of his mind in Azkaban to really not be able to tell the difference between them sometimes? Sure, they looked a lot the same, but he wouldn't really. James' face had been steadily growing more red the more he got out of Marley talking to his brother like that. But the moment he realized she just shot the lowest of blows at him, he switched to several shades too pale for his normal coloring and stated in a flat, cold voice, "Marley just lost any of my respect. Dad." Harry yelped defensively at once. He couldn't say he was pleased at Marley's coddling of him in this moment, but that was too far for him of someone he cared deeply for. "I'm not going to let her get away with talking to him like that," James vowed without a change in expression. "Not after all he's been through, what he's still going through." Harry glanced around beseechingly, but he didn't see anyone who didn't disagree with James. Harry winced as he did admit that Mrs. Weasley had crossed a line with that remark, but Harry still wished they'd cut her some slack as she was speaking out of anger and clearly trying to look out for him, even if it was in the wrong way. Sirius wished he had that same confidence in his future self. Despite how warmed he was, James was using that icy tone that no one in here had even thought to question the remark besides him. He honestly wondered if it was needed, as Sirius wasn't as convinced that he wasn't just a bit loose around the edges, if maybe he did sometimes get the two swapped. He'd like to think he never got that bad. But well, 12 years was a long time, and he'd be wishing he had James back now more than ever in that hated place. Remus suddenly realized they were the only ones enraged over this, and that in fact Sirius was trying to burrow himself into his seat and not looking at anyone, but instead seemed almost guilty of his future actions. James was too distracted by half reading and half forcing himself not to shout as Remus leaned in to whisper, "Sirius, mate, you know that's not happening to you. It never could." Sirius only nodded as answer, and while he'd have liked more, Remus let it go for now. Lily had said a lot about Sirius before, but never that, and she was right behind whatever nasty retorts James was interlacing as he forced himself to keep going. "I'm going to kill Dumbledore doing that to you." James finally broke and yelled that bit, regretting it instantly as it only started his son crying again. Giving the book a nasty toss aside, he took him from Lily and cradled him in his arms for a moment to calm himself as much as his baby it seemed. "Don't," he said without looking up when he'd seen Harry moving out of the corner of his eye. "I'll get it in a second. Just let me." He took a deep breath as he kept his baby to him for an extra second. But now the child had calmed himself back down, he didn't seem to want to move again as he nestled into the crook of James' neck. Sighing with content, he managed to keep him there while summoning the book back to him, and managed to keep hold of both while forcing himself to keep going. At least now he couldn't lose his temper. "I'm still struggling to understand where she feels she gets the right to say anything regarding Harry," Remus snarled under his breath as he massaged his temple. "Remus, if you actually agree with her on this, I will hold you down myself and watch them take your head off," Lily promised. Remus just nodded silently, knowing he wouldn't fight back. If he really had changed so much he'd side with her over Sirius, then there wasn't anything left of his marauder heritage. It didn't even matter if he disagreed with Sirius. He should stand by him anyways to her face. "There's my Mooney still in there." James at least seemed to approve of this answer. Sirius felt a burn vanishing all his ire at her. Suddenly another woman flashed across his mind, of Euphemia Potter saying the same thing about him so many years ago now. He'd realized the Weasleys had unofficially adopted Harry. He just hadn't realized how much it paralleled his own family with the Potters. He hadn't even really been the one so angry with her right now, too worried for his own state of mind and what he could have been seeing while Harry wasn't there. And now he was confident he really couldn't say a word against her. Not after he now saw those fierce hazel eyes claiming him as Marley had just done for Harry. "The fact that she even needs to ask," Lily's harsh tone came out muffled through her gritted teeth. She'd hated that sting of replacement several times now, but none worse than this, where Marley was actively trying to block Sirius from doing his job. What Lily honestly wouldn't even be doing in that moment was hurting so bad she never could have imagined this feeling. James couldn't actually allow his temper to snap again, with his little charge nodding off, while still trying to hold onto conscious trying to catch at his father's flyaway hair. So it just wasn't as satisfying watching Lily and Remus look ready to deck her any second like he knew he wanted to. It was least helpful of all Harry, nor Sirius were on the same boat. Both were watching the three of them almost pitifully, though neither risking saying anything to the contrary. It was clear they didn't fully agree. James didn't understand how Sirius could be so on this woman's side right now, how he wasn't the angriest of them all, and he would demand answers from him once his kid fell asleep, and they had a real excuse to pause. But for now, he forced himself to read past that moment that shouldn't exist. Not one word serious, or I'll mute you, Remus promised, his eyes still flashing dangerously as Sirius looked to try cracking a dog joke at a time like this. Do you really think he'd say anything against Sirius' side? James forced himself to ask slowly and calmly, better than starting to shoot curses at someone who wasn't here. No, but it was still a valid point, Remus huffed without looking at him, his eyes still focused dangerously on the book. Remus was really hoping that instead of telling Sirius to cool it, he wasn't instead ripping Marley a new one for bringing that up. Again, I am going to point out, where does she have the say to be telling Hermione anything? Lily hissed. Far past caring she hadn't said much coherent besides that lately, this woman was pushing every last one of her buttons. It should be up to her own parents to decide. Harry honestly felt like maybe Mrs. Weasley could claim there, as perhaps the Grangers had left Mrs. Weasley in charge of their daughter and what all she could know. But that was an honest guess, as he had no clue of Hermione's parents' relationship with anyone. He was honestly just trying to think of any defense for someone who'd touched him so deeply, but he still couldn't bring himself to undermine his own mother. Sadly, the parents' original points against their own children still stand, Sirius said under his breath, clearly the only one going to do so, though he had no doubts all those being removed would pounce on Harry the moment he was alone. Poor Ginny really doesn't have any kind of excuse, Sirius muttered absently. He couldn't have said that when they'd be saying that all summer. Why does he cut in now to back them up? Lily balked at the randomness of this. I suppose Mr. Weasley still wouldn't let them into the order meetings, but now when I'm hopefully just going to get a few questions answered, he thought that was okay than whatever the twins were trying to ask, Harry offered. Can't baby them all forever, Lily snapped grimly. Now why did he ask you that? James raised a still fuming brow. Would have been much stronger if he'd thrown that out not as a question. Guess he thought I was still too pissed at him to hold his weight, Harry sighed as some pesky part of his mind snipped he just may not. Ouch, Harry sure knows how to get his revenge point across. Remus winced as he watched Harry flinch at such a thing being spoken. He was not proud of that thought. I can't see him doing it, James said without looking up. Angry he is, but he's never been petty. James nodded without surprise, while Lily gave her son a pleased smile, and Harry basked just for a moment in his parents' happiness at that. Harry gave a light chuckle to himself at that little spitfire. He had no doubts Ginny may well be clever enough to be going through the twins' stuff the moment her mother was back out of sight, and try to sneak back down with an extendable ear. What he's usually best at, Sirius gave a half-hearted smile that didn't match the still sour tone of the room. I really do love how open-ended you are with him. James forced a smile that felt like cracking plaster. At least he'd tried, though, and it was as good as any attempt he could make at praising how Sirius was handling his son. Lily hummed, as a stirring of emotions still bothered her for that being true. Dumbledore better show his white beard around soon to explain that mess, but listened eagerly to this news that should have long since been given to her son. Well, that's nice at least, Remus tried, unintentionally Harry was sure, for the same smile he'd offered him that same night. Well, don't say it like it's such a bad thing, Harry, James muttered. Well, at least someone's having fun with this. Lily almost managed a smirk for Harry's now bewildered face. But I'm glad you did, by the way, Sirius inserted as James' small face twitch showed Sirius hadn't at the time. That really is some brilliant timing, though. James really did smile this time. If we'd been able to do that the first time around, I'm actually positive far more lives could be saved. A lot more could be done to cramp him up more often. It's not the one with the most pieces, but the one with the most knowledge, Remus agreed, while both his friends rolled their eyes at him, and his word wisdom talk again. I thought that you put that one together yourself. Lily reminded Harry of his last year, and watching Dumbledore give Sirius those orders. I was still aiming for more specifics than my guessing, Harry defended. I do like how you sidestepped actually giving an answer to that, Sirius told him sarcastically. And Harry fell for it, James said tragically. He'd have never let Moony get away with that. Remus tried his hardest to smother the flinch that gave him. He really hated his job for the Order, and had no delusions he'd pick back up on it for Dumbledore's orders. Harry watched those around him smile without humor at the idea, but then why did he get a nasty little pit swelling inside of him at the idea of that? Still cannot wrap my head around anyone being that dense, James muttered in disgust, as his son's snores began lightly filling his ears, at least encouraging him to keep a gentle volume even while referring back to something he hated. He's what now? Lily demanded like she thought James was playing a joke. He's up to trying to save your useless arses. Remus still had his head cocked to the side as he tried to find any other way to interpret this news, and coming up short. There was a moment of silence where you could hear crickets chirping in the background after the stupidity of that statement. None of the others could even think to add anything onto it, and James had to remember how to get past such a new level of stupid to even keep going. But he doesn't, Remus said slowly and clearly, trying to form a proper sentence again. If he did, he'd have done it ages ago. I think Fudge and Vernon could form their own group of idiots, but they're too dense to understand how to put together the meeting, Sirius muttered. I'd still take her over this dunderhead any day, Lily sniffed. Pull her out of retirement or something, please. I would so love to pay someone to follow him around and try to at least get him to admit that, though, James huffed. That doesn't even make sense about anything. Lily still insisted, as if hoping repeating this enough would make anyone see sense. Fudge was there when Lily had to swallow hard to phrase that without crying from remembrance of what her son had been through. Outside that maze, there just isn't a way possible he could explain that away. Apparently deniability stretches so far it can block even the worst of memories. I almost envy him, Remus stated. Just because you're pretending it's not happening doesn't mean it's not. James felt a growl building in his throat as got that out, but the vibrating was already stirring his restless charge, and he forced himself to tamper off. Harry felt a shiver creep up his spine at that idea of so many left unprotected, all the damage Fudge was doing to countless people just because he was afraid. Harry had now seen fear do so many things to people, and yet he still couldn't imagine acting in those same ways. Really, that was actually more than I was expecting. You think if ouch? He yelped as Remus smacked him hard for making light of that. Oh, but it would be so much more interesting if I did, Sirius persisted, trying to duck around Moony's swinging hand now. What better impact than ouch, Lily? Her eyes flashed, threatening to use worse than a stinging hex on him if he kept poking fun at this, while his friends still adopted fear-filled looks at any mention of this. Sirius honestly just did it as it made him feel better to pretend this was funny than be reminded who had put him in this situation, but held his tongue back nonetheless in hopes the subject would just be changed off of him. Remus, James began in agitation. What? I'm not wrong, he shot back at once with his arms crossed. We still hate the way you phrase that, Lily snipped at him, while he rolled his eyes at the lot of them. There really wasn't a nice way to say it, though they all tried to pretend otherwise. Harry was just gazing sadly at Remus for a moment as an extra surge of hatred flashed for Snape, Skeeter, and everyone else who had been making Remus' name so public of late. It's no wonder if he'd been doing worse since he'd left Hogwarts. He clearly had a hard life without people automatically reacting to his name. James had to cut off his snort of amusement with a small cough instead as he turned worried eyes on Sirius, though at least his best friend tried to play that off as a joke again. Now, I wonder how that meeting went. Would really hope I sat in on that one, though do you think it's too much to ask Kingsley to start spreading word of just how dumb it is to be looking for me at all? Well, my liking for Kingsley just went up tenfold, Remus muttered. Bleh, no way could I survive out there. I couldn't stand replacing my diet with yak milk. I am going to smack you, Lily promised him. Ah, they all muttered. At least Dumbledore was doing something besides annoying the piss out of all of them. Can they actually take that away once it's given to you? Harry frowned at a rather mean blow in his opinion. Only if they can prove he didn't rightfully earn it in the first place. James shrugged without much care. That sounds like Dumbledore, Remus muttered almost wistfully, still half hoping to hear the return of the headmaster they knew and trusted rather than this control freak ruining both Harry and Sirius' life of late. I think you all need a few good laughs, James mumbled pitifully, wondering when his friends had fallen out of that business, knowing it had happened at the point he'd stopped being around turning them into these cold, barely recognizable people. I'm honestly not convinced that place could hold him, Lily said mostly to herself, or moreover, that they could get him there. Can't deny it would be a show to watch them try, though, Remus sighed without any humor. Yeah, he only did that to Crouch, and that didn't seem to work out too well for him. Sirius finished himself with a roll of his eyes, then went cross-eyed as he realized what he did. James was just ignoring him at this point. Now you're asking the real questions, Lily said a bit eagerly. Her boys reacting that way must mean Harry was starting to scratch at what supposedly was too much information. Damn that woman, Sirius barked in frustration, causing all of them to jump, though thankfully the baby slept on. If I want to tell Harry every little detail, would you just let me get on with it? You're just pissed because she cut in at the good part, Harry softly rebuked. Sirius shrugged as he wasn't going to deny that while the others were just happy to see their normal Sirius again agreeing with them. Actually, I'm sure she can write to your own place, Lily muttered tersely, in no mood to defend her, especially to the twins, but that one had come out on impulse. Please, please just ignore her and keep right on going. Remus placed his hands together and actually pleaded. There was no way she could actually cut off there when that had been a real answer for once. Remus James Lupin, I am renouncing your middle name just for that, James huffed at him, though his eyes were too dark for the joke. It was clear he didn't actually find it funny Mooney had switched sides. You know, I hate it when you call me that, you twit, Remus huffed, though there was no force to his return. He felt bad himself, like he'd give himself a good smack as well. Exactly why he did it, Sirius pointed out as he slumped back into his seat with a pout. Remus turned on him and was fixing to start a snip right back, but Lily cut them off by telling them to hush so that James could hopefully find out just a little bit more. Honestly, I don't see why, though, Remus butted in, whether to keep in his friend's good graces or honestly meaning it they weren't sure. Honestly, it was just a sight to watch him argue with himself for a moment. No one was going to stop him. I think some spies in school would be just as useful, could surprise the lot of them how much you learn in that castle. Well, I won't say I'm not pleased they haven't stepped that far yet. Lily rolled her eyes, thinking telling Harry these things was one thing, but actually going full through with making him an official member and expecting him to do work for them while in school really was pushing it. There did still have to be some priorities. James' face puckered as he honestly struggled to imagine that. Not his Padfoot, who had to be almost physically restrained from backing down from any fight, who only did so while still grumbling that he hadn't gotten his last say and like he was still doing now for his and Remus, Tiff. The dynamic between Remus and Sirius, friendship, had clearly changed just as much as the two themselves, and James was sick of hearing about these strangers passing as his friends. Chapter's done, James announced as he gave the book another careless toss away and got up to put his infant down for a proper nap. HP, there's a lot of Marley lovers and a lot of Marley haters, and most of them all center around this chapter. Really, like with Ron in the last book, there's no way to make everyone happy, but I do hope you enjoyed this chapter and what I ultimately had them all feeling for her. I won't deny this chapter truly did annoy me, as Sirius is given so much crap from Marley and Dumbledore telling him how to treat Harry when in every way possible it should be Sirius' decision. This will be the worst of what's said about her. I did promise, and I will never break that promise, that this'll never hit bashing territory for any character. Everyone gets a fair shake with me, as everyone does have their high and low points. You know, I'm actually not sure what that is supposed to be. Probably is something random we're just never told about. I kicked around a few ideas, Like the ministry, for one, though I can't come up with a reason why they'd need building plans for that place, since people from the ministry work there. But I suppose it could be documents of the Department of Mysteries. But I honestly doubt those plans exist, and no one of the order's been inside there. So I'd love some suggestions of other places those plans could be. I'm aware that Sirius technically was the first of 13 to rise, and so the first to die, in that moment. But honestly, it'll never be brought up by my characters, as they won't be digging past the moment to realize that. Just something fun I enjoyed seeing someone point out once. Chapter 6. Noble and Most Ancient House of Black. Chapter text. This chapter title always bugged me. We already had a chapter title referencing this house. Was a second one really needed? I'm not saying it should have been called The Cleaning or something, but still. I do appreciate the irony that the chapter about the Nobel house is showing its decay, so maybe the last one could have been the reunion or something. I don't know. I'll shut up now. Happy spring break. HP James came back down the stairs to find they were already trying to wrangle together some kind of answer for this weapon. That was clearly the big deal with keeping Harry in the dark, but no one was getting very far. Remus and Sirius kept breaking off to take shots at each other, and Harry kept giggling at every crack they made, making Lily smile indulgently and occasionally throw her own witty retort in before someone tried to push them back on track. James remembered his promise to try and dig some answers out of his brother for the way he'd been acting regarding Molly in the last chapter, but suddenly he just couldn't bring himself to do it right now. James just leaned against the banister for a moment and watched them all, his two friends who would soon be so unrecognizable to him, his wife and now grown son, and the fate hanging over their heads. The goosebumps erupting over his flesh as the chills traced him gave him a nice kick to jump in and force past that moment. He never wanted to live without them. Lily had to dig the book out from under the recliner where it had fallen and give it a toss at Sirius' face to cut him off for the last time. You've said that 3 times now. No, Sirius, it is not Voldemort's plan to string together troll hairs for anything. Now would you read? Sirius pouted up at her and honestly considered sitting on the book just to force his point home. But honestly, he really was just as curious to see the real answer, so he flipped to the correct page, while telling Lily how much potential she was wasting by cutting him off. James didn't try to hide his pleased smile as he watched his brother treating Lily how he should have been treating Marley. At least he got to see the proper response once. That's ridiculous. She looks nothing like me, Sirius sniffed, enjoying for the moment being able to hold the book and make that joke so he could smirk at Harry's chuckle. Lily still couldn't stop a nasty scowl in place as Molly kept trying to baby those teenagers. If Ginny has actually gone to sleep, then we have drastically misjudged her. Remus rolled his eyes. Well, both us and the twins can't be wrong. That is impossible, James smirked. And the paranoia levels are still rising. Sirius rolled his eyes at this display. So what if a few owls started hunting in the area? No one who spotted and cared could still get in, or honestly would think much of it, as owls had a large hunting range. Sirius nodded to himself like that made absolutely perfect sense, while Harry was still wondering if his friend and godfather were being a bit paranoid themselves now. I'd be worried for your mental health if you did, Remus agreed. That's true. James pouted at the two like it was really all their fault. What's gotten into you two? You should have started with that weapon the moment Marley was out of sight. I honestly have no defense for myself, Sirius sighed while Remus agreed. Most people do for some reason. Lily rolled her eyes. I'm fairly confident the crack was louder than the yelp of pain, Harry smirked, finding it utterly amusing not one person was surprised to hear the twins making a reappearance like this. Actually, you referred to it as a weapon, Harry, Lily corrected, as she really thought it all through now. Sirius just didn't correct you, which either means you guessed right or dead wrong, James finished for her as he really picked apart Sirius' word choice. All we really know is it's something he doesn't have this time, Remus huffed, that doesn't really tell us anything. I love that he's naive enough to be asking that, James whispered mostly to himself while staring hard at his wife. I really don't even think it's that kind of weapon, Lily shook her head. It must be something he needs to get more power, and something to kill just isn't that hard to come by. Maybe there's another philosopher's stone out there, Remus offered. He'd have no more use for that, James waved him off. He can get himself plenty rich, and clearly he's already reached some level or immortality from not having died when he should have. It must be something that doesn't even exist yet, Sirius sighed. Otherwise, we should know about it now. Harry was starting to get a horrible feeling every time this was mentioned now, beads of sweat spreading across his brow and leaning in very close to his godfather. Before anyone could say any more, he practically pleaded, "Does it make you all feel better if I say I'm convinced right now I find out what it is, and we can move on?" They all watched him with deep worry for a moment. It wasn't at all comforting that this topic was causing him so much pain just to be poked at, and they suddenly decided they may not want to know if it involved that look on Harry's face, without the memory to reinforce it. So Sirius gave Harry a reassuring pat and decided to do just that. Sirius' voice hitched as he was forcefully reminded his little pup had lived through that experience. "Well, I'd assume it was someone we trust. Otherwise, we wouldn't be worried about Voldemort getting it," Remus pointed out. "Let's hope it's not being hidden at Hogwarts again," Lily huffed, clearly still bitter about that stone. "Hid is the wrong word, since apparently everyone in the world knew what, and where it was, seeing as Harry was implied to have supposed to figure that out on purpose." James rolled his eyes. "Not necessarily," Sirius disagreed, still sometimes wishing Ron was here so that he could turn and say those kinds of things to him. They all laughed happily for that comparison, Lily hardest of all. "Oh, I remember that spell being mentioned." Sirius' eyes brightened at once. "I've been meaning to ask for ages. Did you two ever ask Hermione to teach you that one?" Harry's laughter doubled as he agreed she had indeed, though the two had honestly thought the incantation was her idea of a joke. But it had worked when they'd tried it. Seems Ginny had taken to it even more than her brother. Harry wondered who the Marauder's first victim would be on this new-to-them spell. "That woman." Lily rolled her eyes with an honest touch of fondness as all of the boys exchanged an indulgent smile at that nostalgia. "Yes, I'm so sure Molly won't find that cracking noise suspicious," Remus snorted. "And what if they were?" James snapped at once. "What's she going to do then? Come in and give them a spanking for staying up talking?" Harry wished he was playing off a joke, but the dangerous tone he still carried meant he wasn't cutting any slack for her, especially in regards to him. "Says the boys, doing exactly what they're not supposed to be doing," Sirius muttered for Harry alone, who was at least pleased to see a small smile on him. James threw the two a sour look for clearly trying to smother some humor. Is Buckbeak there or something?" Remus asked. "Actually, that's a good question." Sirius suddenly looked a little concerned. "Where is that hippogriff?" "I don't see why I would have kept him around for a whole year, but then not have wanted to keep him, but that's not exactly a friendly place for the beast." "I'm sure Buckbeak's fine," Harry soothed with a soft smile. He found it adorable how concerned Sirius was for the beast, and had a sneaking suspicion Sirius would enjoy the answer. "Oh, he's dreaming," James realized. "Thank you, Captain Obvious," Sirius snorted without looking up. Here I thought Hagrid had snuck into the room to tell Harry this. "That was probably one of the most normal dreams you've ever had," Lily giggled. "It does make some sense, as Hagrid's been known to let information slip before. So if he does know the answer to this mystery thing, I put money Hagrid'll help you figure it out," Remus agreed. "Fascinating," Sirius pouted, now honestly wishing he could hand over the book to Harry early or something. He had no want to read of this place, even if it did give him some small pleasure to hear of the disrepair it was in. He resisted the impulse, though. He'd forced himself to read through worse. That stupid house wasn't even so bad as other things. "I'm surprised she trusts them to be around such fearsome and dangerous creatures without having them all in bubble wrap," James huffed. "I'm impressed you know what bubble wrap is." Lily tried to poke fun in favor of agreeing, at least trying to break out of her own bad mood at any mention of her. James remained in a fuming silence, so Lily worked out for herself who must have introduced that to him. "Seems without dear old Mum around, creature takes the black name to new levels with that house." Sirius sniffed in disgust. He did find it a bit odd. He'd have thought that Vermin would keep the place as pristine as his favored mistress had always wanted it. But he supposed without direction the old thing would circle into the useless state Sirius had always claimed he was. He could live with that. Now that would be an interesting argument. Remus smirked at the thought. "I think I found out what you're doing with Buckbeak." Remus blinked in surprise. "Either that, or I'm fixing to get some really interesting revenge on Marley, Sirius agreed. Still okay with this, Sirius chuckled. There are so many ways I can laugh about this, I can't decide which to choose. James blinked spastically while Sirius chose outright joy and promptly fell back against his seat, laughing so hard his face was turning red. Lily watched his amusement fondly, but she was honestly a bit saddened by it as well. What had his mother done to him that would cause him to be so bitter and happy about this petty insult? She couldn't help her mind flicking back to Marley. If this is what Marley saw of Sirius from the beginning, she almost empathized with the woman who only saw the face of Sirius and his careless ways. She hadn't taken the time to get to know him and really would just see the reckless man who thought of nothing but himself. It didn't excuse the way she'd spoken to him, though, not by a long shot, so she forced herself to stop thinking about the matter. Sirius was trying to speak in a light way as well. He didn't want to get his friends yelling about her again, nor did he want to dwell on it himself. But who doesn't want to announce their arrival like that? Remus rolled his eyes. James was still so rankled he wanted to shoot something at Marley just for that tiny little thing. Sirius sighed, and to redirect something he could feel coming, he instead threw out, well, someone's definitely still on guard duty over something, and they're hiding. Why else would they need a cloak around? The others didn't disagree, but no one played along in speculating with him, Harry just because he had no more new information and an already building headache at the idea of this thing again. Why does she still have that? Remus sputtered in disgust. The information is still right, even if he did steal it from someone else, Harry reminded. Did you never tell her, or Dumbledore never told anyone about him? James asked, as they hadn't heard anything about it otherwise. I never did, Harry shrugged. He hadn't taken much of an interest in Lockhart after he'd left school, though it did leave Harry wondering why he thought he might see him again. The others hoped that at least Dumbledore had informed the public of that sham, preferably putting some kind of charges on Lockhart in the process for what he'd done. Did Ron get bitten by anything last year? Sirius randomly asked, as he remembered his first 3 years. I think a pattern got broke, and I'll be disappointed if it doesn't pick up again. Sirius, you were the last thing to bite Ron, Harry reminded sadly, causing Sirius to quickly decide to change the subject, as he had not forgotten that. What's she going to do with them afterwards? Harry asked. Probably toss them outside and let them find somewhere else to nest, Lily shrugged. She won't even let them properly investigate what they're spraying. They could be trying to educate themselves on these little things, Sirius told with a wide-eyed expression Harry was sure never fooled a single teacher. What is he doing, though? Lily asked in confusion. This had gone from playfully joking around to them clearly up to something. Fingers crossed, Harry asks, James said eagerly. Remus at once tried to lean over and see what this new mischief was about, but Sirius just as quickly pushed his face back away and ducked protectively over the book to read on loudly at this already brilliant name. He had no doubts it would be followed up with some new invention of the twins he was going to love. Lily's mouth was hanging open by the end, and Sirius just had to stop for a moment to marvel at this. That is brilliant, Remus managed to get out first, blinking spastically as he thought through it. I've never heard of that, yet the idea is so. This is the best idea ever. James shouted as he began bouncing in his spot. My word, how did we never come up with this? It's fantastic. Sirius didn't even look like he wanted to keep going. All the boys were clearly fixing to have a full-blown chat about the ideas of this, and what could have gone into such a thing while still praising the twins' genius. So Lily had to clear her throat hard to keep them on track. Sirius did eagerly return, though. He wanted to know more. Testers, James repeated with a grin, wondering of which brother had befallen this trick first. A fair assumption. Along with those banging noises, I remember being mentioned coming from their rooms. Lily grinned indulgently. Clearly this has been a long-standing practice to try their material on each other. I'd be insulted if it wasn't by this point. Remus' shoulders kept shaking. He was trying to force himself to stay quiet enough through his laughter so Sirius wouldn't stop. That's the best start they could ask for, James agreed at once. Can't start too big. They still look too inexperienced. I've no doubts it's going swimmingly, though. This clearly didn't impress anyone but Harry, who found the gesture oddly nice, and a blessing as it saved him from hearing about another row that could land him and the twins in some very hot water. And I still don't care, James said nastily. Dad, Harry groaned for the tone. Nope, he snapped back at once, not budging an inch. James, I'm still angry too, but don't antagonize him. Lily sighed to cut off Harry, who really may have said something back. James just rolled his eyes, while Harry was still looking sadly at the pair of them. Most of them got a revengeful giggle out of that. The marauders more than anything, as they really were wondering if this emphasis Sirius had on killing rats of late had some not-so-subtle meaning. They were shown to have grabbed at least two each by now. Remus raised a curious brow. And I'm still not even sure what they think they're going to use doxy venom for. It doesn't cause vomiting, so I'm sure they should be good. I'm positive they've been at it long enough they won't raise suspicion to their mother, Sirius assured. They might be using them for a new pill, James offered. After all, if they've already got one almost out of the testing stages, then they're probably right on track with the next. Maybe it'll cause some kind of fever, since that's what doxy venom is known to do. You would be correct, Sirius sighed, clearly not noticing more than anyone else Harry's sudden unease about those cabinets. Just put them all in a playpen and put up baby gates everywhere. I'm sure that'll hold them, James marked. Glory, that man has a death wish. Lily's brows began creeping into her hairline. Dragging that stuff there, isn't that what he went to do instead of watching you? With Marley and Sirius already there and in bad moods. This could turn into a bloodbath, James agreed, though he didn't sound particularly concerned. Sirius suddenly paused with a stupid smirk in place, and Remus and James were already bracing themselves as Sirius turned to Harry and said, Hey, pup, what does your best mate and those have in common? At Harry's blank look, Sirius continued on in the same breath. They're both called Ron. It took a moment. Harry mouthed the word again to himself. Then his eyes brightened, and he laughed like Sirius had just made another pun about his own name. The others were honestly beginning to wonder if Harry may be faking that to indulge Sirius. It couldn't really be that funny. Sirius clearly didn't care, though, as he kept reading cheerfully. I'm sure Percy and his Cauldron Bottom report would just love to get his hands on this, Remus snorted. Doesn't seem like she likes much of anything, James muttered. Why would they want to? Sirius had an odd smile in place as he was picturing the carnage to come. Don't they get enough of their mum yelling? I'd think they'd enjoy from a distance her turning on someone else. They're not going to be discussing anything about the Order any time soon, but better safe than sorry, I suppose, Remus shrugged. There it is, James nodded without surprise. Is that all she's going to do, though? Shout. Sirius pouted. I really was hoping she'd do a bit more, like hex him. I'm sure that's where you'll step in, Remus chuckled. Again, even against his will, it is Sirius' place, James sniffed. See how she can say all that. You know you'd agree with her at the moment, Lily scolded softly, keeping her eyes on the book intently. Stop being petty and listen. James was still scowling but shut his trap. Poor boys have learned that from experience. Remus winced for them. Oh, joy, Sirius. Interest vanished at once as he realized the topic was getting switched off of yelling about dung. He'd rather Harry snuck out now to keep watching what Marley did best. This one was going to be far worse. Most elves act invisible, actually, James told Harry. That's how they're trained. It really is odd this is the first one you're properly interacting with. Wouldn't have been my first choice, Sirius grumbled. Everyone was angry by the end of that rotten little speech, though all for entirely different reasons. At least Sirius didn't feel bad about how he was now reading as if speaking about his own mother, and no one was going to tell him off for it. They all saw entirely why. Don't know why he bothered, Sirius grumbled. He turns around and says it to their faces again anyways. I can't believe he really says all that, Lily sighed. Why do you think my mother preferred him over me? Sirius reminded with a hard look. I refused to say any of that, yet he went around saying it all the time. Why'd he call him master? Harry asked, his burning hatred of Creature still at the top with everyone else, completely ignoring any other feelings he might have for the thing. He is a pureblood, Remus reminded, so he does it on instinct. It won't hold weight for anyone but Sirius, though. Wish I didn't, James grumbled. He'd only met Creature in person once, and he'd never again laughed at thinking his friend exaggerated this thing. Those unnatural little beasts are the most brilliant thing that's ever existed, Remus scoffed. So Creature clearly has no idea what true talent is. I much prefer cursing him, but laughing in his face is a good start, Sirius agreed. Harry kept watching his godfather curiously, like he was hoping he'd answer that, but Sirius decided the less he spoke about creature, the less swear words that would be involved, so the less Lily would keep glaring at him. Sirius still despised having to say that. If there was one thing he'd punish Creature for saying outright, it was that stupid thing was lucky he wasn't in the room to hear that one. It's always nice to not be recognized, Harry grumbled, as he still glared hatefully at the book for referring to his friend like that. Sirius got all that out through gnashing his teeth in frustration. Oh, he had a very good idea what his mum would say to Hermione and Lily. Always love Ron's automatic defense of her, James smiled. Now Ginny's joined in. I think they've shared a room 2 summers in a row now, Lily reminded fondly. I suppose they've grown a bit close. I cannot believe she's actually defending this thing, Sirius grumbled with disgust. So, were we meant to hear that, or is he talking to himself some more? Harry asked. If he answers you without the insults, he's actually answering, Sirius huffed. More like move the body back to the gutter, Lily rolled her eyes. There's my Padfoot. James beamed upon hearing that. Can't believe it's taken you this long to play a joke on your name, Remus agreed affectionately. Sirius didn't seem to pleased with himself for now, though the shock of his friends actually indulging him in doing this was more than enough to pull him into a slightly less bad mood. Wasn't much of one to break, he inserted with a mutter. Sirius, please don't parrot yourself, Lily groaned. No one wants to hear that twice. Not my fault it was so true it deserved to be said twice, Sirius smirked. Harry really felt a lot of sympathy towards Sirius more with every word he spoke. Had his mother really said all that to his face, repeatedly? Enough he said it again, without much more care in his voice than of normally speaking about an elf he hated so much. You say that like it's a bad thing, Remus said deadpan, though they all looked to Harry in concern when he flinched at that for seemingly no reason. Don't know what he's bothering with, Sirius rolled his eyes. I already know that thing's got another permanent sticking charm on it. Do I want to know how you know that? Lily asked with honest curiosity. Nope, he said simply, popping the P for emphasis. Sirius frowned uncertainly as he phrased it like that. The memory was clear as day in his own mind, but the idea it may have faded altogether while he was in Azkaban was only one of the disturbing things he'd realized he'd soon be experiencing. Several colorful things, quite centered around Creature, though I'm sure she'd find a way to throw my name in there even before I came back. Sirius rolled his eyes. Wish he was, Remus muttered so only Sirius could hear. So that makes it all right for thinking it, James demanded with a poisonous brow. Don't know what stopped me from doing it the second I walked in there, though, before this could start, Sirius huffed. I'm actually worried it would be the same reason Dumbledore's telling to keep you in there, dear, Lily said tentatively, already feeling bad for him being in such a bad mood, but she had been wondering the same thing of him. If you set him free of you, he'd immediately go running off to the next person in line who he thought should have him, like the Malfoys. Do you really want Voldemort knowing you've been to your house recently, a place where you were looking into headquarters? Sirius, face flushed with frustration as he couldn't work a way to argue that point, but he still snapped back his other point. That doesn't change how stupid it is to keep me in there all the time. We're in the exact same circumstances last year. What's the sudden need to force me to stay in? Lily did not want to start an actual argument with him, and as he was near shouting at the end, it was clearly headed that way. But she also was hoping that maybe someone explaining this to him would lessen his mood just a bit, as she pointed out. Well, no, actually, the big difference is Voldemort is back now. You can't go back to those mountains, not with him, knowing them just as well as you. Can't stay at Remus Place, as he's more than likely being watched by Death Eaters as well, just waiting for you to arrive. Doesn't mean I have to be there, Sirius seethed, a vein starting to thump with frustration against his temple. Pick any vacant house in London, and I'd rather be there. Would you really, though? Her voice kept growing quieter the louder his was getting. Away from even those meetings that you'd rarely visit at that place, kept even further out of the loop, and so far away you couldn't get visitors or even help if it came to that. Sirius was physically chewing on his tongue to stop himself shouting back at Lily that didn't make this right, but he seemed to have run out of comebacks for now as he turned back to the pages. The others had watched the exchange with silent fascination, Remus in particular wondering if this had been the exact same way Dumbledore had handled Sirius into being there. You don't have to say that with so much pleasure, Lily sighed. which Sirius blatantly ignored. "What does that translate to?" Harry asked cautiously, as Sirius still seemed likely to explode any second. "Always pure," James answered for him, as Sirius was still trying to pretend the others weren't in the room. James still winced as he remembered how his brother had turned up that night. Harry was dying to ask for details, but Sirius was still in such a foul mood he wasn't sure if he'd get it or continue being ignored. James and Sirius both winced at the reminder, while Lily placed her hand lovingly over her husband's. James' parents had only passed away the previous year from dragon pox, and it was still sharp to both boys. They hadn't even lived long enough to meet their only grandchild. Lily was still happy James had never suggested giving their son his father's name. It would have been too hard to tell him no. "Thought that was obvious," Sirius sniffed, which sounded a bit more watery than he meant it to. Remus couldn't even bring himself to break the tension with a joke about Sirius' vanity. It was still a horrid reminder Sirius didn't even come close to keeping his appearances up like he did now. Their Padfoot would never let his hair get anywhere near unkempt. Sirius felt something just wilt inside him at the news that his brother wasn't even alive. Or at least, he wouldn't be in a very short time, as it was nearing the end of October now. He wasn't even sure why he was so surprised. He'd told that little idiot the day he'd found out he was going to join the Death Eaters he'd meet a fast end, and Regulus had just laughed him off. That had been the last time Sirius had seen his brother. And now Sirius realized he wasn't going to see him again. Because a quick math problem told him right now that the year of his death was this year. "Sirius," James whispered softly, not really sure if he even wanted to get his attention, but willing to do anything to get rid of that blank look on his brother's face. Sirius shook himself, blinking several times before he put up a smile no one believed. He tisked and put as much carelessness in his voice as he could muster, which wasn't much even to his own ears. "Why should I care?" Told him this was going to happen, and he told me to F off. "It's not like I care," he finished with a mutinous huff, clearly failing at believing that himself as much as he was trying to convince the others. Sirius still managed to read that with a burning hatred that he'd yet had the pleasure of turning on his parents, but now he would be very, very soon. Those idiots had gotten his little brother killed by convincing him it was a good idea to do this, filling his head with lies from the age he was born. Of course, it was his own fault as well, weak-willed little shit. He was who'd never bothered telling their parents no, or anyone for that matter. Sirius was becoming so twitchy at this topic that he was beginning to fall under the threat of tearing pages out, but he was also clearly refusing to hand the book over as well. Sirius heard someone choking in shock for that news, but he continued reading on loudly over whoever so that he could hope for more. His mind just couldn't grasp the little idiot earning that pleasure. Sirius couldn't force himself to keep going for a moment, just sitting there in stupor as he realized he'd done it. His brother had actually tried to take a step back out to leave all that. Where the hell had he been when this was happening? What if Regulus had tried to reach out to him right now? Would he listen? His instant answer was yes, of course, but this was now knowing that he got killed for clearly trying. Yesterday, before he'd heard this from his own mouth, perhaps not, as he'd just think it was some ploy. He was almost grateful when Remus cut into his train of thought by demanding, "Sirius, how on earth would you know that?" Sirius had to blink a few times and shook his head to clear it as he muttered, "No clue." I certainly never heard of this now. Maybe I really did go looking him up after I got out of, well, after. Trying to think of someone I'd trust to both know this and I'd ask, and maybe it was from Andromeda. "That makes sense," James agreed fairly. "You've mentioned she still stays in touch with her sisters, Narcissa anyways, and I'll bet they've said something about this, and maybe you ask her." Sirius wasn't as keen on the idea, as Andromeda's contact with her sisters was the reason Sirius didn't go around seeing her much. He was never sure how much he could entirely trust her, as he absolutely did not trust Narcissa at all, but Dromeda still sent frequent owls to her favorite sister. Sirius had no clue if Lucius even knew about it. He'd asked, and Andromeda had always said Sissy had never exclusively said anything about it. Still, the woman had stayed married to a Muggle-born and had one hell of a daughter, so Sirius did hope he'd get back in contact with his favorite cousin, and he guessed he could still count on her for some kind of information about his little brother. "Lovely," Lily squidged up her face in disgust, while her husband moved a few inches closer to her. I still don't understand sticking them up on a wall. Remus rolled his eyes. Trophies of how many generations the house has carried, Sirius said without any of his usual marking or voice imitation or anything to really show he even realized he'd answered. His eyes were still vacant. It can't just be the tapestry, though, James disagreed. Otherwise he wouldn't take orders from you as well. Guess it is marginally more specific than that, Sirius agreed restlessly, his thoughts still on a brother he'd disowned and was now bitterly regretting. It has to be my surname or nothing, unless he so chooses. Sirius wondered what Andromeda had been thinking while he'd been accused those 12 years of his crime. Had she believed he'd been fooling everyone as well? Or had his years in showing his approval of her husband kept her convinced, and she just hadn't been able to do anything for him? Neither answer was comforting, as he still couldn't forget the one person who had believed it all, and Remus should know him better than anyone. Because I always love that reminder, Sirius sneered. Does that magically update itself, or were your parents alive to add that? Harry asked. Magically, Sirius replied, though still unsure of when his parents had kicked away, the answer was still true. Reminding me that I'm technically related to him as well, Harry groaned. About as much as I am, and I don't even make the list, James said with chipper. Potters got labeled as blood traitors way back, when all of this nasty business was still being developed, so we hardly even get recognized at it, yet we still manage a pureblood lineage. I still claim it's by accident more than anything. James couldn't help a little wince Sirius hadn't used him as an example. He supposed it was easier than being right there in the room, but he also wondered if it didn't have more to do with the fact it must hurt Sirius something terrible to still say his name. Harry felt a nasty, creeping feeling rising up inside of him at Sirius mentioning her. Voldemort mentioned them, Remus quietly reminded, causing Harry to wince, but acknowledge with a nod that must be where this bad feeling was coming from. They were still in Azkaban. Obviously he had no connection to her. Oh, wow, James blinked in surprise. Didn't even occur to me that was her, though it does explain the nutjob qualities of that woman. Sirius wished he could join along, mark back the situation, but he really was finding it harder with every line to pretend enthusiasm at this topic of his heritage. That's not where you remember her name from. They didn't mention any of them by name in that, Lily gently reminded. I just put them together like that, Harry agreed. No, they're all dead. Sirius hated the nasty little thought that flitted through his mind, but then he glanced to either side of him and amended, not all of them. Sirius still hated the hitch that tore through his throat, as he was once again reminded of that. It seemed to manage to hurt worse every single time, though not nearly as bad as watching those around him flinch because of it. Lily felt like she'd been smacked in the face for ever suggesting it was a good idea for Sirius to be in there now. Safety reasons be damned if Harry comparing his life to how Sirius must look in that moment, and his tone completely agreed with Harry's comparison. She'd vouch for him living at Hogwarts in the boys' dormitory then before she'd push him into that place. Sirius, I'm so sorry. I never should have said it was any good for you to be there. It's all right, Lils, he grunted, though he did meet her eyes, so he clearly wasn't really that mad still. I was more pissed I couldn't think of anything to argue back. Probably can't with Dumbledore either, which is probably why it's working. Lily flushed. She didn't want to be compared to Dumbledore right now as angry as she was with him. She still wanted to tell him of her idea he just stay at Hogwarts, but Sirius seemed to find that conversation done as he kept going. Wait, he can do that. Remus' face puckered in confusion. That doesn't make any sense, Lily agreed uneasily, suddenly tense in her husband's arms of all that this made them wonder. If the person can be secret keeper, then why weren't James or I just one? I was going off the assumption you couldn't live at the house to be one. No offense, Sirius love, she quickly added. Sirius waved that off. He completely agreed, but he couldn't unlock his jaw to any more than scowl hatefully into the fireplace for the reminder of this. Maybe this time they just had more time to test the idea and figure this out, Harry offered uneasily. He could already tell they all just wanted to move on from this topic, but it was a good question, and one that he'd been wondering himself. When you two used it for the first time, you did say, Mum, it was a lost spell Dumbledore must have come across and put up spur of the moment. Didn't have time to test the idea past well, using the first volunteer, or he broke off as he couldn't play this off anymore or ignore the building growl coming from all the boys. Sirius got the gist of Harry's idea. and it did make sense, so he forced himself to keep reading loudly before he started digging a hole in Lily's carpet to get out of here. I wish you wouldn't. James hated having to say it, while Sirius was looking to his breaking point any second now, as literally every topic he hated hearing had all come up in this one chapter. Throw in some mentions of dementors and Snape, and he'd hit the jackpot. Still, that didn't stop him reminding. There are enchantments all over that place to stop people from concealing themselves inside their pads. You know that. We've never tested the idea an animagus can get through there unchecked. Maybe we should, Sirius insisted, his eyes too bright, but just wanting to think of anything good for a moment, and being there for Harry was certainly one of them. Send McGonagall first, have her scope out the place as a tabby with Dumbledore or some other member of the Order for some cock and bull reason like. You're assuming she's in the Order, Remus reminded. She's not this time around, though Dumbledore trusts her. What makes you think she is the second time? Sirius sat there stumped for a moment, then finally snapped and barked at him. Can't I just have one good idea for 1 second? Remus raised his hands in surrender while Sirius turned fumingly back to the pages. Look, Lily, some of what you say does get through to him. James forced a smile none of them felt. When were they going to leave this house already? Sirius acting like this was really dragging them all down. I have no idea, Sirius informed his future self, even if he did have an odd look in place for doing so. Yes, how dare they have a private moment, James sneered. How does she keep managing to have the worst timing? Remus agreed with him. 1 more second, and Sirius would have asked for details about that. Wart-cap powder, Lily quietly told Harry before he could ask, used in a lot of fire protection potions. I can see why they'd have a use for that, Remus smiled to himself. I'm convinced they must have set a few accidental fires in their time, and that's not particularly easy to come by. Lily shivered at the idea of that thing, and managing to find it extra fascinating, Ginny had been the one to fight off such a thing. Guess the poor girl must have an extra sense now of things trying to charm her into submission. The moment Sirius read that, Harry felt such a huge wave of nausea and vertigo, he actually momentarily blacked out for a moment. He came back peering at the book in shock, his hand pressed hard to his temple as he tried to understand where that had come from. The last time he'd felt something so powerful was when he'd heard about Ginny's diary. But what did this have to do with that? He wondered if he was finally cracking, if his memories were just getting so disjointed that he could no longer separate what he was hearing now and what he may be feeling in the future. He refused to linger on it, waving off everyone's concern and promising he wasn't pushing at anything as he insisted Sirius just go on. Harry suddenly didn't think of that award in the same way if it really could be handed out all willy-nilly like that. He had a real talent for that at least, Sirius agreed with any resemblance of fondness he was positive he could ever foster for that thing. Taught me most of my vocabulary. Great, now I dislike him as much as you, Lily rolled her eyes. Fascinating to walk in on, I'm sure, Remus tried for a genuine smile. Well, sometimes you manage to mess up the first part, and it becomes a real hassle to hunt down another. I really can see him taking some time, James agreed fairly. Not one of them held any humor for that, not after Aragog. Harry had many times believed and thought that Hogwarts felt like a living presence to him, but he wasn't as happy to be thinking the same about this old place. Serious. Lily tried to groan in rebuke, but it came out more as a sigh of acceptance. She just couldn't fight him on this. Wish I could do that to everyone who calls my friends and family that, he replied easily. There's a relief, James groaned. He had to stand that guy enough at school, no need to add to his ever-growing list outside of the place. Ha! Sirius barked as he waved a triumphant finger into Moony's face. Remus took the prod in the nose from that with acceptance, though he did still wonder what the difference was in Dumbledore, including her that time, but not now. Though maybe she was a member now, in deep secret that they didn't even know about. He couldn't imagine what the motive for that would be, but he wouldn't be surprised if there were secret Order members they didn't know about either. Remus winced, but no one looked very surprised except Harry. He was dying to ask just what this work was, but even judging from how pale he'd gone now, and a look he'd grown accustomed to seeing over them all at any mention of his lycanthropy, Harry thought he had a pretty good guess, so why bother him over it for details? How could you not want to keep that feature? Remus asked in a too high voice that James and Sirius still managed to smile at nonetheless. Well, so long as he has his uses, Lily murmured approvingly, hoping this would help Marley to lighten up all around now that she saw there was more than one side to everyone. She really was hoping to hear of a make-up between her and Sirius before Harry went back to school. An apology really was in order for Sirius. Harry rubbed furiously at his scar now as he gazed blearily around in confusion, still trying to resist word vomit any time that place was mentioned, even if his scar wasn't paining him now. The others dearly wanted to speculate on this now. At first, it had made sense in the dreamscape of his trapped feelings at Private Drive, but now they supposed he could be feeling trapped and suppressed by that hearing, so the recurring dream would stay, but none of them liked how Harry kept reacting to it like it should mean more. They can't. Sirius' voice broke on that, though, and he couldn't pretend to keep going. There was a lot of things lately the Ministry supposedly couldn't do, and yet had been doing. It whipped them all terribly. They couldn't be of any comfort to Harry about this. But Harry still didn't look nearly as worried about this as he just had about that locked corridor nonsense. So they tried to console themselves if this had happened. He'd be a lot more panicky about this. I'm positive you give the place a brighter charm, pup, even though that's not a needed option. Sirius put more enthusiasm into that than he had this whole book so far, managing to make Harry smile up at him for real. Well, she's not wrong, Lily muttered petulantly, still not entirely happy with agreeing about anything with her, even universal advice. Since when do I pass every solitary action by that man? Sirius ground out in frustration. What am I supposed to start telling him when I use the loo? Would he like to know my regular schedule of how often I, Padfoot, considering how well I know you, please don't finish that. Remus finished almost pleadingly, while Sirius harumphed but kept going on testily. Run that by me again. I don't think I quite bought the sincerity of that, James sighed. He couldn't have woken me up, Harry yipped in protest. Apparently you were too busy, must have been in a private meeting of your own, Sirius stated just to agitate Mooney, who refused to look over at him. Sirius just grumbled when he got no reaction and finished. Chapter's over, Sirius groaned as he thrusted the book into Harry's lap. By the way, I completely agree. The man's behaving like a wanker towards you, not bothering to once come by and hear your side. You can't have it both ways, Sirius, Remus sighed. You can't go complaining one minute he's too involved in Harry's life, and then say you're annoyed he hasn't checked up on Harry when the man would know Harry's fine. There's a difference, and you know it, Sirius snapped back, but Harry was already flipping to the next chapter to avoid an argument, even if he was on Sirius' side. Oops, ignore my earlier asterisk back in Chapter 4. My brain completely skipped the fact that this was mentioned right here, so hope you enjoyed that. Chapter 7, The Ministry of Magic. Chapter text. I'm sorry if these chapters are starting to feel a little monotonous, but thankfully, this is where things start to pick up again. I'm still going to ruin a bunch of people's days by reminding I'm not adding anyone else to this reading series. Sorry you guys are stuck with who's here. HP. Harry desperately hoped that this chapter would be the hearing so that he could be done with it already. He really was playing off to his family how unconcerned he was, and doing a pretty good job of it considering he always had something else so far to distract him. He just couldn't shake off that it was eating away at him, though. There would come a time where he'd be leaving Hogwarts for a long, extended period of time, and it wasn't because he graduated. This wasn't because he was expelled, though, right? Harry, you get lost in those pages. We're not that far in, James called as Harry just kept staring without starting. Harry gave a soft jump, but managed half a smile for his dad before he got started. Lily pressed her lips very firmly together. She didn't even know what would have come out of Molly doing this for her son again, but she knew Harry wouldn't have appreciated the comment as he was clearly touched by the thought. Wonder just how often she changes that. Sirius tried, and failed, to keep the jitteriness out of his own voice at what Harry could be fixing to read. On the hour, I'm sure. I know you would. Remus tried, and failed, at a joking tone. I'm sure that helped to wake her up. James did get up a smile for that. Harry shifted unconsciously at the sound of that name, while Lily wondered what that old aura was up to. Hang on, I know that surname, Sirius ruffled his brow before snapping his fingers and saying, "That's right, Brutus Scrimgeour wrote a book called the Beater's Bible, which holds all of one page and one sentence." Remus rolled his eyes. "Take out the seeker, so I hardly think he should be held in such high esteem." "That was a work of art, that was," Sirius insisted, but for once Harry didn't really want to sit around and watch them pick at each other, so he was actually glad when Lily told them to quiet down. "Not about Sirius, though," James yelped, now very well distracted by Harry's problem. "I'm sure that's what I'm keeping tabs on," Remus pacified. "Which means you weren't paying attention," Sirius pouted, as he had been a bit curious to hear the end of that. "I find it hard to believe the woman you've so consistently praised for her cooking could manage to ruin toast," Remus smirked. "Must have something to do with having to eat all by his lonesome. That can be awkward for some," Sirius did get in an almost playful tone. "So do I." Lily couldn't seem to stop that one escaping, causing Harry to wince and not look up at her. "How did you manage to phase out the best part of that conversation?" James pouted. "They were talking about this mysterious guard duty again. If you can't find out about this stupid thing Voldemort wants, at least you could focus on that." Harry could just feel a sucker punch winding up to get him good if he even considered pausing on the phrasing of that for just a second, even if he was dying to linger on why those two things should be put together. "He didn't phase out anything," Lily scolded, misunderstanding Harry's look. "Tonks just switched topics. Don't go blaming Harry when he's been shown repeatedly to pick up on conversations that aren't even going on right next to him. What on earth are they guarding that so lax he can be doing homework while sitting on it?" Remus blinked in surprise. "I'd think that would have fallen under Harry watching duty." "Whatever it is must be boring as drywall," Sirius agreed, meaning it couldn't be that important, just some side project. Why couldn't he at least be doing that then? He didn't bring it up, though, just because he didn't want to hear someone telling him again of where he was supposed to be. "Can't honestly think of anything to say to that either," James agreed. "Haven't heard of her," Lily muttered nervously. Harry wasn't at all comforted he had no actual feelings for this being said. Maybe that meant it was so uneventful, and he walked away in complete comfort. Then why was he feeling such a bad omen for what had just been read? "You know, that kind of advice from him really is a walking oxymoron," Remus smirked. "So everyone keeps saying," Harry grumped. "Yet I can't help but notice no one can look me in the eyes when they do." "No," all five of them said as one, James in fact ruffling up his hair for emphasis. "Least you know Sirius doesn't play around with the important things," James chuckled, leaving Harry still unsure how much of a joke that was supposed to be. "That is the most honest thing anyone's yet said to him," Lily said grudgingly. While none of them outright disagreed with that, this did feel quite odd to them. Harry had needed a whole guard to escort him to Grimmauld Place from the Dursleys, but now just Arthur was deemed safe enough to get Harry there. The date of Harry's leaving that place had been unknown to even him, yet the fact that there was unquestionably spies in the Ministry who would know this date, and so could be in fact planning an ambush for Harry to arrive by his lonesome, seemed honestly like a far more likely possibility. It genuinely bugged the current Order members. They couldn't seem to get a handle on this Order's priorities, regarding Harry or anything. "I really just cannot wait to meet him in person," Lily said, with honest fondness at the idea of him. He just seemed so pleasant and happy to be around, even while he was being as on guard and serious as possible. "Doesn't make them any less interesting," James said, even without knowing what that was, and honestly not bothering to ask. "If he usually apparats, how does he even know where he's going?" Harry asked just for something to kick around a bit of conversation and not dwell on what he was heading towards. Why was the idea of going to the Ministry filling him with such heavy amounts of dread? Just what happened here to make him feel like running screaming from the room? This couldn't all be tied to his fear of being expelled. I'm sure Arthur in particular asked for directions, Lily pointed out. But I also know that upon anyone's very first time there, they have to go in through the visitor entrance, and so have to get there in the Muggle way somehow. I'm confident Arthur's just going off his memories of his first few visits there. "Because that's encouraging to hear from your guide," Remus snorted. Harry reopened his mouth with questioning eyes on his mother, who shrugged and corrected herself. "Perhaps I was generalizing a bit too much then. I was speaking as a Muggle-born. I suppose as Arthur has most likely been there before he got a job, just like Ron in his youth, then it was simply just asking for directions. After you've seen the leaky cauldron, James reminded. I'd have thought by now you'd learned we like to conceal our things on the outside, as undesirable as possible from muggles. It still threw me off, Harry shrugged. Harry glanced around curiously, but saw no one else looking particularly surprised, which meant they'd all used this at least once. He decided to just roll with it rather than asking, as he was fixing to find out anyways. Lily smiled to herself, though this time she was entirely sure she was the only one who got the joke of what those numbers could spell on a telephone, the word magic. Harry's eyes flipped wide in surprise, but only for a moment before he moved on like this was now perfectly natural to him. Lily almost longed for that childish awe she'd seen on his face at every new magical thing he'd come across back during the first few books, and suddenly wanted her baby back in her arms for just a moment, just a reminder she could still have some of her baby to her. It's underground, Harry said in surprise. Can make the place as big as they like that way, James agreed. Lily frowned to herself, now wishing because of before she could see that expression on him again, but he didn't seem too moved by the reappearance of this place in his mind. If anything, he was looking more ill the longer they lingered on the place. It is, Sirius agreed, though those are actually enhanced star trackers and constellations in symbol form. Harry couldn't decide if he was joking or not, but laughed all the same. Harry was getting more antsy the longer he kept getting out a description of that place, unconsciously moving closer to Sirius, with every new thing that left his brain feeling like Swiss cheese. James snorted in disgust. That fountain was the most idiotic thing he'd ever seen in his life. I wonder how much income that actually generates, Lily said randomly. I like to think it at least makes someone happy to think it's helping, Sirius said fairly. He'd been known to dump a handful of coins in it every time he passed, which admittedly wasn't often. Those magic well-wishes have to come true at some point, Lily told him with a grin, causing Harry to at least smile at her again. Gee, thanks, James rolled his eyes, though he did understand how monotonous and boring that man's job must be. It sounded impossible to muster up enthusiasm, especially that early in the morning. Sirius gave a sarcastic little applause for him taking so long to realize this. I'm sure that has an interesting story, James said in a strained voice as he watched Remus wince, everyone but Harry knowing which floor that box would most likely be going to. No, really, does Arthur know everyone? Lily shook her head in disbelief, as it seemed every time Arthur was mentioned, he began speaking to a dozen new people. No one ever seems sure about me, Sirius smirked, and Harry finally broke his stream of bad mood to giggle at that again, though it only made the flood of worry rise again to another degree. Something about Sirius in this place, he closed his eyes sharply and considered whacking himself in the forehead to get his brain to stop before he really hurt himself and kept going just a spot more loudly. I would never breach any such thing, Sirius yipped, causing Harry to laugh harder and his friends to groan louder. There's an official Gobstones club. Harry asked, mouth twitching as he tried to picture something he'd seen as a playful game around Hogwarts in World Cup style, with fans cheering on a bunch of people squatting on the ground. There's an official everything, James smirked. Lily was just wondering at that last one if that was actually a person's name, or they really had to create a whole office for the insane patents people invented. Both were possible, honestly. Wouldn't the man who just stepped off with the brooms go to broom regulatory control? Harry asked, seeming to get into it now of questioning each and every floor and what all those could entail. He wished he didn't have such bad feelings of this place. It sounded fascinating now that he was hearing about it. Depends on what the brooms are for, honestly, Remus shrugged. He could be delivering them to someone, or he could have just gotten off on the wrong floor. Lily blinked in confusion of what those could be for. Oh, Lily nodded in understanding. Well, that's new. Must be nice not to have to banish the mess away all day, James chuckled. Harry gave a bit of a wince as he read that out, hating any reminder of Percy, even where he used to work. Remus flinched hard enough he looked like he just dodged a deadly spell, and Harry went from looking back at the words, back to him, and blanched in surprise as he realized what about that could bother him so much. They don't really have you labeled as one of those, do they? He demanded. Remus smiled without humor as he reminded Harry. I know you took a lesson over this, Harry. Yes, I am classified as a beast. Harry opened and closed his mouth in outrage, but he couldn't think of how to put into words just how wrong that was. It should go without saying. A dragon was a beast, as were nifflers and that stupid chicken, but Remus fell into the same ranking as them. Remus was touched by Harry's reaction, but hoping to get him to move past this, he explained, "My parents took me down there and had me registered after I was bitten, though thankfully the ministry never compared that list with any of Hogwarts students, or staff for that matter, or I could have gotten into a lot of trouble." "Why would your parents do that?" Harry demanded, his face still simmering with rage. "It clearly wouldn't do you any good." "It's the law," he quietly reminded. Clearly he was only making this worse, and the faces of stone from his friends showed he wouldn't be getting any help in playing this off. "My father was a prominent man in this department. What happened to me became well known, couldn't hardly keep it hidden." The bitterness tinging his voice finally made Harry realize lingering on this was helping nothing. "I always loved the phrasing of that," Remus muttered to himself. "Muggle-worthy excuse committee. They couldn't come up with a better title." Sirius snorted quietly just because he agreed, but he was still focused on going to the floor above and giving those who had labeled his friend like that a good bat-bogey hex for starters. "It didn't mention the office you're in this whole time," Harry noted to his mother. "It doesn't say every single one of them," Lily agreed. "As of now, I'm still in the Wisengamot Administration Services, which is a lot of clerical work, and learning the laws I'm hoping to one day help with. I'm working my way up to the Wisengamot Services." For just a moment, Harry was entirely sure by that steely glint in her eyes his mother could be a minister for magic if she put her mind to it. But then he realized what age she was, and he'd never see her any older, and so quickly flipped back to reading. "You two work on the same floor?" James asked in surprise. "I've seen him in passing," Lily agreed, "but I've never stopped to have a chat with him. I just know our offices aren't anywhere near each other. I've certainly never visited it." "Oh, that's mature," Remus snorted. "What I would have done," Sirius agreed with a smirk, "except maybe hurricanes were too kind, tornadoes had much more of an impact." Harry felt a thrill shoot through him as he found this place. Finally something good he could focus on. He felt no ill will towards this office. James couldn't help a little intrigue himself. He had entertained the idea through most of his years at Hogwarts, but honestly, after realizing what the job had done to Moody, even the fake one, but honestly such a good actor like the point still stood, he was now considering some other options. It didn't stop him from listening intently to what he'd been thinking of himself doing. "Oh joy, so where am I this morning? I hear Greece is lovely this time of—" He cut himself off and ducked just in time to stop Mooney smacking him again. "Oh, come on, Harry. You were even warned why it's best these two in particular not go shouting about being in touch with Dumbledore," Sirius scolded for that lapse in his paying attention. "Surely you'd have guessed it wasn't a good idea for them to even pretend to know each other on any more than a passing name." "It caught me off guard," Harry defended. Even while he shrugged in agreement, he should have been paying more attention. "That sounds like a dream come true for Kingsley, getting to see me from all sides." Sirius forced a grin that looked almost painful, while James was considering getting up and sitting on him soon to try and force that joke to end. Sirius' face suddenly puckered with a concern he hadn't had to feel since the first chapter. "What did Hagrid do with my bike?" "Sirius Onion Black," Remus scolded at once. "I don't find that a top priority." "Shut it, you," Sirius snipped at him. "My real middle name is stupid enough. Why did you ever think that was funny?" "Same reason you seem to think mocking my middle name is," he shrugged without remorse. Harry interrupted the two with what little he could offer. "As far as I know, well, I'm sure someone still has it. Maybe Hagrid kept it all this time." There was something stirring in him he didn't quite like about that answer, though he had no idea why that would give him a bad memory. Sirius did not look too happy about the idea, but as the others considered Sirius getting that monstrosity back at a time like this the worst idea possible, were relieved when Harry changed the subject. "Kingsley's clearly a master of subtlety." James rolled his eyes. "About as much as you are," Lily agreed. "Wonder if he did that on purpose." Remus did get an amused smirk out of that, while James mouthed the word firelegs to himself in confusion. "I'd be offended to," Lily agreed, while she tried to hide her own smile as James realized what had really been meant. Sirius felt his stomach grumble, which he for once ignored. He couldn't care less about food right now when he needed to know how the rest of Harry's life was going to pan out in him going back to school or not. Lily's eyes flipped wide in surprise as she yelped, "Well, it's no wonder I've never found the place. Just what's this, having his whole office in that dingy little corner? Didn't you say it was one of the most popular offices that people requested information from?" Harry agreed, as he felt the offense for Arthur rearing up in him. Why would they have the place so dismal? Disrespect, Sirius sniffed in disgust. The minister would never want to admit how important an office about Muggle artifacts could be. Not all ministers are like that, surely, Harry persisted, though he wouldn't feel any better if he was told this was a recent downgrade. Honestly, Harry, I wish I knew more. Lily's face stayed the same red in frustration. But I've no idea, never had to find the place myself, as I've always sent an owl along. Harry still sincerely hoped that Arthur did get what he deserved at some point. Surely the place could be magically expanded, and he just liked the small space. James suddenly felt a whim to go and have Arthur explain those things to him, as he hadn't recognized much of it. He always enjoyed Lily and Sirius telling him about this stuff, but he still had a want to try and make a connection to the Weasleys, at least for Harry's sake, regarding Ron. Even if he wouldn't feel as prone to coming over to the house, he could draw the line at having to be on just passing name-mentioning terms with Marley. They all gave a nasty wince for that reminder, even managing to block out Harry's inquiries, the intricacies of magic, that knew what went on outside its painting like that. Harry felt an upsurge of affection go off in him at that particular magazine, but one quick look around, and he realized it didn't mean anything to anyone in here. It did manage to make them all the more curious what this could have to do with Sirius, so he read eagerly. "Oh, come on," Sirius pouted. "I wanted to know about that thing. Don't suppose you know that the Quibbler's usual articles are hairy?" he persisted. "No," Harry said with regret, "but I'm hoping I'm there when it gets passed along so I can find out too." There really was something very dear to him attached to all this. "Well, I definitely can't say Arthur doesn't get up to some interesting things," Sirius said without a trace of sarcasm. He really wanted to go meet him as well. This was just sounding more fascinating by the minute. What's a pumble? And what's it have to do with a toilet? James couldn't stop himself from asking now. "I think he meant plumber, and they use tools to fix them when they get a leak, instead of us just using a charm," Sirius shrugged. "I feel like a plumber would have an issue with this one, though," Remus chuckled. Harry felt a sudden bad feeling at Perkins' arrival, and rather dwell on that for a moment he turned curiously to ask, "So what's the difference?" "An aura goes after, well, people like me at that time, I suppose," Sirius shrugged, ignoring the wince this caused in everyone else. "Big-time criminals who really are a top priority to get put away. The Magical Law Enforcement Patrol deals with more trivial things, hunting down little complaints, and mostly getting their exercise in by making house calls and such. Auras have to start in there and work up through some really hard training and a ton of recommendations," James agreed with a suffering look. "It's why it takes so long to make it to aura status. Not many have the patience to work through all that." Harry was still fascinated by the whole thing, but knew he couldn't play off this moment of dread forever. What's got him in such a bother? Remus stiffened in concern. Nothing could have happened to Percy to cause this, right? "Bet that gave us a bleeding heart attack," Sirius muttered as he kept watching the book for the balm. "I feel like that's not entirely urgent," Lily muttered with unease. Harry's voice was already pitching in concern as he realized he was fixing to go running through a living nightmare. Sirius said something that Harry guessed must have been learned from Creature, but he also didn't need much of a clarification for what it meant. He could already feel that nasty kick to his gut telling him he hadn't read wrong, and in fact should be preparing himself for a hard run that would be more adrenaline-kicking than his sprint down to the lake last year. Lily was too busy with her mouth hanging open to question why those courtrooms would be considered old. She'd press in on such ministry changes later when she better understood what was being done to her son now. They changed. How could they change the time and place without? Remus was trying to stutter out a question, but Harry wasn't waiting for anyone to say anything. He was speed reading as if that would somehow make what they were hearing more understandable, but it was only confusing them all more. There must be a quicker way to get around that place, James thought wildly to himself as he kept watching Harry look ready to pass out from stress any moment was even taking breaths. Lily was in such a tense and uneasy mood. She knew she'd have taken someone's head off by that point if she kept being stared at like that. Harry gave such a gasp his jaw was left shaking slightly as he recoiled into the cushions. But he point-blank refused to understand what that burning feeling rising in him was, too utterly focused on this courtroom and all it could mean for him, even if it didn't take much digging on his part to know just how untrue that was. There was something about this place, had been for ages, that had him leaning just that bit closer to Sirius now more than ever. Sirius felt a wild noise escaping him that could have been a laugh, some irony somewhere in there of how much he hated Snape, and those dungeons now being compared to something he could already feel a pulsing loathsome for of this place, and what he could already scent as a set-up. Harry just sat there, gaping down at the pages below him while the others began furiously around him. "Are you kidding me?" Lily thundered out first. "They really switch the times on you for what? To make you look bad and show up late? Has someone really gone so petty they just wanted to trip you up? I know you're not that naive, Lily." James had his eyes narrowed with absolute distaste at the book as he spoke calculatingly. "This isn't just some stupid prank someone was doing to him to make him look bad. No, this was a real attempt to undermine him, really strive home what those papers have been saying about him to someone." "I know," Lily muttered in a quiet voice. She just didn't want to believe someone would do that to her baby, especially not the place she worked for. Remus had several things he'd like to say, none of them in any way nice, as he tried to picture the person responsible for doing this to Harry. But the only way to get that visual was by asking Harry, "You going to keep going? I'm ready for this nightmare to be over, and you to walk back out of there giving them all the bird." "Chapter was over," Harry muttered, though his fingers remained tensed around the book's bindings, his eyes still unfocused with fear. Sirius had to reach forward and tug hard to get it out of his grip, and only then did he look around at him, and they completely misunderstood the shadow of fear that was still gripping him as he looked at Sirius passing the book to Remus for his turn. HP. Normally, I would have cut the chapter off with Harry's first line at the end, but since not much happened in this chapter, I kept it in for you guys, instead of having to wait another week to see that too. Hope you enjoyed. Chapter 8. The Hearing. Chapter text. I have yet to find a way to express my thanks for the continued support. This fic gets other than a million thank yous, and I will never say that enough either. Thanks so much for always keeping up with this. To Nadiak, no such thing as too crazy. HP. Remus had to swallow hard to force himself into getting started. All of them were still wanting to go out and start smothering someone for what they tried to do to Harry, but this nasty hearing had been hanging over their head long enough, and Remus wanted an answer done with already. Was Harry really going to pay a price for saving someone's life? That's an encouraging start. Sirius squeaked, while Lily continued shaking her head in disgust of Harry having to do this down there. Lily had her head cocked to the side as her eyes continued narrowing in on this. She couldn't imagine why there would be an audience at a thing like this, but that would still make far more sense than. And whose fault is that? James huffed. Lily felt her mouth open with a little pop that went unnoticed as the others' boys shifted uncomfortably. They didn't need her to tell them this just couldn't be normal had Harry stepped into the wrong room. Remus opened his mouth furiously to comment on that, but Lily quickly waved him silent and begged him to just keep going no matter how much she already hated where this was. Sirius felt his teeth locking into place already, swearing he'd rip up something if those actually lashed Harry into place. Harry wished he felt more curious than nauseous, like he did now thinking of this place. He'd never liked being watched. Now he had a crowd's sole attention, with the distinct feeling he still wasn't going to walk out of there very happy. James' temper of this notwithstanding, he still couldn't just sit there watching Harry sweat, so he worked hard to pitch his voice in a silly whisper saying, "Dramatic." It worked for a whole 4 seconds, while Harry grinned at him before turning back, his face somehow even darker upon hearing of this shadowed person. "I'm not sure if I'd refer to him as a Weasley much anymore," Sirius grumbled. "I think I'd be more offended if he did acknowledge you," Remus snipped, thinking that Percy meeting Harry's eyes, and then Harry seeing any sort of smug expression that would only hurt him worse right now. He really has to write all that down. The thought wildly flickered through Harry's mind as he found himself grasping such odd details, but still deciding he found this slightly more comforting than if he'd seen another quick quotes quill there. Well, she got a promotion, Lily randomly noted, only knowing her now as a woman who'd just been promoted into the department for the regulation and control of magical creatures. She hadn't heard a lot of good things from the work she'd been trying to pass along so far, and now finding she'd been stepped to an even higher position was not at all encouraging for how this was going. Her detached thoughts had her completely missing Harry's suddenly flushed face, covering some immense reaction. None of the others had even paid this any mind, and were quickly moving on to try and get to the important parts of this. Oh, thank Merlin. Remus actually sat back in relief. I was starting to think you were going to have to handle the lot of them by yourself, James agreed. Lily honestly did feel just as relieved as them. She couldn't have asked for a better defense than Dumbledore showing up and reminding them they couldn't be the ones to get Harry kicked out of school for the mess he was in. But that still didn't cover the pure outrage still simmering in her that her son was having to sit through a full-blown trial for one act of underage magic. Just what had happened to her society. Brave of them, considering I half expect Fudge to turn and fire them on the spot after all I've heard, James huffed. The four of them could remember this feeling all too well. It's how they used to feel in the middle of this war whenever they were at meetings, and things were starting to look bleak. One glance at their leader, though, and somehow they felt just that little more assured of their task at hand. Even now, in the face of what all they feared and thought he'd done to their life in this future, that feeling still didn't leave them now as he came swooping in to Harry's rescue. Lily now had the nasty suspicion that this whole thing may well have been done to, in fact, make it so Dumbledore wouldn't be in attendance any more than Harry. It did make his arrival all the more satisfactory, at least. Sirius chuckled meanly to himself that the mere presence of Dumbledore had completely diminished Fudge into a dithering idiot again. James had an odd look on his face, longing to mark the logic of this question being asked after the charges, and not while the people's names had been read out, but still angry enough at this situation, he didn't really want to be laughing at much of anything. Lily caught his eye worriedly, wishing she were there to warn him that he would get his time to explain himself, and for now it would have just been best to answer simply and possibly more politely. Yet Harry was also being tried by the whole Wisengamot for this, so clearly societal rules had been torn to shreds for this meeting. That's what she caught on. Harry finally burst out angrily in here. Not why I'd done the spell. Well, to be fair, that really is a feat of magic you seem to underplay a lot, Remus said conversationally enough, while Harry rolled his eyes for Remus, actually agreeing with this woman. Harry opened his mouth to ask about that now, but Remus shook his head slightly to show he'd be asking at that time. James honestly would have laughed at this under any other circumstances, but Harry continually being cut off from saying that very important reason just wasn't any kind of funny. Well, I'm so sorry it couldn't impress the crowd, Sirius sneered. A muggle who knows full well about magic with me living with him, doesn't that give me any leeway? Harry demanded. Not really, no. Lily wished she could think of more to comfort him with, but so far this whole entire thing had only cemented their fears of Harry being railroaded in this place. I'd like to do more than talk with him around, Sirius got out through gritted teeth. Do they really not know when they're around? Harry burst out in exasperation. Sadly not, Lily shook her head. The Ministry likes to pretend they've got tabs on the species, but in reality there are more than just at Azkaban, and they go rogue running into Muggle neighborhoods from time to time. It doesn't excuse the absolute odds of them running into you, she finished with an eye roll. Harry really wished he could get more clarification on what magic could and couldn't do, as apparently you could track when a specific spell was being used, but not a specific creature. If you actually thought dementors were involved, things never would have gotten this far, Remus said, clearly joining in the laugh with his mocking tone. I didn't know that at that time, Harry muttered, real fear starting to creep up in him. If they thought he was lying, then this premonition could be all too real, and he wasn't going back to school. He still gets to tell his side of the story, whether you believe it or not. Lily had to force everything in her not to shout that. The rest of the Wisengamot get to decide if he's telling the truth. She wasn't succeeding very well by the end. Harry scratched his mind in confusion on who this could be and realized the only other possibility was Figg. Could squibs see dementors? He supposed he was about to find out and didn't bother asking as no one seemed remotely confused on this. "I'd like to deflate several things on him," Sirius quipped. "Well, it's not for him to decide how quickly something gets brushed to the side. Thank Merlin," James said in clipped tones. She couldn't have said that before Dumbledore had to interrupt. Lily seethed. Finding Arthur's advice before about how fair this Bones woman was didn't seem too accurate if she was willing to let Fudge pummel her son, until Dumbledore stepped in to say otherwise. James still had his arm tight around her waist and gave her a comforting squeeze, knowing her harsh words shouldn't really be taken full force now, as she just wanted to be the one to protect Harry at this trial she should have had a hand in. "I suppose Dumbledore told her to come comfortably." Sirius amazingly had a twitching smile trying to creep up on him in the face of all this, but he couldn't seem to stay that mad with her back. He was too busy picturing her calling Fudge much worse than a useless rump. "Least, she didn't have to sit on the chained one," Harry huffed, half wishing he'd thought to ask Dumbledore for one of those as well, as the menacing clinking noise hadn't really stopped behind him this whole time. "That is a really terrible oversight." Lily suddenly blinked as she realized this for the first time. "Is she living there now? I have no idea, honestly, but the fact that we don't keep a record of where squibs are living, I mean, even if they aren't a magical threat, I don't see why we wouldn't, as they could be in just as much. Honestly, more danger from—" James cut her off with another squeeze. While she continued shaking her head for this glaring problem no one had ever seemed to realize or care about. "Why would he look at them when she'd be the one to answer?" Harry demanded. Even not having a particular like for Mrs. Figg, he still found that beyond rude, quite a feat considering everything else the minister had done of late. Confirming from a source he doesn't believe is a liar, Remus sighed after he guessed that. Lily winced for that, fearing Fudge could still throw this testimony out if he did claim this was rehearsed and given to her by Dumbledore. "She's allowed to be a bit confused," James said sympathetically. "She did see Dudley running, and she's about to account for two things going on at once." Remus had to fight hard not to release a snort of mirth, but failed and began giggling anyways along with both his friends to his rising pleasure. It was the first time he'd seen Sirius actually crack a smile while the mention of dementors had been brought up in here, so he knew he'd give Figg a thanks just for that. "Well, she's not wrong," Sirius said fairly, even if he could feel that nasty twitching just below the surface of his panic again at the thought of feeling around those things for the next 12 years loomed over him again. Sirius gave Harry a mock pat on the head, ignoring the fact his hand was shaking too hard for the gesture to come through right. "Well, I'm so glad at least someone's enjoying the show," Lily said icily, wishing for more descriptions so she'd know who next to curse at work. "At least she got that part right," Remus said in relief, as he tried to keep going with more confidence now the woman had established some credibility in this. Lily pinched James to stop him making some dumb comment about how she could have gotten the boys swapped. Sirius was thankful he didn't have anyone in his immediate vicinity to stop him giving a polite little clap for that thrilling tale, so Lily compensated by chucking a pillow at him, not even trying to deny that she always did feel slightly better watching these two idiots make light of this, as clearly it was giving Harry a distraction, and he didn't look quite so pale while watching them. "Really do just love her for this," Remus agreed. No one was trying to deny the possibilities, Lily agreed grimly. "What was that?" Harry asked sharply, not exactly wanting to turn his full attention back to Fudge doing this to him, but that had done it. Someone twitched. Sirius tried to pacify Harry's sudden intensity by giving a very obvious leg spasm that accidentally hit Remus, and Harry lost track of his thread as Remus gave him an absent nudge back while still going. "Including everything you don't ask them to," James said stiffly. He still hadn't forgotten the ones that had nearly gone after Harry, and to a lesser but more effective degree had done to Barty Crouch Jr., and no consequences had ever seemed to come from that. Harry could feel himself starting to shake slightly, the now familiar pain of a memory ready to pounce, leaving him sure this was no fallback excuse. Dumbledore had been wrong before, but was right now. But who on earth? He was distracted by the flash of red hair from his mother, shaking her head in disbelief. along with the boys rolling their eyes at Dumbledore's time for a joke. Clearly, they at least had faith the ministry would never fall that far, so he was probably misinterpreting something in him. You truly have the loveliest descriptions of people. Lily rolled her eyes, wanting to scold him. Absolutely none of that had been polite. But as it was his private thoughts, she resisted, since she knew her son had better manners than saying that to a woman's face. Sirius couldn't resist any more and snorted with laughter, all of the boys giggling childishly at Harry's thoughts now. Harry was swaying just slightly as memory of this woman tried to crowd him in on all sides at once. Her appearance, her words, her very attitude screaming at him right now to get a spit ready to roast her alive. But a hard shake from his head managed to clear the worst of it, while Sirius gave his shoulder a comforting squeeze. All of them worried Harry was fixing to pass out from stress for this, still hanging over his head. This woman isn't leaving a very good first impression. James felt some of his amusement at Harry's description of her dying, as clearly his son was getting a bad vibe from this woman, and that automatically put her in his bad books. He is literally contradicting himself. Remus sighed, as he never thought he'd meet someone so stupid to not take even the smallest out Dumbledore was trying to offer. He was going small, trying to give the man just a pinch of room in saying there could have been just a few rogues. But no, the man couldn't do anything that wasn't idiotic, it seemed. I feel like at some point it should be, Sirius snarled, as Dumbledore being minister would solve at least a few problems at this point, Sirius' status included. Clearly not, as the existence of this trial proves you need a look back. Lily hissed. No one gives a damn about what you want. Sirius barked. He's not even being subtle about showing how badly he created this just to do the worst he can to Harry, Remus agreed viciously. Sirius let a bark of laughter escape him, and to his absolute pleasure saw the others get a bleak smile as well for Dumbledore's choice of words, whether intentionally or not. I don't think I can have a miscarriage of anything, Sirius said, as he glanced down in confusion at his stomach. You just ruined whatever amount of funny that once was Padfoot, Remus told him conversationally without looking up. Sirius couldn't resist and began ticking on his fingers. Darby, then Marge, now this. Not counting what Arthur did while there, that's actually only 3. I know of at least one Muggle-born who got at least as many, he finished with fluttering eyes at Lily, who only grinned indulgently in response as she didn't bother to deny it. Harry was still intrigued enough to hear about this, far more than his life in his opinion, but Remus was still too invested in finding out if Dumbledore could really win this thing as it was looking like he was doing, and so didn't give Lily the chance to say anything, for now. It's not my fault these things happen to me. Harry threw his hands up in exasperation. Apparently you're going to be hard-pressed to get others to believe that, James sighed with true pity. In all honesty, if he hadn't sat here and heard the accounts himself, he'd think Harry was pulling his leg with some of these stories. He keeps going on about how he's too busy to be dealing with this, Lily sneered. I can't wait for someone to point out how he created this problem by setting up this whole courtroom to be there for this, wasting everyone's time. You do have to love the irony of it all, though. Sirius sighed. He overlooked that instance, and now he's trying to get Harry expelled for something of honestly lesser reason. Harry gave a bleak, obligatory laugh no one felt, which in no regards is held in the ministry's decision. Lily cut in with blistering tones, making Remus shrink back into his seat slightly, and her anger wasn't even directed at him. He'd never had a problem chatting with Lily about politics, but he was starting to be very afraid for this book if it kept pushing her buttons on this topic. Harry felt a nasty tingling at the base of his spine at that. I really think at some point the politeness is just another level of smugness. James shook his head. Least Dumbledore did what he did no matter what attitude he used, Lily sighed. Lily made an agitated noise that still managed to sound triumphant. Finally someone other than her had said it. Oh, please stop giving him ideas, Harry muttered. I disagree, Remus frowned. This is honestly a good thing him being quick about this. Let Fudge keep going much longer, and he'll start trying to bring up things you don't have anything to do with, but he'll still try to blame you for. Harry gave an uneasy nod, as he tried to believe Remus was right, and it was high time he got his answer for this no matter how much he felt like vomiting in the meantime. They all got a little frown on their face for that. Was Dumbledore really so busy watching Fudge he couldn't spare a moment to glance at the boy he was defending? You really couldn't have even if you came in wearing a support Fudge badge, Sirius sighed. Dumbledore and Figg got your side out for you, but that's probably a good thing, James said fairly. It's been made obvious nothing you say will get through to them. At least Dumbledore still holds some weight with his reputation, you just don't have son. Harry wasn't entirely sure he agreed, but as he'd always preferred action rather than letting others do this sort of thing for him, he doubted he'd ever fully agree. They all flinched as hard as Sirius at remembering that nearly happening to their Harry again. I found that a good idea when faced with McGonagall, Remus winced. I imagine this is significantly worse. Finally, they all felt a breath of relief pass through them again. This had been dragged on far too long. They couldn't believe this had been a real threat on Harry, and he'd barely escaped by the skin of his teeth. I need names, Sirius said flatly, and Harry now had the absolute certainty Sirius was not joking, and was almost thankful he couldn't be of help with that. Hey! They all yelped in protest. What's Dumbledore playing at? Sirius demanded as he snatched the book from Remus. I know this wasn't a time to be sitting around congratulating each other, Lily agreed. But would it really kill the man to at least escort Harry outside and say anything? Harry sunk back into his seat heavily. His temporary moment of thrill and excitement, he was free to go back to school at once dimmed by what he considered a very bad omen for the rest of this to come. Chapter 9. The Woes of Mrs. Weasley. Chapter text a guest, who asked what Lily's job is. Lily is currently employed just under the Wisengamot in the records type area, where she's learning the laws she's going to hope to one day help make. Sorry, I'm not particularly a politician, or know much about the wizarding politicians to give a more accurate answer of a title. Just the idea I have for her. To Corell. Don't worry, you did excellent. Thanks so much for the review. I'd be happy to send along the extra works I have, but be sure to space out your email so Fanfiction can read them. For example, mine would be coming from antmermaid at gmail hphphphphp. Lily had to demand the book from Sirius, as he was still scrutinizing Dumbledore's departure like that, and he handed it over reluctantly. Before she could get started, he said, Can we please take a break? Just a quick 30 minutes to do something other than this mess. I really don't want to get started with something all over again already. Harry looked just as exhausted as him and eagerly agreed, and the moment everyone agreed, he at once demanded of his godfather if he could hear some more fun stories of the Marauders' pranks at school. Sirius easily roped James into that conversation, and Remus would never resist breaking in as well. Lily watched them peacefully go through several stories, her favorites usually the ones on each other, but the longer they kept going the harder it was to keep leaving one person out. They'd spent 7 years as a foursome after all, and it was getting more obvious by the moment they couldn't blot him out of all their adventures. Still, it had been worth it when finally all of their laughter subsided, and they all looked almost normal and peaceful again, while Lily got herself started. Harry was all the more happy for the little break he'd just had. It gave him some distance, so he wasn't as hurt by that as he was at the time. And he did feel a bit better when he watched those around him either frown or scowl at this rather rude dismissal. Sure, it wouldn't do for Dumbledore to show favoritism to Harry in that moment, but even a quick word goodby would have been better than nothing. Harry felt that nasty, prickling feeling returning at once at her mentioning, and he wished he understood why. Surely she had nothing to do with his life. Escape while you can before they throw something else at you, Remus sighed in agreement. Remus tried for a more open expression in regards to saying, well, if he didn't even say anything to Arthur, then I'm positive it really was a matter of something else other than this place he had to attend to. Yeah, I guess, Harry agreed, feeling only the smallest margin better. It hadn't just been him who'd been dismissed like that. Honestly, that's for the best. He can't have gone anywhere pleasant from there. James shook his head fondly, regretting not having done something similar to his son when he seemed so pleased at Arthur's reaction. But now it would just look silly when the moment had passed. Can't wait for him to pass that along, Lily huffed. I'm hoping it'll drop Fudge's credibility even more. Are you going to keep referring to her like that? Sirius snickered, honestly amused at what he considered a running insult from Harry after he'd gotten her name. Yes, Harry said back flatly, causing his smirk to disappear at once as they all scrutinized Harry's look. What had this woman done to him to cause such bad feelings when she hadn't actually done a thing yet? He was acting more hostile towards her than Fudge. Lily winced at even the idea of having to read out such a harsh reaction she expected a parent to have around their own child. Yet Arthur utterly deserved whatever was said to Percy. It still left a bitter taste in her mouth before she even knew what was to be done. Lily groaned and shook her head miserably. There was no way that could have been good. But did the boys really have to look so hateful while she said it? She supposed it was better than the lashing argument she just pictured herself. Was honestly hoping you'd go along. Sirius gave a believable smile to that. I'm sure I can give you details later when he tells that night. Harry chuckled at the enthusiasm. That's usually how it works. Remus smiled in full agreement as the feeling poured back over him he hadn't felt in a few years now, but he honestly missed. This must be 10 times more powerful to something so strong as what Harry had just gone through. Knew it all along. James gave a pompous smile. Course all you had to do was look at this book's length, or Merlin we could have even skipped ahead. Oh, now you suggest that, Harry chuckled. That always seems to happen during the important conversations. Lily sighed. She completely agreed with what Arthur was saying. Harry extra despised that cold feeling of dread wrapping around him, forcing him to relive a memory he'd already regained just because of the sight of this man. Though he hadn't seen his face, the last time Lucius Malfoy had been in his presence was in that graveyard. Groveling to Voldemort, his recurring nightmare was interrupted by his dad whispering hatefully, "Unless he's in handcuffs, I hope Arthur has the sense to keep you away from him." Considering the last time his name was mentioned in relation to Fudge, I wouldn't hold your breath, mate. Sirius could already feel his lip curling into a sneer. I see where the young Malfoy gets his wit from. Remus rolled his eyes at the lame insult. James could feel himself going for his wand again, now regretting his angry actions this morning just because he wanted to be back beside his son now. It only helped ease his hand away, but worsened his mood when Sirius gave Harry a soft nudge and muttered something to him, and he blinked around before smiling at him. The fact that you call him Mister, Sirius scoffed while trailing more silently in mutters about that. Well, he'd know all about that, Remus snapped. Glory, I think that was almost a compliment. Then I'm all the more insulted, Harry groused. I'm sure Arthur needs that just as much to hold himself back. Lily's lip was shaking with anger as she forced herself not to start cursing something. I still treasure the idea of him hitting that man with a book on toadstools. You and me both, love, James agreed. Sirius gave a soft, bitter laugh that he couldn't feel, but Harry deserved someone to admire his humor in the face of that. Escorting a friend, not that he'd understand what that meant, Remus muttered, not having missed the fact that the two people who should have been there for Harry were busy hiding out. I really didn't think there was a bad way to say that, but Malfoy really managed it, Sirius huffed. Even as Lily winced in sympathy, Harry's face didn't even do that for the remembered feeling. He was too busy glaring at nothing and wishing he could punch Malfoy in his face already. Harry was distracted from his anger at Malfoy to really ponder that question, though, since for some reason he couldn't identify he didn't like the answer given. Why? It wasn't even unrealistic, but something about that corridor and Malfoy was trying to be much louder in his mind than he would allow it. Subtle, James snorted in disgust. Again, I feel that's more for his benefit than Harry's, Sirius sneered, knowing he'd have to have someone hold him back as well when faced with that man. Business Lily froze, cocked her head to the side, and stated, "That's a really good question." Well, maybe he was meeting up with some other Death Eater that works at the Ministry, Sirius offered. Arthur said it himself. That's not a commonly frequented area, and I don't think Malfoy would know when Harry's court date is, so maybe he just got caught being down there and made something up. He trailed off unhappily, but Harry was watching with wide, eager eyes for him to keep going. Harry was entirely sure Sirius was very close to being onto something, but none of the others looked very convinced, as this was very blatant and almost dumb for Malfoy to be trying to do such a thing. Harry fidgeted with unease, as sure that Mr. Weasley was lying as he was that Sirius was far more on track. The two just would not come together for him to make sense of. Harry opened and closed his mouth, starting to shake slightly as word vomit threatened to blow his head off, as he was confident in that moment Arthur was looking back for an entirely different reason. To check on, "Whoa, Harry." James finally lost his compulsion so that he was sitting on the arm of the sofa next to Harry. What's gotten into you? The trial's over. You're going back to school. I'm confident Malfoy won't do anything in the meantime. Harry had to concentrate very hard on the sound of his voice to unscrew his face and take a deep breath before offering a shaky smile at him. And even that wasn't enough to erase the build of unease that left him sitting that much closer to Sirius. James, finding himself more intruding than anything when he saw that, went back to his spot and tried to pretend like he hadn't seen any such thing. Lily would have normally been trying to subtly comfort her husband for what had just happened, but she was too busy grinding her teeth in frustration that was all it took to get in with people money. Apparently, morals weren't worth as much. Honestly, if you hadn't had that moment with him at the end of last year, I'd agree, Remus grumbled. Sadly, as no one at that time had the chance to imperious him before he acted the way he is, I think he's just an idiot all on his own. JR. Couldn't have done it before he took me to his office. Harry persisted, even if he didn't feel anything telling him this was the right line of questioning. He should in fact still be more focused on that door. I don't see it. He was too busy watching you. It just didn't seem part of the plan. Lily shook her head. Harry was at least grateful he'd asked then, just to make sure that train of thought kept getting cut off. How do you even prevent a minister from falling under that, though? He pushed for more, some distant part of him still afraid for this fact. The minister works in very close contact with a lot of people, Remus reminded. Why do you think Crouch got sick? While he was imperieused, there's just no way to have someone fake it for a long enough period of time it wouldn't get suspicious, and someone would look into him, start asking questions. Sorry, Harry, he finished truly apologetically. I guess it would be easier to blame someone else on this problem with magic, but that doesn't usually work. Harry just sighed, but let the matter go. Sirius snorted lightly as he realized Remus and Dumbledore had essentially said the same thing, but he didn't really want to compare Moony to Dumbledore right now. That's true too, James agreed. You are in enemy territory. Lily felt the happy giggle slide from her with what felt like the first true ease in this book. Something as whimsical as her son keeping this promise was a treasure to her. I'm glad you see the truth in that thing, James happily agreed. I honestly think that's why that attempted assassination on Spouthole happened, Remus smirked. Then catching sight of Harry's bewildered look, he explained. A group of centaurs tried to kill a past minister, Faris Spavin, and I've no doubts it really had something to do with the time frame this statue was put up. Harry didn't have it in him to deny someone deserved a good reality check for thinking up this statue. Harry felt a nasty tug on the edges of his memory, thinking he was now being ridiculous that Hermione and him at the ministry at the same time shouldn't cause any bad feelings. Lily let out a whistle in surprise, as she knew she kept a few galleons on her, but no one could do anything but smile at Harry for this spot of kindness. Harry in no way regretted his actions, of course, but he was thinking hard to himself why that felt so ominous to him, that statue, and also that hospital. So I'm guessing you're back at that place. Sirius hadn't been in a particularly good mood while hearing of Harry at the ministry, but this was honestly only making him feel worse. As a natural reaction, but also hoping it would cheer him up, Remus gave a sarcastic little applause for Sirius' brilliant thinking, while Lily was ignoring them both. Well, he's not wrong, Remus snickered, while Sirius released a bark of laughter for that being true. That's right, Harry, James nodded in pure agreement. Mark them for trying to comfort you to your face. So long as they were silently worrying while you weren't watching, Sirius giggled in agreement. Sirius didn't even consider denying his spark as he got to his feet, James moving only a step behind him as the two began bouncing around their own room doing the exact same thing. Remus only watched long enough to see the pattern the two quickly took to before joining with a stupid grin in place as well. Harry was about ready to fall off the couch laughing any second, and Lily in no way looked like she was going to be stopping them any time soon. They all, especially James, had been so tense lately that it was good to see him acting like they're an idiot goofing off with his friends again. Finally, though, she did pick the book back up and kept going over their noise. Lily read that part just a bit more loudly, hoping they'd take a hint soon even if she couldn't wipe the smile off her face while doing so, but the lot of them ignored her. A once-in-a-lifetime experience, I'm sure, Harry snickered to himself. his eyes still dancing as he watched the three of them still mimicking his past with amusement. Lily had said that in such a sharp mother voice that Sirius stumbled in surprise. Remus tried to catch him, and the end results were all three on the ground, still laughing like crazy people. Lily was still going as if this was all perfectly normal background to her reading, which it honestly was. Harry's good mood could find no reason to dampen in here either, as for what felt like the first time in ages, he was confident that House should always feel like that to him. It was so nice to watch the boys untangling themselves and still smirking at their spot of fun, and his mother's purely happy smile. He almost wanted to ask her to stop just for a moment so it wouldn't end, but he'd sadly already come to the conclusion time stopped for no one, not even someone out of time. That's how I love to celebrate, James snickered as he settled back into his seat next to his wife. I don't find that childish at all. Sirius pushed his hair out of his face, just in time for a frown to reappear there as he thought back to Dumbledore again. He really was acting off right there, couldn't be bothered to look at you once that whole time. That's most certainly not normal. Harry wished that nasty, tingling sensation would vanish already instead of agreeing with Sirius. Lily jolted in surprise of reading that, knowing if she hadn't just cut the boys off seconds ago, that would have as they all paled for this being mentioned again, while Harry's smile flickered before vanishing entirely as he was reminded of that. Sirius was entirely ready to get up and start the jig up all over again before he realized Harry was trying to sit so close to him again, and decided for now the best course of action was just to remind his pup everything would turn out okay by staying right where he was. Sirius' frown was starting to make a reappearance as well, feeling like smacking himself upside the head if he really hadn't noticed Harry's moment of pain. What exactly had he been doing not to have seen that? Remus was thinking the exact same thing, and was honestly even more annoyed with himself. He didn't even seem to be in the room. What business had he done that was so important he wouldn't have stuck around the house to hear this news as soon as possible? I sure hope he does. James hated watching his two friends suddenly dim right back down into that somber mood this whole book seemed to be leaving on all of them after just a few moments, and vented that by saying, "The man needs a few good words said to him by both Harry and Sirius now." "Here's hoping," Lily agreed quietly. "Did she expect you to eat all that?" Sirius did a very good attempt at putting up a smile back in place. Harry helped nothing by not answering, still seeming distracted by running his hand over his scar, which seemed to be bothering him more this year than any before. "Creature ruins everybody's good mood," Sirius agreed solemnly. "Oh," Lily uttered by the end, as they all looked like they'd been hit in the gut. "Oh, Sirius," Lily tried to start, not even sure herself what was going to come out, but Sirius snapped back at once with his eyes flat black. "Don't you even Evans, Potter," James corrected on instinct, though he too looked ready to say something. Sirius continued even louder, "Potter then, the both of you." He sat there struggling for a moment to put into words that he didn't want to hear their sympathies on his sad state of a future if he even for a moment was acting like that towards Harry. But at the same time, the words just wouldn't come as he could all too easily picture it. The only thing that had got him through his summers, they were waiting on the letters from his friends, and he no longer even had that in that miserable place. Now he was looking at even more of that away from Harry, and even Remus it seemed as he'd been mentioned there all of 3 times instead of up Sirius, but like he'd have hoped his friend would be to keep his mind off where he was. He was almost grateful he didn't have the chance to say any of that as Remus cut in with an almost gentle scolding. "Haven't we been over this? There's no point tearing into him when he isn't treating Harry that way now. He's never going there, so this won't ever happen." Lily still felt like she should say something to him, either a promise she didn't blame him even if he was secretly wanting that, or to offer up some suggestions of how to make this even a bit better. But Sirius was clearly relieved at avoiding this altogether, so she kept going in hopes the whole topic would pass quickly, and they could just be with Harry in school again, where hopefully nothing too eventful would happen. James didn't entirely agree. He was a bit convinced there was something else going on with his best mate entirely, and so avoiding Harry was just a byproduct of that. But he supposed his Sirius wouldn't know what anyways, and kept his mouth shut for now. "Hey!" James snapped at once, His eyes flashing with such protection, Harry was suddenly grateful his wish had never come true and Hermione wasn't here with them. She'd be getting an earful from his dad. He couldn't even think up a defense for her. He'd have liked to snap at her right now, as well for speaking of his godfather like that while he was talking about his problems. A little sympathy wouldn't have hurt for as much as she showed towards Creature. Remus was flushed in anger as well. He was almost glad of his absence now, as he liked to think if he had been present, for that he'd have snapped at Hermione for speaking about Sirius like that. He was many things, yes, even selfish at times, but not for such an important matter as Harry continuing going to school. Lily's lips seemed to be curling a bit in that sneer she so often got when speaking about Snape lately. Hermione had always been a vivacious child when she was speaking of what she thought, but while Lily encouraged and even admired that about her, now she was turning what she thought were her ideas on her friend, and she did not read this bit lightly. Sirius blinked sourly at the stupid book, still wishing more than anything he could find something in him to deny that claim, and coming up empty. Being around the Order all the time holds nothing to being around family, James hissed under his breath. His most daunting missions he'd ever taken were the extended ones away from his own, even when he did have a partner. That person, while a mutual friend, still couldn't replace who he really wanted to see. It only would have made you feel like the answer was inevitable, Sirius told Harry quietly, who nodded in agreement. He hadn't really held that against Sirius. He never thought Sirius would turn him down, but it was nice to still get a reason. Not my choice of words, Lily huffed, more like pompously. She'll be the next Percy if she keeps telling people how they should be feeling, Remus agreed, thinking back to how she'd been acting in third year as well. Harry hadn't felt this angry at Hermione since she'd gotten his firebolt taken away, and this was so much worse than that. Sirius was on the run for the murder of his brother because of a long-standing friend who'd left him framed and for dead, while Harry was about to be kicked out of school. They weren't comparable problems, and Sirius would never think to insinuate otherwise. Sirius felt like he'd been slapped. He certainly felt the heartburn rushing his throat and threatening to overflow onto his face through his eyes, as he found that was proof of what Marley had said earlier. If even Hermione had caught him doing or saying something, that arrogant little shit. James howled, looking as angry as when Sirius had been sent off to Azkaban without a trial. He's been living in hell for how many years now, and she goes turning any sign of him wanting to reminisce to Harry about me into him being a loon. For God's sake, he's done nothing but try to do everything for Harry since he got out. Has everyone just forgotten that? Prongs. The soft little voice was the only thing that could have cut him off, and James had to work hard to focus on him through blurry red vision to see such a resigned expression. He wasn't having that as he hissed back, "I'm getting sick and tired of hearing people talk about you like this, when none of them can claim to know you worth a damn. Why am I the only one getting hacked off about this?" He finished more towards Remus than anyone. "You're not," he said at once in short, clipped sentences to keep his own anger held in. "But you were doing such a good job vocalizing, I'd be remiss to cut you off or even add in." "Stop, please," Sirius cut in with more force before any return could be made. He faltered a bit, knowing he'd catch hell in here if he told them the real reason he couldn't work up the steam over this was because he honestly feared how true it was, so instead he put out, "I just can't get worked up over thinking of myself in any sense in that future. So I'd rather, not think about it any more than I can." He finished in a tiny voice, clearly not doing as good a job as he'd intended in keeping his real thoughts out of his tones, as James' face suddenly flipped to concern. But Lily seemed to understand best of all, as she seemed to be respecting his wishes and wouldn't let anyone say another word as she kept going. Remus had to work very hard not to spit out, so that's a sign of insanity now. When in all honesty that was the most true thing Hermione had ever said, and no one, clearly not him, seemed to be going out of their way to help Sirius any more than keeping him at arm's distance from the one person who could have made that more bearable. "That's gratitude for you," Sirius muttered just for something new to say, and still not looking at anyone. Lily gave a hollow laugh as the phrase, "Be careful what you wish for," flitted across her mind. Lily had to work very hard to keep the bitterness out of her voice. Hermione so easily flipped subjects like that, as if talking about Sirius were inconsequential, and instead she could make them hear more about her views. Those boys clearly cared nothing for her thinking on this, and this one just never seemed to take a hint. They were all in such a bad mood. None of them even had the fun to point out Hermione had just referred to her own organization by Ron's stupid name. More like she'd have to pay them to be doing any such thing, Sirius sighed, as he still couldn't find a smile in himself to put up. It wasn't helping no one, not even Harry was helping by playing along. Sirius gave an obnoxiously loud laugh for himself, just having mimicked Ron, at least making Remus roll his eyes again, something Sirius was confident he'd never grow tired of. Harry had some sad little frown on his face he didn't seem aware of at the mention of that, and no one noticed him wince slightly as without fail. The other boys managed some small enthusiasm for that word alone. Sirius wished a bludger would come knock him stupid already just so he didn't have to see Harry look shameful at that. James ran his hand furiously through his hair as he realized what Hermione had said clearly wasn't going to come back up so he could keep going, and he wasn't even sure if he could have anyways after his brother's pitiful little attempts to deflect him from it. That didn't make his simmering anger feel any better, but he managed a mask that at least resembled his joking tone as he told Harry, "Nothing ever is." Harry had to push through his mind to force himself back into this conversation before he simply responded, "Quidditch," and was thankful a second mentioning of it only left another dull sadness in him he didn't have to examine. "Okay, most things," he conceded. Harry gave an exaggerated groan and a playful nudge to his godfather that went completely ignored. "Oh, wow." Lily blinked in surprise and almost relief at this new topic. "I thought that was just glossed over like last year, hadn't realized you hadn't even gotten them yet." "What are they playing at sending that the day before school starts?" Remus agreed in surprise. "Can you imagine how packed Flourish and Blotz is going to be, everyone trying to get that last book for their defense class? At least the others the parents could have gotten already." "You do bring up the fun question of who it's going to be this year." Sirius was really trying to put some enthusiasm into chatting about this, but Harry very clearly did not agree as he pleaded his mother to cut him off and go on. They'd get their answer soon enough, and he already had a bad feeling about it. "One of the few good features in that house," Sirius chuckled. "My favorite part being, it spits whatever you threw in there right back up a few minutes later. Great for saying you cleaned your room so you can scarper and then blame the mess on someone later. I can't imagine how someone would find a use for that," Lily told him deadpan. "That sounds extraordinarily boring," Sirius snorted, forcing himself to get into this now despite Harry's lack of enthusiasm over this. "Are you sure you can't come back, Moony? At least you wouldn't be caught dead assigning anything that has such a title you'd use it for a pillow." Remus gave an exaggerated eye roll for what he felt was a stupid question, while James sighed and forced himself to add in as well even if he'd prefer to hold on to his anger some more. "You know, it never even mentioned what book you did assign," with a curious look at Harry. "We only ever studied out of Fantastic Beasts and where to find them," Harry shrugged. He didn't assign any other specific books. I was grateful, as the only other thing I'd used it for before then was just to look up some creature I heard an older student mention, and I didn't know. He finished himself off with a curious look, though, before adding on, "How come that's a first-year book anyways? Care of magical creatures isn't even mandatory." "It's intended for individual studies," Lily told, "so that you have a basic understanding of magical creatures on hand, even if you don't take the class. By making it part of your first school list, someone likes to think that you've cracked it open at some point." Harry gave a sheepish smile for that, as the only real time he'd ever done much of anything with that book was a few things for Professor Lupin out of it. He'd managed to accidentally rip out a few chapters at some point he'd never bothered repairing, like his section on boggarts, for instance, and at the end of his fourth year, him and Ron had skimmed through the whole thing by themselves on one of their off periods in one of their silent, don't want to talk right now, agreements on Harry's part. Sirius really did laugh that time, though he'd yet to fail when mention of them making an appearance, so he was at least happy for that consistency. "Did it really take them the day before term to pull that together?" Lily asked with honest concern. "I knew it must be getting harder all the time to get someone in, but this is just getting sad." James agreed with a very pointed look someone was very pointedly ignoring. Sacked, Remus repeated with a snicker. Really, that's all the reference I get. Besides, he technically quit, Sirius reminded, giving him the stank eye for the reminder as he finished, with protest. Remus ignored the jab. Deserved it, Lily muttered bitterly. Still my favorite, Remus savored. James shuddered all over again in renewed horror of that. You'd think the job was cursed or something. Oh, wait, Sirius smirked. I wonder what happened to the twins' teachers before those came along, Remus puzzled. Guess something far more boring, James shrugged. What's got his knickers in a twist? Remus asked too enthusiastically, anything to get back off that job he honestly wished he'd never taken. It's not like he'd done much good at it that no other competent person could have. You said perfect, right? James was staring at her oddly. What's perfect? You heard exactly what she said, prongs, Sirius corrected, his eyes growing steadily wider as the shock sunk in. Prefect. Oh wow, go Ron. Remus was snickering lightly, while Lily was shaking her head fondly at these boys, thinking this was most likely similar to how they'd reacted upon Remus Prefect's status as well. A little humor, some congratulations, and then trying to move on by looking at her like, get on with it. Clearly, they didn't put much of a big deal into the matter, which made sense considering how often they went through their life ignoring any and all resemblance of authority. Now that was just hurtful. Lily couldn't stop her twitching lips as she tried to read in Fred's mocking tone, perhaps not doing it as well as the boys, but still almost hitting that playful way she imagined them using. Harry would never do such a thing, James gasped in mock outrage. He's going to be far too busy avoiding Ron the rest of the year to join him. You were a head boy, though. Harry suddenly blinked as he realized this. Do you not need to be a prefect to get that? Nah, Sirius rolled his eyes. I honestly have no idea how they pick them. I feel like they just pull a random name out of the sorting hat. It makes more sense than going with any qualifications, which neither of them had to be holding any such title. Thank you, Padfoot, Remus snorted. I must applaud them on seeing this in the proper lighting. Someone I know never did see it that same way, Sirius said tragically. While Remus hadn't stopped laughing this whole time for how much of a flashback he was getting to his friends, ribbing on him through the whole, very long train ride when he'd told them. It had been almost a relief to attend his prefect duties first. At least they'd had enough time to let them laugh it off with each other, so by the time he came back, they'd almost been ready to ignore the whole instance. Some of Lily's humor did fade at that, while the boys just laughed harder, though a bit harsher in remembrance of Marley, especially so fresh after Hermione's pot shots. She, however, was thinking the twins could show just a bit more of both praising and picking on their brother at once. Hadn't they learned after they dealt with Percy, sometimes words could hurt after all those years? They were making the same mistake with their younger brother as they had been with their elder one in treating him like this just because he'd gotten an accomplishment he'd had no real control over. They didn't necessarily have to approve of it, but couldn't they at least not take the mickey out of him for it? Which he wore for the next 2 years straight as well, Harry muttered in remembered disgust, managing to ignore the old conundrum he'd always had at school of having 22 prefects at once running around, plus the head boy and girl, not to mention all the teachers always seeming to keep an eye on all things. It really did boggle his mind how the marauders got away with anything like that, though it must have helped in fact to have a man on the inside. Wow, both of his friends got it. James' tone came out much harsher now, as he was still waiting for an apology from her, as well as Marley to Sirius' face. I'm thinking she'll do worse than Ron. She'll be too busy with all her studies to deal with prefect duties. Least he'll enjoy the attention it gets him from some of the younger students. So long as he doesn't let it go to his head, Sirius said a little uneasily, still remembering last year and how Ron got because he thought he wasn't recognized enough. Now the opposite problem could occur. That timing, though, Remus muttered at how awkward this could get. Ouch, Sirius winced hard for that one. Yes, he's sure, woman, the school's never sent someone the wrong envelope before. He got out quickly before anyone could make a more snide comment about her. Wow, she came skipping in when she thought it was Harry's, but now it's Ron's, and she's actually at a loss for words. For once, James huffed. Saved by the mum. Sirius looked a bit relieved that couldn't have been going any more awkwardly. Why does she bother asking? I thought she always gave him maroon just to color coordinate her kids by this point, James snarked. clearly his mood getting worse now that both people of his ire were in the same room, and hardly even reacting when Lily pinched him to get him to stop. James gave Lily a pointed look which she ignored. Sirius got a happy snort of laughter for that sentence existence. After all, pajamas were a very fascinating conversation topic. "He is as of 5 seconds ago," Lily giggled. "Hey!" All three marauders yelped indignantly on behalf of the twins, Sirius persisting the point. "What happened to the other two that are in the room?" Lily nibbled on her lip for a moment before continuing, feeling just as bad for the twins as she would have if Ron hadn't gotten this reaction. Ginny hadn't even made the status yet, so she really wasn't sure if that was the right thing for Marley to say there. James wanted to ask if that meant even Charlie had been one, but he honestly wasn't sure if this should be counted as Marley had just brushed aside two of her kids. She might have done it for three in that moment. "Wow," James rubbed at his shoulder with his own hurt-filled eyes. "I'm not even a Weasley, and that hurt my soul." "You'd be just as snarky if she tried to play it off and not single out one of her children for doing something so good," Lily sighed, hating having to deal with her husband when he was in his petty moods, which seemed to be happening more often than not of late. "He'll be lucky if they don't do far worse to him," Remus muttered, knowing the twins, like his friends, might just take this as a new challenge to prank their little brother and see how well they could get away with it. They'd yet to clearly be doing things to Ron at school, but he wouldn't put it past them for this to be a start. "That woman has no shame, the boys in front of his friends," James grumbled. "Howler," Lily reminded. Clearly Marley held absolutely nothing of the world outside her circle. Lily crooned just a bit, as she truly did see the value in doing this for her kids that had done such an accomplishment. It certainly made sense, even if she truly felt for the twins, as one of them would have always been left out of this tradition. There really was just no winning with this. It was part of Harry's doing, so I forgive their moment of kindness. James rolled his eyes. "You know, I just realized Ron and Hermione weren't there when you did that," Sirius pointed out just to change the subject. "Did you ever tell them what you did for the twins?" "No," Harry shrugged. The thought had never crossed his mind. "I suppose they just told Ron they did it so they wouldn't have the humiliation of seeing him in them again. They were so awful Ron just believed them on the spot." Lily winced hard at getting out the name of that old thing, which effectively managed to turn every person in here into a gargoyle-like face. "Go big or go home," Remus winced, as he easily saw both sides to what both parties were feeling in that moment. They were all surprised she'd so easily agreed to this. But then the boys were suddenly bouncing in place with pleasure as they were begging Lily to get to the part where they hoped to find what exact model Marley would get. Lily was giggling herself by the end of that, looking lovingly at her son for a moment, and knowing she'd be just as bad if he had been made one. She did a double take in surprise as she saw how off his face looked, like he was really thinking about something, but she supposed it may still be mention of that rat, like the lingering darkness in the boys still showed, so she didn't press him. "That I would like to see," James snickered. "No, no," Sirius corrected at once, a look of intrigue now dominant. "That is what I want to see. Hermione tried it last year. Now I really want to know who would win, the twins or Ron with Harry as backup, of course," he finished with a smirk at his godson, who did not show a hint of listening. "My money's on Harry and Ron," Remus kept going, clearly not noticing the same thing. "The twins owe Harry big. If he asks them to take a dive and fall into detention, they just might for him." "I don't think it'll ever come to that," James rolled his eyes. "I can't think of a moment where Ron cares enough to go at them that hard. He's hardly a ruler himself when it comes to school boundaries." "I feel like that's more her part than his," James sniffed. There she went again, speaking for everyone. "They're off to a great start," Remus snorted. "I don't think jealous is the right word," James grinned. "But I think something was entirely wrong with them if they didn't have some fun with Ron about this. Then again, I think Hermione wasn't acting like herself if she didn't say what others are thinking as well," he finished with a huff. "Am I the only one remembering Bill?" Lily chuckled, thinking he hadn't sounded one bit like a prat. "Not a bad model at all to choose from." Sirius snapped away from watching Harry curiously, who hadn't pipped up in ages now, and still wasn't showing much interest in this, which meant he must really be thinking of something in his head. "You think he'll put it to any good use?" James said wistfully, as he remembered a large portion of his agitation last year. There's a spot open on the Quidditch team with Wood gone, and assuming Angelina or one of the other chasers might have graduated, that could mean some new potential on the field. Harry did blink a bit at this news, and looked around curiously to find them still talking about Ron just getting the broom. So he smiled happily, and forced himself to engage in his own hopes that this would happen with a distant smile the whole time before Lily cut off the Quidditch talk for her own sanity. Least I'm not the only one holding a grudge, James grumbled to himself, half wishing Harry had said more to his friend in defense of his godfather earlier, but he'd long accepted Harry was not the confrontational type much. Oh, they all muttered, looking to him in surprise and quickly away again as Harry's eyes widened with panic, realizing what he'd just been thinking about all this and how that most likely was fixing to end up in this stupid book. Sirius opened his mouth to repeat his joke, but in fact performed a small miracle by instead taking James' small little head shake as warning and closing it again. A daunting enough fear. You're forgiven, Remus muttered under his breath, as they all now realized they were hearing exactly what Harry had just been thinking without having shared. No one had really missed how silent and speculative he'd just gotten, but they'd left him alone with his head for a moment, since it clearly had nothing to do with poking at his memories. Now, well, this just felt a bit invasive as shame began burning up his face. They were all starting to feel more than just pity for him. It really couldn't be fun for him not to have had a single private moment while he was here. Lily suddenly stopped altogether and began running her thumb down the length of the page, and the moment Harry realized what she was doing, he took a deep breath and told her, "Don't bother skipping. I guess you lot may as well hear it." "We don't have to," James said at once to no one disagreeing. "Honestly, it doesn't even occur to me half the time, but really, Harry, you can tell us to shut it at any time for hearing every single thing you think." He took a deep breath, but looking more accepting than defeated now, insisted, "You've heard far worse than my being jealous for a moment by now. May as well get through it." Lily waited a moment longer to realize he truly meant it before going on. James went to say something, but Lily gave him a small kick to get him to stop. She was trying to get through this as fast as she could. Up to this point, the books, while centered around him, hadn't exactly delved into his head quite as much as this moment, and she was at least going to try and stop her boys commenting on his private thoughts, no matter her opinion on them. Sirius didn't take the hint as he rolled his eyes and said, "Not even close. Thinking you should have gotten something doesn't automatically make you a self-entitled little Burke. It's how you act when you get it. You aren't going to treat Ron any differently now that he has it, so you're fine, pup," he finished with utter confidence, at least making Harry smile again. "The fact that you refer to those as adventures, rather than life or death moments that you really shouldn't have been in except for extraordinary circumstances, really gets me in this moment," Lily muttered. "Thank you for detailing all of that," Remus shivered, though they all had at some particular moment Harry had brought up. Lily had to fight her own insistence, now not to say anything in comfort for her son. He was having a human moment after all, but she restrained herself from pointing out again badges weren't chosen because of things you'd done. Honestly, no students had a clear idea who was chosen and why. It was simply the headmaster's decision, and he really could be picking at random or for any arbitrary reason. "I really love the way you worded that, though." James gave a bit of a laugh. "That was a bit harsh." Sirius gave Harry a sympathetic pat he still didn't really feel like he deserved. "I'll bet a ton of other kids are having far worse reactions than just a bit of jealousy for their friends getting something. Imagine how Malfoy's going to act when he didn't get one and Ron did," he finished triumphantly. That did make Harry laugh again, albeit a bit more held back than he understood why. "The thought never even crossed our mind." James rolled his eyes, causing Harry to flush anew as he realized just how well those around him seemed to know him in these few short days, and it didn't really seem it was just because of a bunch of books. "Well, geez, clearly he didn't want to be congratulated." Remus frowned in surprise. "Everyone thought it would be Harry, even Harry," Sirius marked. Pleased Harry stuck his tongue out at him for the picking like normal again. "He's acting better than I was," Remus smirked in remembrance. "I hid it in with my knickers until we were all on the train, and it was moving before I managed to spit out the words. which I regretted, since it only then occurred to me they could pitch me out of a moving train. The thought occurred to me, Sirius agreed, but only because you actually dropped a pair of those on my head while getting the badge out to show us. I wonder if we'll get a return on the badge pranks, James said curiously. I'm having trouble picturing it, Remus shrugged. Despite their jokes already, I can't see them having at Ron every opportunity like they had Percy, mostly because I don't see him dogging the twins to deserve it. I wish I could be following the twins around, Sirius sighed wistfully. A proper response. James giggled in agreement. That is so sad, Lily murmured to herself, really thinking back to how she'd acted towards Sirius now, and seeing the strained mother protecting her family as opposed to this side, where she saw Sirius as her family and Molly the threat. It was hard to keep both perspectives in line at once, but she tried her best to shake off the last of her ill will towards the woman, even if she did maintain Sirius hadn't deserved what was thrown at him. I'd actually like to watch that, Remus said eagerly like he'd just been invited to his own show. See what Moody's boggart would be before he dispelled it. Harry agreed, honestly hoping that was exactly what had happened. Why would he be getting such a bad feeling from such a silly little thing like a boggart? Those hadn't frightened him in ages. Really? I wouldn't have thought he'd notice. James rolled his eyes. Glad we can be of some help, even if it is just to protect you from scary Alistair. Sirius fixed a smile in place. Harry, really starting to feel bad both, continued to twitch uneasily whenever they were mentioned. Well, he's not wrong. Remus blinked in surprise at such advice, while James and Sirius got a chuckle out of that. Why? Lily balked at the idea. Suppose they ran into him for any number of reasons, and I can guess Arthur was just too polite to not invite him, James shrugged. Because that's not suspicious at all, Sirius said with chipper. The fact that she asked for a reason really makes me question her sanity, Remus smirked. I remember asking McGonagall who possessed her to make Remus one, James reminded. She just told me to move along. What house was she in? Sirius suddenly demanded curiously, thinking it would be interesting if she'd been yet another Slytherin. Hufflepuff, Harry informed. She'd mentioned Sprout as her head of house to Hermione at some previous time. Sirius smiled all the wider his little cousin had broken even more traditions instead, causing everyone to burst out laughing. James scoffed heavily, even more annoyed than usual at Hermione's inability to laugh at anything, even a harmless joke. Sirius pretended to faint at the very thought. Good boy, Remus asked of him, poking him slightly as he was still theatrically slumped over. That's probably the nicest thing you've ever said about me. Wasn't saying it to your face, but to others, and you know I always covered for you, he told, while still miming unconsciousness, causing the others to just laugh harder. If that's what he was going for, he began with a lost cause, Remus said in surprise, as the idea had yet to even occur to him that's what it had been for. Wonder what made you think that, James agreed. We all thought it was Dumbledore's subtle way of rewarding our winning personalities and keeping the school's spirits up. You lot and your fat heads, Lily muttered. Best hope neither of them pass along my head boy badge then, James muttered for Lily alone, who agreed. Honestly, his mother's lucky he was just talking about it rather than trying to be on it in the house, Sirius chuckled. I'd rather go back to hearing about the broom, Remus muttered, everyone else looking just as disappointed except Lily, who hushed them so she could see a conversation she'd actually been looking forward to. If anyone could get through to Hermione how she was acting regarding ourselves, she'd put money on Remus. That's all we get, Lily pouted as she saw the next line change topics. I wasn't really listening to them, Harry said apologetically. Boys, Lily muttered. Now we're tuning into the important conversations. Sirius, Grin turned eager to hear about this. That's an excellent term for that, James brightened, before turning a calculating look onto his friend and saying, Hey, Moony, don't even start you, he shot back without looking over, so James put a pin in the idea for later. None of them considered themselves herbology experts. The closest one was Lily, who could recognize a wide variety of plants for her potions, but they were all curious to hear what the twins had gotten their hands on now. What on earth would they need those for? Lily yipped in concern, thinking they could get themselves killed by just one little accident. Well, they'll certainly get sick enough by them, James said uneasily, hoping for more details as well. Now I know he's been off his rocker, James shook his head in disbelief at that one. Really should count our blessings he isn't around more, I guess, Sirius chuckled. Lily had already tried to instill into her son how unlikely she found that. And while Harry was looking anxious again at the returning topic, he'd yet to really start working himself up over it, so they let him be on this one for now. I don't think you were too enamored with Hermione's house elf topic if you're already hanging around someone else, Sirius said, easily slipping into another topic to take that look off of Harry. He always thinks Dumbledore has his reasons, Lily muttered to herself. Or it could have done worse, and made Dumbledore really seem he was playing favoritism with Harry. Sirius shook his head. Nah, best to not let you have this one, honestly. Not like I ever really wanted it. Harry shrugged in agreement. The idea had never crossed his mind until it was gone. If they didn't want you hearing, James rolled his eyes at this idea, they wouldn't have had the conversation with you in the room. Both Lily and James were leaning into each other just that little bit closer than was strictly necessary, just for that moment to remind each other they were here now instead of a constant source of some painful memory for Harry. The cheer of knowing that little bit more about his father had been tarnished by his now fear of what the woman he looked to as a mother could think about him. There was just no winning. Why did she only say good night to you? Sirius quickly pointed out, just to give Harry some moment of singularity in Marley's eyes, which he had clearly been wanting a moment ago. But now, he looked all the more distracted and distant, as he was clearly trying to ignore some bad feeling. Well, this should be interesting, Remus said. Moody singling Harry out could be fun. Wow, don't think we've had this picture taken yet. Sirius blinked in surprise. I'm surprised Moody has such a thing. You'd think it would be considered a security risk, Lily agreed. Even we're not entirely sure who everyone in the Order is. Guess Dumbledore may have asked for one at some point, and no one turns him down, James muttered without much enthusiasm, as he'd already been keeping a mental list of all the people he'd heard of dying already. He was entirely sure he didn't want to hear much more about this. Harry had already once seen Moody before his face was really a mess, but even seeing it again, a photo, right, next to the real thing could be a shock for his mind. Lily paled to a ghastly white color and couldn't seem to keep going for a moment, just concentrating instead on that warm spot her husband provided, while Sirius tried wildly to point out. Well, now we have a time frame. Dumbledore asks for a group shot. We put Marlene on extra watch. He said this too loudly, but it gave Lily enough of a reminder this hadn't happened, yet to another person she knew, she could still be saved. Sirius ran his hand through his hair bitterly as he remembered the details of that being recounted, of who all had been involved. He was now more than jokingly considering asking Lily to please skip this part already. It didn't feel worth it to hear how their friends were soon going to turn out. James retched and couldn't help but recoil from her for just a moment. Remus had to blink slowly, but he couldn't quite erase his blurry vision even as he tried to picture Doge without his hat, considering he wore it all the time. This was by far the easiest thing to be comparing in these time frames, though, so he forced himself to linger on this rather than having to keep listening to these wretched details. Harry tried desperately to think of some way to erase those haggard looks from their faces and blurted out the first thing that came to mind. So the Weasleys aren't in the Order now, figuring Marley and her husband would be mentioned next to her brother. Oh, no, they're not. I think they were offered, but both declined. I really don't know much about them, honestly. Only met them once through Gideon, Lily murmured. Wow, what? James had to snap himself back into paying actual attention to what Lily was saying just in time to hear that, and he frowned at her in confusion. So I guess Dumbledore does have a brother that's in the Order. Wonder what he gets up to, Sirius agreed with honest curiosity, thinking this group meeting might be worth it just to meet this man of such a famous wizard. He was suddenly sure this Aberforth had all sorts of amusing, blackmail, stories about a younger Dumbledore. Harry could feel a bead of sweat beginning to form on the back of his neck with mentions to this, of Dumbledore and his sibling, or more than one. This group had never even heard that name, and it was a kind distraction just for a second to try and theorize how they could go to Dumbledore and warn this woman as well without gaining suspicion of how they'd know such a thing. Sirius brushed his hand through his now shoulder-length hair curiously, wondering just how long it was in Harry's time. Lily's voice hitched, and then failed her altogether at that, coming up twice in this chapter now. The hurt was always sitting there in the back of her mind, waiting to pounce even without someone explicitly bringing it up. Now she really could feel a traitorous tear slipping through before she brushed it furiously away and kept going entirely too loud. But it was all she could do, otherwise she'd break down. She couldn't even bear to glance at her boys again, or she'd lose herself entirely. Sirius ran a shaking hand down his face, but the words failed of him trying to say he'd been looking out for his pup, perhaps seen something of Moody talking to him, bothering him. It was just hard to pretend he was thinking of anything except removing a spine from a spineless creature. Remus could still feel the permanent mark those encounters had left on them all. "Glad we're not the only ones," James whispered for himself, but Harry heard anyways, and they met eyes just for a moment in silent understanding. Lily shifted uncomfortably. She was still reading in a too strained and tight voice, and if she was forced to deal with any more bad news, she'd likely toss the book away and turns into James' chest any moment just to be done with her feelings for a change. Who else could be having a breakdown now? It was her burning desire to try and help anyone out if they were in pain that managed to help push her own away so she could find out. Sirius really almost did faint in surprise as scenarios began flipping through his head, of Death Eaters storming in and catching Ron off guard while he'd snuck upstairs to check on his broom, of the poor kid being attacked by something in that house they hadn't managed to exterminate yet, his falling down those stairs, and someone coming across his body. Harry gasped wildly and lunged forward to snatch the book away from her. He just had to relive the sharp experience of his parents being out of his life all over again. He couldn't stand losing someone else. "Harry breath," Remus reminded coolly, even if his face was still a bit too pale from what he'd just heard from Moody and the honest shock of that scenario ever being a thing. "There was a boggart in this room, remember? Marley wandered off to go get rid of it. I think you just walked in on some bad timing." Lily got the book back from her son while he was still wavering with understanding this, and quickly kept going even more loudly than before, every last bit of her hoping beyond all hope that was really what was going on. The book nearly fell out of Lily's shaking hands, a combination of relief at such a drastic misunderstanding and still lingering sorrow of her own for this mother, whom she now completely could sympathize with. She had so many she cared about. It was only natural this was any mother's boggart. Harry watched those around him relax, even as he couldn't shake this nasty feeling that his fear still pounding through him wasn't so unfounded. He had a very good reason to be worried about a dead Weasley. Harry choked and shook his head furiously to push away something so powerful was rearing up inside him to strike him down now if he lingered on that idea. James was running his fingers in agitation through his scalp as he fought whether to break in and ask if the boggart had managed to create both at once, or was he just simplifying another two bodies. He came to his own silent conclusion it must be the first. Even in death, Marley couldn't picture the twins apart, it seemed. Lily's voice wavered and nearly failed her. She was forced to imagine the same thing, while James wrapped an arm tight around her in comfort and a sudden tightening in his throat, finally dispelling the majority of his anger at Marley. She'd still said some way to harsh things to his best friend, but at least now he could see she truly meant it in her heart of seeing his son as her own, and he couldn't really hate someone like that. Harry almost felt his own sob of relief escape him for this finally being cut off. He just couldn't imagine if that thing had kept going, he'd be forced to see even more people he cared about. Maybe even Ginny, his left hand, suddenly spasmed, and he clasped them tightly together in his lap, instead to ignore whatever that moment was. Lily was fidgeting with the last page of this chapter, finally, as she all too easily envisioned that. She wondered if Remus was having any other flashbacks to comforting a red-headed mother in fear for her child. Remus was staring vacantly at nothing as those words registered. Marley wasn't the only one who had those kinds of nightmares, though at least she'd never been the featuring monster doing the act to her loved ones. Sirius felt his vision tunnel, a ghost crawling slowly up his spine and wrapping tight around him, and refusing to let go of the idea that this would be the second time in his life he'd see his dead best friend, now somehow actually made worse as the fear of losing Harry all at the same time was shoved in his face. "Sirius." Harry gave him a hard poke, all of them watching him fearfully for that haunted look he usually only got when dementors were being spoken of. Going with that assumption, Harry tried to laugh off. It was gone before it could zone in on me. Nothing else happens because of it. Right, he nodded hard, still staring steadily at his brother and forcing himself to watch the odd, curious look in place rather than the vacant eyes he'd envisioned. Hardly, James murmured with conviction while Lily snuggled deeper into the crook of his arm. I would never, Harry said almost indignantly, unable to picture such a fierce woman and mother as less because of her greatest fear. That's not something to be saying to a crying woman, Sirius told purely because the words had escaped him without him even realizing it. There was no trace of him that could find mocking humor in this. Harry made a terrifying, rasping noise of fright. His whole body tensed as if ready for a fight, while he was seconds away from reliving something of what that boggart had just shown him. It's going to be all right, Harry. Sirius marched into his train of thought with a comforting squeeze on his shoulder, clearly taking his own fear he'd just experienced and forcing it aside to pay attention to anything else. Even Harry's resembled one. That Weasley family is as tough as they come. Things will work out. You're fine. Everyone's going to be fine. Harry forced himself to meet his eyes, even if he in no way felt the comfort. Lily couldn't read that without a hard hitch in her throat, as it was exactly the fear she held for the woman and child. She'd always felt pity for Percy, could almost see how his offense could have lived with his parents choosing some outsider of the family rather than refusing to see his side. But as she knew her son was the one in the right, all she could really do was cling to the now bleak hope it all somehow just had to work out. James hated that it all kept floating right there as a constant reminder. His friends, his wife, how soon they'd all succumb to this war, and whose fault it was. Even if he hadn't raised the wand, even if some of them would have died without the intel that had been provided, he could never look another member of the Order in the face again without always knowing there was one member to kill them all. Remus was honestly grateful Sirius had stopped him. Even now he didn't think that was the best line of comfort. He'd just been trying to fling around facts in hopes she'd quiet, which is what normally worked for himself. Sirius wasn't at all surprised that's what he caught on. He knew a little something about regret when it came to losing a estranged family. He was still living through that highlight. Absolutely no one will blame you at that time, mate. James agreed nastily, while Harry gave an obligatory laugh for the statement, while ignoring some vicious little thought popping up in his mind. He hoped his godfather lived long enough to see that day. He stamped that right back out, and refused to acknowledge it as anything other than his pessimistic side, having some bad timing, while watching Molly fear the same for her own loved ones. Harry had never even imagined the idea of where his best friend would live if not with his parents. His first assumption, he supposed, would be one of his older brothers. Bill seemed the most likely, but what Remus had just said really struck a chord in Harry as he realized how much Remus did care, making him want to question all the more where his stance had been back when Harry had gone to live with the Dursleys. He was growing more confident by the day, though he did not get an answer to that. It suddenly hurt James too much just to even look at Lily, to see the emotions that caused to play out on her face, to hear how broken her voice came out with that. So he turned busy eyes anywhere else while unable to remove himself from her side to keep her soft, warm body as his comfort. This was certainly a big enough thing anybody normally would have eagerly flipped topics to discuss and try to figure out why Harry's scar would be burning at a time like this. But for once, they were all too clammed up in their own heads for fear of this future, for that to have even made much of an impact past the smallest bit of registering it happening, and Harry immediately brushing it off. Absolutely not, Remus muttered to himself. Talking to yourself is perfectly normal. Most people still bother keeping it in their own head, Sirius remarked quietly, leaning just a bit more closely to Moony than normal for that reminder he still had one friend with him in this bleak future. I'm done, Lily snapped with triumph, wishing she could go back to that moment, to so many before of her son's more childlike memories, rather than having the harsh reality of the life she was living slammed down around them. I know it's hard love, James promised, running his hand up and down her back and still looking vacantly around the room. So if you need me to finny. No, I meant with the chapter, she corrected, all of her features still brittle with everything she'd been feeling in these moments. James finally looked back over at her, and it took a moment to drag himself out of the depth of her eyes to remember he had a book to grab. HP. I'm not sorry for how harsh I was on Hermione in the portion of this chapter you all know I'm talking about. She really ticked me off while she was talking about Sirius, just like Marley before. Both women just seem to have this high and mighty status when it comes to him where they think they know everything about him and are trying to correct his everything, thinking they know and understand the reasons he acts the way he does. And I just want to smack both of them and tell them to leave the poor guy alone because both aren't true even one little bit. The closest person is Remus, and even he lost a lot of rights in telling Sirius anything after 12 years. Marley earned back some sympathy here at the end, but now Hermione's in the hothouse, which probably won't last long because, well, honestly, because it doesn't really come back up again, which really makes me mad, but doesn't hold much focus, so there's no point in continually revisiting it. I've heard that in some of the original drafts of this book, Ron was slated to die at some point, and I feel like that's made pretty clear in this chapter in particular. I'm absolutely not saying I wanted it to happen. I love Ron too much, but credit to this woman for constantly setting up so many things. I do realize I created my own little plot hole in saying this was the book Lupin used, as Boggarts can't be found in that. But rather than just making one up on the spot, I wanted to incorporate that into canon a little better, and just pretend that the actual book is longer than the version we all get.